how hard it is for yourself even, so you really have to keep an eye on your gold.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see where he moves.
I really love the bases too because they do give you more range and more options on how you want to tackle certain challenges.
And see, this is really fascinating part about this game was during my practice, one jet went up top and one jet went below, but now they both went below. So there must be something that I'm not seeing, but that's really the fun part. So I'm going to have to improvise a little bit here.
Nice. Those rockets were
Yeah, you
clutch.
can't really plan for the full map. They're always going to take you by surprise in some way or another.
Yeah, so what I want to do now is, all right, so I'm going to move.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Yes?
He
Yes.
was.
I don't know. I've
here.
seen you get into trouble at this place before, so.
I'm going to wait here. And this is what I'm
That
going
was
to do.
ancient history.
Is it?
Here,
Time will tell.
I am going to move here. Woo!
That was gutsy.
Yeah. See.
I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
My plan is working.
All right, so I do want to keep that there. All right, shoo. Now the jets cannot attack things on the ground. They only go air to air. So as you see now, I'm boxing everything in. The only thing I'm worried about is if a jet goes from behind and takes out my battlecopter, so I got to be very careful. But so far, we in there. I'm going to move right here. Move this here.
I think people call this the turtle technique.
It's called winning. And I will
Hold you to
take it.
that.
Okay, let's do enter. And there is a bomber up in the top panel right, but I don't want to go within that view. Now you'll see that Eagle's taking over bases as well, but we're okay with that. I have plans. I have plans, ladies.
We
I think we
believe
got
you.
this.
That's what you always say.
I'm playing.
It
Okay.
really feels like playing with a bunch of toy soldiers when you're playing.
Yeah,
this
it really
game.
does have that feel, doesn't it? Okay. So everything's looking good. What I really want to do now is take this one out. So if I don't destroy these, it really gives Eagle a chance to use all of this arsenal twice. Just his air units, and even though he goes down the second time, it's going to be at half power, but it's still very, very formidable. So now I'm going to be a little risky here. I'm going to move this forward. And
All right,
like,
that
he's
was a
creating
choice.
space. That's interesting. But here, I'm going to do this.
It's not what I would have done, but you know,
It's okay.
you play your game.
And now I'm going to move over here. So we're going to end up more than likely, I won't be able to.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're going to be careful. So see, we have to see how. Aha! So this looks good.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move you over because I know you're going to. You know what? Yeah, I know what you're
Got to
gonna
take a
try and do.
chance sometimes.
Well, because what Eel can do is kind of fly around, right? And then activate and come right back under.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is block right here.
Ooh, that's pretty clever.
You've learned
actually.
from your mistakes.
I really can't move anything else, so I'm just going to be forced to end my turn. Whew. Whew.
And that CO power is full, so we'll see.
Have mercy, Eagle.
We'll see when he chooses to use it.
I'm not sure if he'll use it now, but I know if he does not use it now and I blow his jet out of the sky, then he will use that bomber and probably destroy my medium tank and maybe an APC. But that's okay.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Again, part of the plan. We got this. Everything's looking good.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
That's how you're making D feel right now.
All right, we got this here. I'm gonna speed things up again.
This will finish it, yes.
All right, now I can safely start moving all of my troops over.
Now life can resume again.
Yeah,
can
now
breathe
we're
for a
looking
little
really
bit,
good. So now I can just fly all the way over here. Wait. No, we good. We good.
Remember whose side she's on.
That's true. That's very true.
I have to admit, you're doing very well. for
pains
now.
her to say it.
Don't believe you.
No, you are. You do still have that bomber to worry about.
I do. And I still have to make sure I don't draw too much attention. And I think I'm going to be able to move this right.
Yeah, you really don't want them to come for you until you're quite ready for it.
Oh man, I can't move very far. Okay, here.
I don't think you'll be able to relax until Eagle uses that CO power.
So I still have... Okay, I should be alright. I'm going to try to move right here. You know what? I'm going for it.
Oh,
Well,
we'll see.
we'll see if this is the start of your downfall.
So we definitely just lost this medium tank, and I think we might lose my anti-air unit as well, but that's okay.
It's always hard to predict
Speed
what
that up a
Eagle's
little bit.
going to go for next. Here it comes.
He might actually go for an APC. And you'll see bombers are incredibly powerful.
I love this
Ooh.
animation so much.
completely
Yeah,
wipes
It's like
too.
Everything out.
the game is beginning now. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Yes.
But see, I planned this.
I can't help but notice your transport copter is not being turtled.
But no, it's okay because you can't bomb the transport copter, so we're fine. The bomber can't attack. But yep, going for an APC.
Oh,
Your trick worked.
yeah. That's pretty good.
And that, yeah, this is the type of playstyle I like to kind of try to draw them out in, on my time. All right, so we're looking really, really good here now. So I'm gonna start capture everything, capture this base, then I'm gonna capture this city. And the way that works is you see there's a point structure there, and again, remember that units have different. Oh, nope. Have HP. So to capture this, I need 20, and since I have a full unit at 10, that means I'll be able to capture it next turn. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot this thing down totally, right? Yeah, 116. There we go.
That's gonna feel pretty good.
Bye.
Oh.
Gone.
What do you think about
Bye,
that,
fair
Carrie?
bomber.
Ooh.
You will be remembered.
All right, so now we really opened up a lot. So I'm gonna move all of my stuff up because we still kind of have to worry about the bases. We don't want a bunch of tanks starting to roll across the bridge here. And there still is a tank up there, so I'm just gonna start moving into position. Actually,
Yeah, just because that bomber's gone doesn't mean he doesn't have tricks up his sleeve still.
correct. Never underestimate your opponent. You never know what they're going to do.
You're learning.
Gonna go ahead and supply. You want to capture that? Nope. Sorry.
Not today.
Ooh.
Even with that high amount of defense, that's not gonna help you. All right, now
Eagle's
let's
not
move
happy
over here.
about that.
No.
Just move that over there. Okay, we're looking good, right? I'm not forgetting anything, am I, ladies? No.
Not that Kay's gonna tell you.
And now you may be wondering, well, Demetrius, you have your CO power. I'm gonna save that for the ends, and you'll see why. Sometimes when you get your CO power, you don't really want to use it right away. You want to use it at the most opportune moment.
Right.
That's right. It's
You're
not so
using
easy to get
Andy
it back.
this time instead of Nell, so you've got a different
Correct.
CO power this time to show off.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is move my tank over here. Looking good. I want to move my artillery up as high as possible, right there. All right, here we go. So now we know the tank can come all the way down, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fly over here, drop, and now there's nothing this tank can do.
Hello, we're live, and this is E3, and we're getting ready for the live award show coming soon. I'll be in and out, let me just pop the camera on. I'll put the camera on for now.
You did as well before.
Where's my
So
cam?
many cities. He's
I'm in and out. Hello. We're waiting. I don't know what happened. It cut out there. So if you joined me from the other stream, thank you everyone that's joined me that stream that cut out. But yeah,
We're okay.
hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell. And
handles all the
yeah.
tanks and all that, but we're not worried about that.
But we're gonna let
Now,
these guys just
if
chat for a
for some
bit.
reason
I don't
they-
have a
they
clue
don't
what.
suck,
I think
we
this
can
is
just,
this
you know,
new
just as a little bit of
new
advice,
game on the
maybe
Switch.
start to build something down
A
here.
new
Right.
Nintendo game. So yeah,
And now you see I have the bridge covered, so I can just.
I'll be
start
backwards and
piling
forwards.
things on,
So
going over here. I can move over here.
yeah.
See, now I have so many things covered. Let's go ahead and use this battlecopter just to take this down. All right, it's not going to do much damage. And you may be wondering, well, this is still wounded. Well, now it's time to use my CO palette.
Yeah.
So Andy has what's called hyper repair, and remember now,
Yeah.
it has 10 HP.
It's
It
free.
HP back for every unit you have.
Oh, nice.
It's really, really wonderful.
That can really save your neck
Yeah.
sometimes too.
Yeah, I've won many missions just repairing and getting through it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're looking good here. We have it captured. Can I move? Oh, it's out of the way. I can't help it. I gotta capture more.
It's
One
right
thing to note
there.
too is the more cities you have captured, the more amount of gold or in-game currency you're gonna get per turn, and that's what helps you build everything. Okay, so you know what? I think we're good. I'm not even gonna worry. I'm just gonna end my turn. We got this.
You're doing pretty great resource management here, I have to say. Capturing cities, building at bases. You're owning.
You're
so
a
far.
worthy opponent.
He's trying. But look, that does nothing. That does nothing. You can move all over here. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just gonna hold fast forward here. You can't even take out my regular. You got nothing.
Uh-oh.
Now you're mocking Eagle.
You better
Yeah, it's not
be
gonna
careful
fly.
how confident you are.
Oh, you
It's
know.
not over till it's over.
Should I capture everything I just saw? I'm just gonna skip it all. Captured.
You're gonna make him so
Boom,
mad.
and that's it. That's mission accomplished.
Ooh.
Very well done.
No, that seems possible because I was playing.
We never doubted you for a
Oh.
second, either of us.
Poor
So
Eagle.
there is a lot more to show in the future. Don't forget, this was just from the first campaign. of
I don't know what this game is, but it looks like a game. So yeah, we're watching the last day of E3. No.
Quickly that there is online gameplay, so there is more going to be about that coming in the future as well.
That's right. We've got a 4-player co-op that supports up to 4 players and all kinds of commanding officers, weather, fog of war, different units. We haven't even taken a look at Advanced Wars 2, so there's still a lot to discover, but we were so happy to be able to show you this. And please stay tuned. Next, we're going to take a look at WarioWare Get It Together.
WarioWare Get Together. Ooh.
Hello and welcome to Nintendo Treehouse Live. My name is Riona, the Rambunctious, and I'm joined today by Ethan, the Enthusiastic, and Brandon, the Bodacious. And today we are going to be showing you WarioWare Get It Together, new WarioWare title that's coming to Nintendo Switch. A lot of fun,
Ooh.
very exciting. And Brandon, why don't you tell us a little bit about WarioWare?
I am so excited to talk about WarioWare and share this game with everybody. So, yeah, this is a new WarioWare game, and here's what we're going to do. Part of the fun of any new WarioWare game is the surprise factor. So there's a lot of cool stuff in this game, and we're going to show you a little bit of it. This will be a micro segment to match the micro games of WarioWare Get It Together.
Cleverly done, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to...
Yeah, we're watching this. This is E3. I'm live. Welcome. Good day. Good afternoon. You know, I'll backwards and forwards with my cam. Hold on, let me. I'll put my cam on like this, and I'll just quickly say, you know, hello.
We're gonna hop into Wario's intro games here.
Backwards and
right away,
forwards.
you can see some very different cool stuff happening in this WarioWare game.
Character selection.
So
Playable
many.
characters. So I have
The last
a
one I
variety
might
of
have
characters here.
disappeared
This
for a
is what
little
I've met
bit
so
then.
far, just early on in the adventure. So I'm going to start with Wario, of course, that makes sense, and plays Cricket and 18 Volt as well.
So you're like building a team of 3.
Yeah, you get to pick
take.
sort of a small crew to take with you into these micro games, and they all control differently. And well, I'll let the visuals do the talking.
Yeah.
And you, Ethan.
And for anyone who's not familiar with micro games, they're basically these little bite-sized games, really fast, really hectic, really chaotic, and the goal is to finish them as quickly as possible before the time runs out.
Yep.
But part of the fun is
There's some
figuring
good
out
new
what
PC
exactly you have to do.
games
So hypnotized
too.
here.
Yep. And each micro game has a way to succeed, and if you don't do that specific thing, you will lose one of your little life bars down below, as you can see. But we're already seeing, though, the different characters, and this is new to the WarioWare series. The different characters behave and act differently, and have different abilities. So young Cricket, there we just saw.
This
has
is
the
some
ability to
good
jump high.
games.
We've got
What the hell is this?
people
This actually
here,
looks good game.
swinging discs from his
It's all
head.
these Nintendo games. I
So that's gonna
love
change
some of these
the
games.
way
Some of
that
these games
you
are
play the
OP.
same micro games.
You
Different
never
characters are
know.
gonna play them differently.
And you never know
But
who
it's
you're gonna
sad.
get, so
It's
always,
sad
completely
because it's the
random.
last of the E3.
Are
It's the
really
last
familiar
of
with
the
the game, you're
E3.
used to playing with a certain character, but now you have a completely different character.
Right.
So,
So you pick the 3, but then you don't really have control over which character is going to play which stage.
Brandon is just knocking it out of the park here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you everybody quiet, I have to focus. No talking for the rest of the segment. Oh, okay.
You can do it.
I love the different art styles that are on display.
You definitely need to expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's fun, when you win, there's a different animation. When you lose, there's
Right,
a different animation,
right.
and both are super wacky and fun to look at. Like, oh, I love this one. Look at these little Wario. Oh,
Well, it's super fun to just watch these games because, you get to pay attention to all the detail that's happening on the screen. Whereas when you're playing, we're really focused on trying to succeed. So, it's maybe only in repeated playthroughs that you get to see those details. But
Yeah, I appreciate you guys helping explain what's happening because I'm entering a fugue state the longer I play these
yeah.
micro games.
And now Brandon has made it to the boss level of Wario's level, and this is a little bit longer than the other micro games, as you can see. Each level will have a different boss level, obviously. Since this is Wario, you can
Of
see
course.
you've got the garlic volcano in the background.
sure.
Yeah, Cricket controls very differently than, say, 18-volt or WarioWare would in this stage. As Wario, I would be floating around and having a little more control and a little easier time. And as 18-volt, I'd even be stationary and only have to worry about hitting my target. But here, I actually have to actively move Cricket around platformer style, which is very different for a
Yeah.
WarioWare game.
Yeah, and you'll find, some characters are, really well suited to some stages and will make that stage a cinch. And then, another character, based on their particular ability, might have, a little bit more of a challenge on that stage. So again, it adds that extra layer, not knowing what to expect.
Okay, we're going to stop there.
Okay.
Very nice,
Wario.
A
Brandon.
brief break in the action.
Because in a first-time playthrough of story mode, you would actually get to the boss micro game and then back out and get to explore other levels. If you return, you get to just keep playing and see how high your score can get.
Right.
So instead of playing more and revealing more of those micro games, we're going to save that for you guys for later. And we're going to hop into a different level here. We'll play
Oh, I
Mona's
love
games.
Mona. Actually,
Mona.
Brandon, I don't want you to have all the fun yourself. So do you mind if I hop in here as well?
Would not mind at all. In fact, that's
Alright.
one of the other cool features of this WarioWare game, is that 2-player has been added. So there's co-op mode where you and I can both play together. So I'm going to turn on 2 players here.
Awesome. And so right now we're playing on one system with 2 Joy-Cons, but we
Right.
could also play together local co-op. If I had my Nintendo Switch Lite with me, I could connect to you, we could play together. And dibs on Mona. Yes.
I think that's fine. I'm going to play as Wario again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one other cool thing about 2-player mode is there are some characters that are built for 2 players, like Dribble and Spitz.
Right.
So we can each control Dribble and Spitz, who have very similar moves,
Right.
but are 2 completely different characters for player 1 and player 2. So I'm going to pick 18-volt again.
Yeah, so
We'll
Dribble
try again.
will always shoot to the right, and Spitz will always shoot to the left.
Riona, are you ready?
I am so ready.
I don't know if you guys are ready. We'll see, though.
Oh,
There's-
born ready.
And this adds, even another layer, kind of. There's going to be 2 players on screen at the same time,
Dribble and
each with their own abilities. And you have to, it's hard.
I'm
here
ready.
because you have
I'm
to work
ready.
together and make
I'm
sure
ready.
You're not at cross purposes, talking, communicating is important.
Stay away from those dust bunnies.
Oh,
So
God.
we can see Wario's got his, he's got a jetpack, I guess, and he's got his dash he can do. Meanwhile, Krygor can kind of swim through the screen like you saw. Now we've got 18-volt. and Mona can ride her scooter, and then
I'm ready.
throw a
I'm ready.
boomerang. So
Ooh,
there's, again, lots of different.
I'm live.
differences in
I'm
the way
live.
characters behave.
Ooh,
You guys are
ooh.
Such quick
I'm
work.
live on Facebook,
Yeah,
Twitter,
there's
Instagram,
so much
and
variety in how
Twitter.
these game makers are. The normal loop is completely different.
And you'll see the Mona's level, the theme is kind of everyday life.
Yep.
So she's got, just the, gotta get that away. Yeah.
Nicely done, guys.
I love that guy. Yeah, we've got little dusters down below that represent our lives.
Yep.
Some craziness going on in the background.
Yeah, so much detail to notice.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh god.
Okay, use my boomerang. Yeah.
Well done. Very nice.
And I love the different options there are to play two-player, right? So you can be doing this via your same system like you guys are doing, sharing 2 Joy-Cons, or you can be doing local wirelessly, on 2 different systems.
Artists are fitting. I claim this one.
Don't get chomped.
This hole was made for me.
Yeah, you can see Mona's constantly moving there, so puzzles like that can be a little tricky if you're supposed to get in one specific spot.
One spot and all that.
We did.
Wow.
Oh.
Nicely done.
Okay, we're gonna stop there. We're gonna
Okay,
stop there.
Okay.
that's enough.
Again, there's a lot.
Ooh,
of
some nice gameplay. I like some of the good
To stop,
place,
though, you get
good
such a rhythm.
things.
I know.
play.
Like I said, you enter the WarioWare fugue state, which there is no known treatment for, unfortunately.
Just more
you have to keep
WarioWare.
playing more WarioWare. Yeah. So there's one more thing I wanna show
Wario.
you here. It is a very cool returning element to WarioWare, and that is 9 Volt's level.
Yes.
9 Volt is the Nintendo fan of WarioWare's crew.
Yep.
And in this game, like in other WarioWare games, 9 Volt
Do.
has built some games based on Nintendo classics.
Nintendo
Very,
Classics.
very cool. And we do not want to spoil all those, so we're going to show 3 of these, just to give you a taste, to give you an idea of
man,
what
I
these are
can't-
like. I don't know which 3 they're going to be, because the game likes to shuffle them.
I know which ones I want them to be.
Shuffle,
We'll
shuffle,
see. We'll see if we
shuffling.
get 'em. So Rihanna and I will hop in here and tackle 3 of these Nintendo Classic
All
microphones
right, so you're
together.
gonna
I will
each
play.
pick your 3 characters again.
I will play as 9 Volt since this is his level.
Nice.
Right.
And
Do
I
dribble
will-
and spits?
Yeah, let's do dribble and spits again, and 18 Volt.
And one thing I
I've
like
got
about
his,
co-op.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. One thing I like about co-op is that, even if one of us fails or loses, the other one, as long as the other one wins, then
Yep, that's right.
it's a success.
That's a
You
good
can see
point.
we're skipping the cutscenes as well. We don't want to ruin any of those cool character moments
Yeah.
for you guys.
Find
God.
Ghost.
Where's Ghost? Yes.
Got Yeah, you can see his 9 Volt. I'm always
Yeah.
moving
Do
on a
do
skateboard.
the 9 ball.
Oh, this one's always. Oh,
You got this. Come on.
Yes!
Nice. Nicely
you're
done.
welcome, Fauna.
What's the last one? What's the last
Okay,
one?
what's
Oh, what is it
our
gonna
last one gonna be?
Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay.
The last one standing. Da 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 da.
Show of the Nintendo games in 9 Volt's level. I know. There's a lot here. There's a lot to do,
So
but
much
I don't
more.
want to spoil a surprise for everybody. So, that's it for this quick look at
Ooh,
this
that's a
micro
good
segment
game.
to match the micro games of
Micro
WarioWare, get it
games.
together. Cannot wait for everybody to get their hands on this and play it later. It's going to be very, very cool. So,
A lot of fun. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us today.
Wait.
And
You're welcome.
I can't let us end this segment until all of us have given our best.
No.
Wah.
yes.
We're doing this for
We
real?
are doing
I
it.
mean this. We're not letting anybody leave. I will
Brandon.
hold you down in your chair until you do this. So, I'm going to kick it off, right? Okay.
Please do.
Wah!
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Not gonna forgive you for that.
Now we can end the segment.
Okay. WarioWare.
Wow.
And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Wow.
Nintendo Treehouse Live, and coming up next is Metroid Dread.
Metro Dread.
Hi, welcome back to Nintendo Treehouse Live. I'm Dan, back with Audrey and Teresa again. We're going to go into a little bit more Metroid Dread, deeper into the planet, into this work-in-progress game, and see more of Samus's abilities, and maybe see a couple more tough battles. So, Teresa, what have you got for us?
Yeah, all right. So since the previous segment, we were able to defeat the last enemy. and we're on our way. We're also going to go a
It's
little bit faster in
new.
this segment just to show more of Samus's really free-flowing movement. So, speaking of that new ability, we now have Spider Magnet.
Spider Magnet!
Now
Spider Magnet!
allowing us to climb these blue magnetic strips here. So,
Remember to hit that subscribe button. Remember to ring that notification bell. And I know it's a bit late, so I'm just going to turn my camera off. And I know some people might not be watching today because it's the last day. Boo-hoo, I'm sad.
pathway and it's getting a little bit more jittery as I get closer to it.
That's really creepy.
Maybe I can coerce it out.
Insecty sounds. Oof.
Worm door.
I also want to note for anyone who hasn't yet seen the first segment, this is the first new 2D Metroid in 19 years. So this is very, very exciting for Metroid fans.
Yeah, I like how you countered that worm and shot it.
Yeah, so each enemy has like their patterns to learn, so you definitely want to watch and see how you can counter them or if you need to tackle them in a different way.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
So this is Corpius. He is one of the bosses that you'll encounter in Metroid Dread. We happened to see him very briefly in the first segment. It was the very shimmery creature that was lurking in the background.
No longer lurking.
No.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
He's warping.
He just shot that projectile that he shot out of his mouth and got some missiles. So having good aim is in your favor here.
Yeah, so it's very key to learn the boss's patterns, but also find where to hurt him. And it looks like his face is the weak spot right now.
Yeah, that tail is pretty deadly, so you want to keep your distance. And of course, as always, you want to keep an eye on your missile counts.
Yeah, so since my missile count's running low, I'm going to use Charge Beam, which is also effective. Now he turned invisible.
Yeah,
Great.
What he needed was to be invisible. That's what I think.
That makes it a little bit harder to
Yeah.
find its face, but I can try. Otherwise, you can see, yep. So that little glowy point seems to be a weak spot too. Try to aim for that.
The glow, shoot it. It's a good maxim for video games in general.
Got this.
And now it's throwing a tantrum, so it broke some of the environment. I see some blue magnetic strips there, which I could probably use to my advantage. Oh. And now it reared its ugly head and turned to its backside, which is probably its best side. It's also rearing for something. I don't... Ow! Okay.
No.
Alright.
Oh, nice slide.
So we're turning here to a cinematic, but I am effectively throwing missiles at Corpius' face here.
Yeah, it's another one of those really dynamic camera angles there. Yeah, jumping right into a boss fight is a
Why are
really
you
good
back?
way to show.
Okay. Yep. So those magnetic strips were very handy there.
Yep, you have to use all of your abilities if you're going to be...
Ow.
Oops.
No.
And that poison gas doesn't look too healthy.
Oh, you're mean.
This one's always trying to back you into a corner, too. It's not very nice. If you stay up there...
Ba-da-na-na. Ooh, what's this creeper lizard?
Safe spot.
Maybe I can lure it? Yes.
Oh, that
Get
works.
stuck, buddy. Nope.
Missiles, yay.
Try lure you again.
Oh.
Tricked me.
Yep.
What are you doing? Oh, no.
Oh.
I know your game. No, thank you.
Not today.
Oh. I don't think he's gonna like this.
Eat missiles. One last charge beam for effect.
Mm-hmm. I think you got him.
That's it. Look at Samus. That
Samus is
beautiful pose.
Yep.
Nothing scares
So
Samus.
good.
Do 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 do
Oh,
do
that's
do.
right through the tail. 10-10.
You get a really good look at her suit here.
Yeah, I'd be watching for a moment too. Like, I need to stay down.
Yes. Hold that pose.
Yeah.
Ooh, what do we get?
Yeah.
Phantom
Of
Cloak.
course. That's how Corpius is turning invisible.
So the
Mm-hmm.
Phantom Cloak was previewed and mentioned by Sakamoto-san in his video earlier this morning. It is an Aeon ability. And for some of you at home who have played Metroid Samus Returns may recognize Aeon abilities, but these are brand new and they play very differently in Metroid Dread.
Yeah, you find new Aeon abilities, and this one actually it's more of an endurance gauge, so it fills up over time. But you really, really want to keep a close eye on it, because the last thing you want is for your Phantom Cloak to disappear when you really need it.
Yeah, so let's actually showcase it here. So before I
Do
wasn't
do
able
do
to go
do
through
do
these
do
stores.
do do do
They're
do
called
do
present
do.
stores, but now
Ah na 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 na.
I'm able to progress through them. I am moving a lot slower with the Phantom Cloak, and as you can see, the energy gauge right underneath is slowly decreasing, but as I move, it decreases even faster, and once it's depleted, it starts taking away from my health. So I have to deactivate it. I can replenish it really quickly by moving, and then only then can I reactivate it again. Take this elevator up. Thank you.
Take the elevator up. Take the elevator up. Take the elevator up.
Yeah, and just like the other abilities, this opens up new areas that you can go and explore, being able to go through those present stores. So a whole lot more adventure to unravel here.
Love this view.
That background is so beautiful.
Yeah, this is a new section of this world filled with magma.
Just in case.
Oh, those flying guys can be such a nuisance when you're trying to get across.
Oh,
there.
they can be.
You handled them very readily.
Yeah, you made that look
Thank
easy.
And now flamethrowers.
Mm-hmm.
Get away from me.
Nice.
This is really cool. So we're still in the area of Arteria, which is the very beginning part of the game, and this is a feature which is an elevator that allows you to travel to different parts of planet ZDR. So now we're moving to Cataris, and as you can see in the map, this game plays very differently, where you start from the center core of the planet and you're working your way up all the way to Samus's ship. So it is a very different feeling. Really builds up on the, do I say dread, isolation?
It
of the
really
game.
does.
It showed you had kind of a long way to go to the surface.
Officially.
That little dot at the top was your ship.
Here's a moment for us to not be, attacked and also enjoy this beautiful HD graphics.
A little reprieve. All right, so this is Cataris. Let's explore.
Mm-hmm.
Ow. Immediately.
Welcoming committee.
You can't rest
These
on your laurels for a minute in this game.
Oh yeah, not at all. These enemies are different too. As you can see, their counter is very different. But they are really cool, very satisfying to counter. And that place is very hot. We don't have an upgrade for that yet, so we'll have to come back later and explore it when we do have an ability to explore it. So, that looks like an area. Oh, and yes,
When in doubt,
rush
shoot.
here.
Start blasting.
Sneaky. No.
Oh. You never underestimate the little enemies. They can really mess you up.
They can, especially those. They're very agile.
You can see as you learn the enemy's patterns, you can see tells for when they're about to attack a lot of times, and that'll help you know when to counter.
I really love the dash melee ability. It allows me to effectively get rid of some enemies really quickly. So this is another communication room where we'll be able to communicate with Adam, and I kind of want to make it clear too that Adam is Samus's ship's computer. We're going to skip through this area really quickly and have Dan kind of summarize what Adam says, but Adam is just a point for lore, does not give any direction to Samus. It is up to the player to choose where they want to navigate and where to explore. But
yeah, we're only cutting away because we don't want to give away any juicy lore tidbits.
Yeah.
Yeah. And basically he was just talking about how this area is sort of the thermal power for the planet, and by redirecting that power you can potentially open up other areas. And he also had a few little tidbits about the Phantom Cloak, which we already knew about how that gauge worked, thanks to Teresa's explanation.
Oh, look in the background. You can see magma flowing through some of the but not.
Oh!
Yeah, all of these pipes are very interesting.
Hello!
Mysterious door open up too.
Yeah.
Here's an interactable, which allows, so this area of Cataros controls the magma flow of the planet, and so we're able, through these interactables, change the flow to access other areas. So now because we changed the thermal flow, we're not able to backtrack to where we were, so find a different path.
It's such a neat touch that something we were just talking about in the background actually has a gameplay.
I don't know that many.
No.
And there we can see that magma flowing through those pipes.
Yep.
Oh. And that opened that doorway there.
Da, 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 da.
As Teresa's very well aware, there's such a diverse amount of life in in this world. So many different kinds of alien creatures that maybe not when they're mercilessly attacking you, but it's really neat otherwise to see such different alien creatures.
Nope. No, thank you.
Look at that background. It's just beautiful. Ooh.
Oh, watch out for him.
These
Ba-da-boo,
enemies are
da-da-boo,
pretty
da-boo,
gnarly. They throw little balls of hurt that I don't particularly enjoy. Maybe not stay in the spawning point of the enemy.
Oh,
That would be good.
a pixelated door.
Familiar door.
I know
Alright.
what that means.
Oh, I'm so nervous. Okay, here we go.
So this door leads to another Emmy zone.
Another area? Ooh.
That sense of dread
Meet the
you're
enemy.
feeling is very warranted.
Well, I feel it.
I feel it.
Palms
They have
in
their
my-
little beeping.
Those
What's blue though? Look.
Yeah, so Samus has been able to use the Phantom Cloak to her advantage by escaping this Emmy, and this Emmy can crawl.
The
through
E3 Awards show. Who is going to
pretty
win?
formidable.
Yeah, really liking that fence.
Who's gonna win?
Okay, I need to not be hearing those beeps. They
Yeah.
scare me.
The beeps.
Ooh.
Oh,
Watch out.
oh, see, it heard that noise, and so it's now in yellow mode.
Ooh.
Please don't notice me.
Well used phantom cloak there. That saved your tail.
So you can see in the mini map, the little red dot is the Emmy. It is still nearby. Making sure that it doesn't hear me. Okay, we're good. Oh, Auto Tool, why would you do this to me?
Because I wanted to give you some items.
No. Okay. Maybe I didn't call the Emmy to my. No. Oh, why?
Disability.
Blend in with the background.
Yeah, I need these guys
Guess.
to go away.
Getting some good missiles though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. All right. I have the spider magnet ability. I should just use it.
Officially today.
All right. Let's see. There's nothing here.
Sounds
Oh,
like there's
look
something
out.
here.
There's something there.
No,
Run.
please.
You really want to stay at a distance from
Oh, I didn't notice you. You're so sneaky.
Emmys, because if they get up close and personal,
Yeah,
it's
these
not
games.
gonna be in your favor most of the time.
Go away.
Oh,
Please go away.
meanwhile, your gauge is just getting lower and lower.
No, don't say that.
No, I
It's
mean,
fine.
it's fine. It's all fine.
I hope. Okay. Yep. You keep going that way, buddy.
Nothing to see here.
No, it's still there. I think it went the direction that I
there
want
it
to
is.
go. Ah! No!
No!
It heard
Need
you.
to run!
Can I trick it?
Every bounty hunter for themselves.
Yep.
Heavy bounties
brave.
for themselves. Heavy bounty for themselves.
So when it turns red with pursuit mode, it will still be able to
Oh, you're
find
gonna
you,
charge. Hurry, hurry.
even if you phantom cloak.
Oh no!
Oh no.
No! Oh,
The Emmys
so
are
brutal. Okay.
That
brutal
one's
to
tough.
dodge. They're
That one's
nearly
tough.
impossible to counter. Oof.
All right. Let's try this again.
Oh,
Back
man.
into the wolf's den we go.
Skip that cutscene. It's glorious, but
Mhm.
we've already seen it.
We've got business.
Oh, you're there already.
Mhm.
Okay.
Waiting.
I don't like you. You're mean.
I think that's fair.
They're a bit meanie at
Maybe
beanie.
I can outrun it.
I'll have to put it on robot mode for a minute.
Please.
Headset's gonna die. Headset's gonna die. Oh, back.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. All right. So
That
here's another.
sound's gone. Thank goodness.
So redirecting the thermal fuel. Let's follow it and see where it goes.
Yeah, you can actually follow that pipe in the background and see what you've done.
Oh,
no!
Why?
No.
Buddy.
Wow.
No.
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 Ah.
Ah.
Here comes the dread.
Yes.
So vicious. Okay, so
Sneaky there.
stopped here, which is good. I'm just gonna be more cautious to make sure he's not anywhere near me.
Okay. When you finally get out of the Emmy room, you feel so safe, but then
It's deceiving.
it's deceiving, yes.
And you're going to have to go back in there several times.
I don't wanna.
It's not a linear progression.
Stop it.
mean. They need to stop that.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Get rid of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are only trouble if you leave them there. You learn that pretty quick.
See any more?
No, just one.
There's that guy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I love the music. It just amplifies
So
the intensity.
Mm-hmm. And it's worth noting for anybody who's new to the Metroid series that this is Samus, of course, and she's the protagonist in all of the games. So this might be terribly frightening to us, but this is just a matter of due course for Samus. She has been through a lot, and it's just a testament to how amazing she is that she's survived all of it.
Yeah, and even if you may be new to the franchise, it's totally okay because the game does a really great job at giving you a summary of what has transpired before. So it's really, it's pretty good, easy to pick up, especially if this is your first game in the series. And also, if you don't know who Samus is, but you know maybe Samus the fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, same character.
Yeah, find out how she earned her stripes. Oh.
No. Mm-mm.
I just love watching Samus slide. It's such a great animation.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. And another way to use your Phantom Cloak to get through that door. I don't know if anyone else is forgetting to breathe, but remember to breathe.
I did. All right. Well, this statue looks really mysterious, but this is the cliffhanger. We're going to stop here because, again, we don't really want to spoil too much of the story, but we wanted to give you at home a sneak peek of Metroid Dread. We're really excited to play it. We're really excited for you guys at home to also get your hands on when it comes out on October 10th or 8th.
October
8th. Yeah. So, but before we go, I have a little surprise to show you. It is the special edition version of this game, and there it is in its glory.
Yeah, in all of its glory. You get a steel book with the game included, of course, and 5 art cards and an art book, which is really exciting. They chronicle Samus's adventures in the 2D games. So, like we said, whether you are a longtime fan of Samus and her adventures in Metroid, or you're new to the series, this is a great way to either celebrate your fandom or kind of get up to speed before you play the game. So it's really neat, and here it is.
Yeah, all that and the game. So really, really cool.
Yeah, this game really has something for everyone. Action, exploration, puzzles, Samus being cool. It's got it all.
Yeah. So, just wanted to thank again for the fans for tuning in, and thanks for sticking with us this entire time.
Yeah, if you missed any of the previous segments, they're all up on YouTube, along with one more segment of a game that we haven't shown previously on the stream, so be sure to check that out. Yeah, on behalf of everyone at Nintendo, thanks for watching, and keep smiling.
Welcome back to E3 2021's Caster Desk. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside Golden Boy Alex Mendez. And the first thing you said when they popped up that special edition for Metroid Dread is that's being bought.
Oh yeah, 100%. I actively try, so I really do enjoy the Treehouse presentation,
of course,
because you know you get a deeper dive. Sometimes you get to talk to some of the devs or some of the social team, and that's always a nice thing to see. But I try my best to.
Hello. Oh, the press thing's back.
Experience that for myself.
Yeah.
That was the most pleasant surprise. Like, I don't think,
Metroid 5.
yeah, like, I don't think people understand, like, that's 19 years in the making. Like,
Right.
that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Everyone thought that game was done. Like, they just
You're going
moved
through all
on
the
from it.
games.
Maybe they'll reboot, you know, the 2D side scrollers. Like, maybe that was what they were going to do alongside Prime. But to just get a direct follow-up to Fusion, like, it's so cool. I'm so excited.
So overall, Golden Boy, what did you think? This is our first time being back on camera, and what feels like
But
days,
you
but
can
actually
carry.
hours. What did you think of the?
Oh yeah,
Nintendo
because they've
Direct
been
Series
because
2021?
You know, man, I thought
E3's
pretty
like
good.
been
Yeah,
like
Pretty good.
talking about their
I
own
think
camera
that there
stuff and
was
all
a
that.
lot of different things, a lot of different flavors for people.
Sure.
If you enjoy, you know, tactical games, you got a little bit of that with Advance
Don't
Wars.
even get me started.
Which I'm so excited about.
Oh,
that.
do I want to talk about Advance Wars?
It was nice that Metroid fans got acknowledged. You got a little Breath of the Wild 2 at the end there. Like, I mean, Michael lost his marbles when they showed Shin Megami Tensei, because I'm sure he's going to die.
I'm not looking forward when we can go. It's going to get loud in here when they go back to the media couch to find out what Michael thought.
Gonna be insane. But yeah, man, I thought that it was really good. So,
I thought so too.
I'm glad that it was like a good way to kind of cap things off.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are asking you, as you can see, what was your favorite Nintendo announcement? You can vote in no matter what.
I'm gonna say the Super Mario. There was also the Mario ones. The Mario Golf.
Michael got his phone out. He's out there.
Michael got
He's
his
out
phone
there.
out.
He's out there
spamming in
voting
the chat
for
right now.
Megami Tensei 5.
He's hitting 2 in the chat so hard right now, it's ridiculous.
That was my thing, Golden Boy, is that I loved this conference. I thought it started so strong with the Smash reveal, right? Of course, having the Tekken guy, Kazuya. I have to look at it, or I will get it wrong, and I will be Tekken, like Michelle Rodriguez at Game Awards. But starting, she's a huge fan. Starting with the Smash
The
reveal,
Gaming
right, and
Awards.
going all the way till you get to Breath of the Wild, too. In there were still so many different things that spoke to me, right? Where it's like you have these high moments, these peaks. For me and and everybody has something to jump on, right? So for me, I wrote down Mario Party Superstars, Metroid Dread, Mario Golf Super Rush. Yes, they're getting free updates. I can't wait.
So good.
WarioWare, get it together. Fatal Frame, of course, a Wii U port, but I'll take it. Advance Wars 1+2, Reboot Camp. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was. I am an Advance Wars fan, ladies and gentlemen, and that is something I gave up the ghost on a long time ago. We talk about so much this weekend, these 4 days of indies, right? Indies being if you're not going to do it, we'll do it ourselves kind of thing. And I've played so many Advance War clones. Now to have 1+2 bundled together, rebuilt from the ground up, super.
The actual price.
And then, ending on Breath of the Wild. I thought this was such a great conference.
And I also do want to say, because I said this on Twitter, but I also think it's important to say here for anyone who's watching, for anyone who's paying attention, like, you know, let's not forget that 2020 was a
Max
really
Telcon
tough
gaming
year
chairs.
for game development.
Of course.
People don't realize that game development, like, if you've never worked in that space, and I haven't, but I know people who have, it's a very collaborative experience, right?
It is
Being
collaborating.
together, like, and creating together, that's what creates these incredible worlds, right? So there has been a lot of, you know, kind of pushing the calendar back on a few titles, which is completely understandable. It just means that we have even more goodness to come. Like, I'm looking forward to 2022. A lot of great games are coming out, but also, you said it best, Greg. This is, like, take advantage of this year to try something new.
Oh, of
because
course.
there are some great games that have been announced. Like, if you've never played Advance Wars 1 and 2,
What
like,
is wrong with
please check it out. It is
Except for the fact, sobering for both me and Dan Casey back there when the Nintendo Treehouse was like, yeah, it came out 20 years ago. Didn't realize that. And I was an adult then. That was terrifying.
Crazy thing was, I was talking to Damon, and I was like, yeah, you know, because it was on the 3DS, right? And he was like,
Hit that subscribe button, ring the notification button, and let's have a good time watching E3. Yeah, E3. Oh yeah, E3. Yeah, E3. Oh yeah, E3. Yeah, E3.
You're out there getting on the leaderboard.
Yeah, right. Knockout City going nuts, right? But I'm gonna download Life is Strange on my Switch, and I'm gonna enjoy that when I'm on the road. Yeah. Maybe when I'm in the living room hanging out. Like, that is a great game to just sit back, play, and relax, and then, you know, Michael's favorite thing, just cry.
Of course.
You know? So
Life is
I'm
Strange,
looking forward to it.
fantastic series. Yes, it was unexpected and very cool to see them.
Yeah,
announce,
and
you know,
Life is Strange anime eventually, you know?
Yeah, I hope, right? Life is Strange remastered, yes, and Life is Strange True Colors.
Anime.
Day and date for True Colors, and then a little bit later in the year for remastered.
Press the wrong button
This is
now.
exciting, and this also got paired up, kind of, with the other Square news, Guardians of the Galaxy coming, and
That's
it's going to
right,
be one of
yeah.
the. It's going to be, you know, Nintendo's been trying this out. It's going to be one of their cloud games. So
Yeah.
again, the Switch itself not powerful enough to run a PS4, Xbox, or PS5. This also got paired version of it, but you'll be using the cloud now, playing it that way, similar to what you've seen people do with Control.
Exactly, and
cloud.
that is a good step forward, I think, for the Switch that, you know, is dated hardware, and I know that there's always going to be a lot of questions about, you know, Switch Pro, blah, 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 but like, you know, let's be real. I can't get a PlayStation 5 right now because there's a massive silicone shortage globally.
Right.
So it's like kind of hard to say like, oh yeah, we're putting a new thing into production. Lord knows if it's even real or not. But that's not the point. The point is that like a lot of things have been set back. So there are going to be ways for you to kind of wiggle around. I like that they did that with Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
But another little thing that I'm sure, you know, our media friends are going to chat about. WarioWare. What a great surprise.
WarioWare. I like that. I like that.
It was
WarioWare.
a very niche game. Yeah. Very niche game, but that coming in, and it's 2 players couch co-op, which is always a blast. I can definitely see like myself and my wife having a great time playing that.
Alex, you make a good point. What do our media friends over on the couch think of all these?
Let's see what the media will say.
Jackie, let me know.
Let's see what they're thinking. We do have a lot on the list here, folks, but I think we got to open up talking about Breath of the Wild 2. All of us were on the
Breath
edge
of the
our
Wild was
seats,
actually
just,
good.
Like, clapping, hooting, and hollering. So why don't we just
Breath of the Wild.
start with you and just tell me what are your thoughts?
It was great to see it. That was the real important thing that Nintendo had to show us. Had to give us an update on. Had to give us something because it's been 2 years since we'd heard anything about the game. Maybe not as long a look as I would have wanted, but it was enough. And the show had been so good up to that point. As we near the end, I almost think, you know, even if they don't show Breath of the Wild 2, I don't think I'm going to be that mad because the conference was that strong.
Michael.
Breath of the Wild 2 looks sweet. You get that extra verticality going in the sky, and I think like Link's arm is going to be like an important. If I understand correctly, it's going to be sort of that new element that that Breath of the Wild is going to bring to Zelda, and I know that like all the
Zelda
is so fun to play with because Breath of the Wild was almost like an immersive sim in many respects, and you can toy around with the world and do whatever you want. So this added element, I want to dig into that, but just visually. It looks like it's intimidating, it's dark, but it's also that whimsical vibe that you want out of a Breath of the Wild, a sense of adventure, if you will. This is enough for me to be like, all right, I'll wait till 2022. They said they're aiming for 22. Who knows if they have to push it back? But like Golden Boy said, things have been rough. So if they do, it's all good. I just, you know, Breath of the Wild 2. Like I can't believe that's real. Like, yeah.
Avi-chan, we were sitting next to each other. I know that sorry, my otaku right here, but you lit up in particular when that rock monster stood up, and you're like, the Gami's on top of it. Oh, exactly.
There was some lot good thing. I'm just gonna come in here and just say.
Last night, I tried, you know, me and Golden Boy were twerking in front of the Nintendo logo, but seeing
Nintendo had some good games, very good games.
Come up and all the little hobgoblins are on top of them. I forgot, bokoblins are on top of them. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're taking this to the next level, and I'm so excited for Breath of the Wild 2. Take your time in making it. I will not be mad if it gets delayed. Like,
make it
take your time.
Yes. Dan, what about you? What were your thoughts?
Yeah, there was a split second there where you see Link flying through the air, and my first thought was, where are we dropping, boys? I thought they were doing a Legend of Zelda Battle Royale for a moment. Thankfully, that is not the case, although maybe down the line, who knows? But I'm just excited to see more of this rich universe, more of what they were able to establish with Breath of the Wild. And like we're talking about, not till 2022, some things are worth waiting for. This looks like it's going to be well worth the wait. And I'm wondering if, you know, you hear all those rumors online about people talking about maybe a newer model of a Switch. What better way to launch a console like that than with an upgraded version of this launch title for the previous one? So it's the sequel to Breath of the Wild. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to experience it, especially with this new verticality element too, because that was one of the best parts about the original game is you can climb anything, you can then glide to anything, unless your arms give out because you didn't eat enough food, like I did, like I experienced firsthand.
Like in real life?
Use bombs.
Yes. Yeah. No upper body strength.
So obviously a lot of hype for Breath of the Wild 2, but tons of titles on here. David, I kind of wanted to pick your brain about Metroid Dread.
Yeah.
So I know you were sporting your Metroid T-shirt this morning.
I guess maybe I manifested that.
yeah, right?
I rolled up in a Super Metroid shirt and had no idea that we were going to get a new 2D Metroid game today. Yeah, they mentioned Metroid Prime 4, reassured us it's still in development. But then a complete surprise to bring back Metroid Dread, a game that we were covering at IGN in like the mid-2000s. We thought was completely dead. I never expected to see it again. But it's back. Really, it's bold of Nintendo to keep it in a 2D sort of, you know, to make another 2D Metroid game, and then to introduce this dread mechanic that you're being hunted by this robot Emmy, right? I was super surprised to see that, and I can't wait to play it. We don't have to wait very long. It's coming out in October.
Yeah, y'all, this is Justin. My producer told me we have our reactions apparently during the Nintendo Direct.
Oh, no.
I'm sure they're understated.
I have no idea how this is going to look, so I'm gonna see if we can roll the tape on that. And I mean, obviously,
Oh my God.
you're reacting to Shin Megami
Reacting.
Tensei 5, I'm sure.
Let me break down the game tape here.
Okay, let's see what's happening.
This title screen right here, yo, Shin Megami Tensei 5. I was like, is there gonna be gameplay? Is there gonna be gameplay? Because you got an extended cinematic. I'm like, yo, this is okay, yeah, this is how the gameplay works. All sorts of stuff. But listen, Shin Megami Tensei 5. The same way Golden Boy got hyped about Halo Infinite is the same way I got hyped for Shin Megami Tensei 5. I didn't expect it, so y'all ever like just watch the press conference and be like, yo, that's the game I've been looking for. I've been looking forward to Shin Megami Tensei 5 for so long, and I kind of put it off because Atlas is a little, they were a bit kind of cryptic about where the status of the game, where it's at. And I was like, oh, maybe that's a 2022 thing. I'll wait for them to call us shots. But I didn't expect it to come through. And they showed a lot. It was on Treehouse, too. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, boy.
Treehouse.
Take a breath.
You know.
You're okay, yeah. I know.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
No, I'm a Persona stan,
Oh
so
my
if you
God.
have any love for Persona, give Shin Megami Tensei a shot.
What's missing? What's missing?
So here's the thing. If y'all don't know about SMT doesn't have the social sim element to it. It's dark though. It's got demons. They're not personas. They're demons. And oh, yo, the protagonist. Oh my God, the protagonist looks so sick. Of course, they pull up and they're like in the school uniform, and then how SMT usually goes, the Tokyo becomes an apocalyptic state, and then boom, you make a deal with the devil, and you look sick. Yo, the laser sword arm. Yo, the long flowing blue hair. You almost look like a Fire Emblem character, and you got like a Tron sword over here. Oh my God! And you see all the demons that you love and the personas you love from the games. Y'all should check it out. I know we're not getting a new Persona anytime soon, but SMT 5 is here. Yo, oh my God. SMT 5. Oh, and it's coming this year.
You gotta breathe. You gotta breathe, Michael.
Greg.
Yeah, I know. We're very excited.
Greg, it's coming this year.
I know.
November 12th.
I can't wait, champ. I can't wait.
November 12th. This is the thing I've been waiting for. Oh my God. Yes. SMT 5. You know the vibes.
We get the vibes for sure.
See, Jackie, that's how I would talk about Bayonetta 3 news.
Yeah.
If I had any. 4 years! 4 years!
You know what though? Fatal Frame.
Oh.
Both of you were going nuts about that. So.
Yeah, I brought my cell phone today, so in a way I manifested Fatal Frame, a game where you take photographs. So yeah, I'm just excited to see this game. It's coming to multiple platforms as well, but it's going to be, I think, you really get that feeling of like you are the photographer when you're playing on the Switch, because if you're playing in handheld mode, it's going to feel really immersive in a way it might not otherwise if you're just playing on your couch. So I'm excited to see what they can do there. It's going to be nice to revisit it for people that haven't played it. Nice survival horror out there. So you know, a little bit of the darker side of Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, and they said it's not only coming to Switch, it's coming to almost all of the current gen consoles, which is also really cool for people who didn't get to play it when it was only on the Wii
I don't know what this game is, but I have to try it. I have to try it. It's a lot of games. I'm gonna wrap up a full wrap up tomorrow. We'll wrap it up.
This is my game. It's horror, it's scary, and I get to take pictures of ghosts. And I'm like, okay, bud, pop off.
This game looks absolutely horrifying. I haven't played Fatal Frame, but okay, I'm bored for it. But honestly, some of the other things that I was excited about, Danganronpa, Decadence, Doom Eternal, DBZ Kakarot, these were games that I was forced to play on my PC, and I was just like, man, I wish I could just like grab my Switch and just hop in my bed and play this and relax. So I don't know, were there any titles that you were like, oh, I'm so happy this is on Switch now?
Yeah, Danganronpa is that.
For sure.
So shouts out to my homegirl, Callie Plaguey. She's been wanting people to play, and she's a big Danganronpa stan. And I played the first one. I haven't gotten to 2 or V3, but now it's on Switch. I think that's a perfect fit for Switch too, because that's another game where you don't necessarily want to sit down and like solve a murder mystery or go through all of Hope's Peak Academy and figure out who murdered who. But you can do that on Switch now, and I think those games are really special, man. Like the plot twists, even though I only played one, the plot twists are wild. There's no other. I don't think there's any other kind of murder mystery game quite like it. And Monokuma, oh my God, I hate Monokuma so much. And y'all should find out why you should hate Monokuma as well.
Monokumo is like adorable and
Oh,
the
God.
scariest villain I've ever met. Also, I've cosplayed as Junko Yoshima a few times. I'm a big fan of the collection. Damon, I'm going to put you in the hot seat here.
Here we go.
You got to be a Tekken fan, so I'm sure you got pretty excited
I have
today.
to be?
I mean, you like the retro games.
for legal purposes, yes.
thought
You
like,
have to.
I mean, maybe I was being a little presumptuous there.
Tekken 3 on the PlayStation was the last Tekken game I played. But I mean, that was a cool announcement for Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
Smash Brothers.
Smash Bros.
Anyone else hyped about that?
I'm hyped about having Kazuya from Tekken. Like because everyone has those lists of characters that they kind of expect to come to Smash because like, oh, that's easy money. I didn't expect a Tekken character, so Kazuya Mishima from Tekken, that's pretty good. I'm a little heated though because I wanted Kazuma Kiryu from Yakuza, but you know what? I get it. We've been asking for too long, but this is a good fit because the thing about when they bring over characters for Smash is that they always incorporate elements from their game. And the same thing with bringing Ryu to Smash, where he plays like a fighting game character. It's the same thing. Like a lot of these animations and movesets remind me of how Kazuya plays in Tekken. So that's dope. That's really cool to see.
All right, Dan, I see you nodding your head over there.
Yeah, I love Tekken. I'm excited to see him join the roster. I was just a little affronted as a Kirby main, one of the proud, the few, to see him do my little marshmallow boy dirty like that. And for everyone out there being like, well, he floated back up. Yeah, I know he floated back up. I know how to play Kirby. That's why I main him. It's the principle of it. Leave me alone.
Oh, you're talking about the memes. Oh, the memes are good.
Go to his Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Go to, there have been some great
Oh my God, I've seen some good stuff about.
Did an illustration of what Kirby would look like if he were to inhale Kazuya, and it looks pretty great.
Oh, I think the best one I've seen is the Breath of the Wild 2, Link going right into Lady D. Didn't you share that with me?
Wow.
That was Greg. Who shared that? Was it Greg? Okay, I assumed it was Avi. I'm so sorry.
It's like, where are we dropping?
Yeah, I was like, who would have shared that with me? Okay, it was Greg. My bad. But let's just go down the line really quickly, and I just would like everyone to just break down what was your favorite part about the Nintendo Direct.
Nintendo Direct. Now I'm gonna come in here.
You don't have to wait very long. It's coming later on this year. It's just so cool to get another mainline entry in the Metroid series. Metroid 5, basically, actually continuing Samus's story and apparently concluding it.
Emmy.
I just want to come in here. I just want to come in here. I just want to come in here and just like go and like just say, you know, E3 Nintendo thing is actually really, really good. I'm just gonna try and light this way so you can see me. And I really think it's really good. And yeah.
I was reading the lore in between this, so that's apparently what it used to do. So now it's just like this tyrant-esque monster that just follows you around relentlessly, and yeah, it's super spooky. I love the sound design, that like gentle beeping. It's really creepy.
Beep. Absolutely. Avi. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, do I even need to ask?
Hey, Shin Megami Tensei 5. If y'all play Persona,
You're cut off.
go
Thank
through the
you.
origins. The origins of Persona is in SMT. Y'all should peep it.
That's it? Oh, I thought you were going to go on.
I
Okay.
Respect y'all time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you did have the spotlight for just a little bit there.
I'll be fast so Dan can get his in. Breath of the Wild 2, super excited for. WarioWare, I live in the chaos. That's why.
WarioWare is really good. I like WarioWare. I'm taking for WarioWare.
I'm going to do what Greg so eloquently teed up, Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp for some strategy RPG gaming that really reminds me of my own mortality.
All right, I'm going to pick Breath of the Wild 2 and Metroid as well. I don't know. I can't wait to meet Emmy.
Breath of the Wild looked really nice.
But anyway, more here from E3 2021, including BANDAI NAMCO, presents House of Ashes. That and a whole lot more as E3 rolls on.
I am rather in love with the Nintendo Switch. It's a good throwback for me as someone who, you know, took her Game Boy everywhere she went. Now I can and here it is, right? Now I can just take my Switch everywhere I go. I can play it wherever I am. It's such an easy thing to just pick up and put down, you know, like you're not as committed as when I'm sitting down to play something on a PC or a console, like there's a bigger time investment. With the Switch, I just start it up. Like, how many Pokemon have I photographed whilst being on the toilet? I can't even tell you.
In the toilet? Oh god. Do 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 do. BANDAI.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing
Yes,
you the latest
GameSpot.
gaming news
I've
and
heard about this one.
announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了100万读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Stop beeping.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021, and
I'm not sponsored by that. They are.
Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app.
More power!
Officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021.
Esports.
Summer of Gaming is now
Come on, esports.
Conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals, to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews. IGN's Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN's Summer of Gaming begins right now.
E3? Oh god.
What should I do? Oh wait, I need to be safe. Ninja said he was gonna help me. He's only 3, I think. He's only 3. Okay, I'm gonna call Ninja. Ninja, please be online, Ninja. Okay. Discord. Oh, here it is. Calling Ninja. Oh my god! It's you! Holy bleep! Dude, I can't believe you're here!
Did you just bleep yourself?
Yes!
Okay.
This is a very family-friendly convention, E3.
It is.
I am
E3,
so
very
excited.
So just so I know, for Cody, so you're a new host of G4. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Adam Sassler is my master, and I'm his Padawan. Can I fly by some jokes on you?
Let me see it. Let's go.
Okay,
I'm ready.
okay.
Ninja, oh my god.
Okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Your career just left. Sorry, was that too much? What, you're not laughing. What's wrong?
Why you gotta go there?
These nuts?
Got him!
That was good! That's brand friendly.
It's a classic These Nuts joke, right? Classic These Nuts joke, right? You gotta hit me with the Sugma.
Yeah.
The Ligma. Okay. The Sugma, the Ligma, and then what's the other one? Candace.
Uh-huh.
That's a classic Candace. That's a good one. I every day.
Oh, wait, that was probably bad. Okay, never mind. Ninja, I have so many questions for you. Because, well, first, I'm on E3, and as you can tell, I keep having to bleep myself out. I need to learn how to be brand safe.
I've seen some of your stuff.
Okay.
There's a couple things that a parent might hear that's like, Joseph!
Okay, hold on.
What are you watching?
Okay, wait, how about this? Your parents are virgins.
I like it. Because I think that they would laugh at it, and parents are intelligent enough to know that they're not, because their spawn is sitting in front of them.
Right.
That's actually okay.
That's good, right? Yeah,
That's some Miko level comedy.
Yeah, exactly. And also, what do kids like these days? Minecraft, Dream. They love Dream.
Oh my god, they're obsessed with Dream.
Yeah.
All those guys, Tubbo, Dream, freaking Tommy in it. I mean,
yeah.
They could fart into a microphone and go viral.
I can fart.
There you go. Farting.
Oh, so that is funny.
That's funny.
That's funny. That was a wet one.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think I just
Yikes.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk. Yeah.
I haven't even begun to peek. It's coming.
It's coming. Oh my god, I can't wait.
You nailed this for brand safety. So
You think so?
You're ready.
I'm so ready. Got it. I'm really excited. This is awesome.
Miko, you're awesome.
Oh.
If you actually do want a game, I don't know. I'll follow you on Twitter if I don't already, and then just DM me or anything, and we can set something up. Okay?
Yay! That'd be so cool.
Bye.
Thank you. Streaming time. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Signing off. Goodbye.
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
So you signed up willingly to work with Code Miko.
To be fair, when I signed with G4, I did not know that she would be employed. But yes, that is my coworker. You thought Avali was the weirdest one. No, it's her. G4 is going to be great, folks.
I just can't wait to see your interaction with Code Miko.
Honestly, I don't know if I'm ready for that, personally.
I can't wait to watch that. So let me know when that goes down.
I'll tell you what I can't wait to do.
Tell us, Greg.
Get to my PC and go to Steam. If you go to Steam right now, you'll find on the very front page an E3 link. There it is. You click on it, and guess what? You get to see each and every game we've talked about, showcase, had anything to do with during our 4 days here. Of course, you can wish list, you can pre-order, you can have a good time. Wait for it. for it. Wait for it. There it is. Go get to the rescue right there. Click on that. That's the one. They need you. Fallen Aces. Click on that one. Go for Cat Cafe Manager. Everything from Freedom Games.
Yeah.
Freedom Games.
We keep putting them over, and for no reason, because they're great. So yeah, get all those games. Wish list them all.
And hey, while you're spending money, have you ordered your E3 merch yet? If not, check out e3expo.com/shop and get your order in today.
Bomber jackets on point.
Very nice, very nice.
Long enough for us.
I know,
Did you
right?
know this is sleeve length?
Oh
It's
God.
Very, very nice. Now the big question is, what would you guys like to see here from Bandai Namco presents House of Ashes?
I am not familiar with this, but I have been told that it is scary. And I don't do well with scary.
Yeah.
You know, you asked about Code Miko. It's scary. I don't know if I can handle that.
That's a different kind of scary.
Yeah,
That
true.
is a much different.
So I'm looking forward to, you know, a different kind of tone of presentation.
Would you like me to hold your hand during this presentation?
Sure, Puffy. I'm okay with that. You know, that's great.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, everybody, of course, this is going to be Bandai Namco. I still want to say Namco Bandai. It's when they changed the name, it was years ago, and it still screws me up to this day. Of course, they're working with Supermassive Games on the Dark Picture Anthology, a whole bunch of different horror games that are coming out in quick succession. This is the third one in the anthology already. But if you didn't know them before, of course, Supermassive made Until Dawn, a breakout PlayStation hit that then led to this deal.
PlayStation.
Of course, they've done Man of Medan already.
PlayStation.
And now it's time to see more of House of Ashes. And so, yeah, this one's an exciting, different thing, right, Jackie?
Well, I have been closely monitoring every trailer, any gameplay that has dropped on this, and it is so scary. Like, I really cannot emphasize that enough. But for me, it has to be more than scary, and it has to be more than these terrifying aliens. For some reason, the story really hits with me, and you can also tell that they've invested so much time into this project. And I'm really hoping we get more of an inside look here, because I am on board, and it is bloody and gory and aliens, and I'm here for it. Yeah,
of course.
Not your cup of tea, but 100% mine.
You know what? Hey, I'm here for it.
Drink
Though. I'm
it
gonna watch it.
up,
I'm gonna watch it all.
Opposing forces get dropped into a Sumerian temple, right? And all sorts of supernatural elements start popping out. We'll see what's going on here. So, Golden Boy, we need you.
I'm gonna put my light on.
Oh no, I'm excited to watch it. I'm gonna be very scared. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna go over to the media area, and I'm gonna, I'm gonna be horrified because it's gonna be great. It's time though for our next presenter, and here with their 2021 E3 presentation.
Presenters.
House of Ashes.
House of Ashes.
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood. Shall we see how many have fallen into shadow?
Shadows.
Satellite sweeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility. But I strongly suspect
There's some shadows. Shadows.
To descend into the unknown alone is extremely brave. Or extremely foolish.
We're gonna sigh out this shit.
Brothers in arms, or will it be a case of each man
And
for
by itself. Oh, imagine if that was the Karen.
You teeter on the edge of an abyss. Your survival depends on the choices you make. They will be as a compass, guiding you through the unknown.
Where on God's green earth have we landed?
What nightmare have these luckless souls
Nightmares. What nightmares?
Look out for what?
One by one, their lights will be snuffed out.
The light's been snuffed out? Oh god, that's like creepy as hell.
Trapped beneath the earth, swallowed by the void.
Sounds creepy.
The path to salvation, or be lost in the darkness forever.
Bit creepy, this one.
We're here at
This one is very creepy. Creepy.
I'm joined by exec producer Dan. How you doing?
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. Right,
Really cool.
so let's start at the very start. We're going to be talking about House of Ashes for most of the interview, but for those that don't know, tell us about the Dark Pictures anthology.
The Dark Pictures is a series of narrative, story-driven, branching horror stories. Each one is standalone. They each tell a different story, completely separated from the others, but within the same universe. So there is connection to it. House of Ashes is set at the
House
end
of
the
Ashes
war
is
in
actually looks
2003.
really good.
Get the story up.
So tell us more about the theme and themes, I suppose, within House of Ashes.
It starts off with a military unit. They've got some new technology that can look for weapons of mass destruction.
New technology?
They think they've identified something in the Zagros Mountains in Iraq. And then as part of that, they come into conflict with an Iraqi unit. There's a pitched firefight, and then the two groups are plunged.
Oh, it looks
underground.
like
There's
some
an
war
earthquake of
thing.
some sort, and it's revealed that there's a hidden temple underground. These big, massive structures, but these different groups, they're all separated. Radio contact is lost, and they're submerged in this black darkness.
Where on God's green earth have we landed?
And then they're going to start hearing things and seeing things, and people are going to start disappearing.
Just happened.
So this time, it's a very real threat.
All of the Dark Pictures games, they all pull something from real life or from history, from fact. What's the case with the myth or historical part of House of Ashes?
Through
So
the
we
day.
love looking at and reading myths and legends and stories and doing our research, and we know our fans love it as well because there's something that they can link into afterwards, and I love doing that when I'm playing games or watching movies myself. So this one's set 4,000 years ago, the Akkadian Empire, and this terrible evil that happened. We had this self-proclaimed God King, Naram Sin.
God King! A God King! Oh, looks like a God King. Oh, wow.
And so a lot
God
of
King.
the history is
God
lost, but
King.
We've done a lot of research about it, and then we had a lot of happy
Like a
accidents
map
that
of God
linked
King
into
or
the story
something
we
like
wanted to
that?
tell.
That's what it
And
sounds
the fun
like.
thing for us is we get to do our own take on it. We get to twist it, and obviously we've made our own truth from it.
At the end of the sneak peek, the trailer, we saw monsters. Tell us a bit more about what's going on there.
The military unit that you're playing as, they don't really know what they're coming up against. They're not human. They're bigger. They're larger. They're faster. The team aren't going to know if there's one or two of them, or hundreds or thousands of them, and that's kind of the threat with this. You know, they've got guns. Maybe they could try and take.
They
one
got
of them,
guns.
but maybe there's another one around the corner, or maybe there's a group of them, and maybe they're going to get ambushed.
Maybe they're like a cluster.
Exactly,
and
yeah,
they all pop
a
out at
nest,
once.
as it were.
Yeah.
And it's been really fun to work on and see these things move around and how horrific they can be. They're different to us. They perceive the world in a different way. Getting little snippets of it in the darkness, and did I see that? Was it something that moved? Or is it actually just one of the other soldiers that's stuck in the catacomb?
Who's there?
We like to try and misdirect people on things, you know, that did you see something, did you not? And that's a great thing within horror, that you think you're going to be scared right now, and we're not going to scare you now. We'll scare you in a minute when you're not expecting it.
It's always coming.
Always coming!
Huge amount of peril in the game.
We love to do it. You know, it's fun for us to work on. As horrific as it is, and we know that our fans love it as well.
But
so,
the
there's at least 60 unique deaths, and there's a whole ton of variation on that as well. So Merwin and some of the different things happening to them depending on how you play it out. You know, getting ripped and shredded and torn, and because there's a firefight, there's going to be bullets flying as well, and all kinds of stuff. And it's not just the deaths; it's the gore that goes along with it, and you know, lots of blood.
Wicked. It sounds absolutely terrifying. I'm in.
Not gonna lie, man. It's pretty bad.
What differences have you made or changes have you made to the gameplay and mechanics?
The gameplay.
We're always evolving the Dark Pictures. We listen to a lot of the feedback from our fans, and also our team, what they want to do, how they want to push things forward. So we tried some stuff in Little Hope with more camera control, 360 cameras at certain parts, and we've really leaned on that again, and it really works well.
360
The
cameras.
game is set underground, and so these sort of corridors, which are really tight and oppressive.
Creepy.
Yeah, indeed. So we've had to learn, because you take away the fixed cameras, and that takes away some opportunities for horror. But we've had to learn new tricks to scare people, and ramp up the tension and the chance for jump scares, which some people love. We've also got a new torch mechanic, so it's military themed, so these guys are going to be walking around with weapons, with torches mounted on them. We love the lighting that we do, the sort of really inky black darkness that we have, and sort of the contrast to the bright areas. And so you're going to need to lean on that torch to allow you to see where you're going, what the threat is, and that kind of stuff. We've also done things like added difficulty settings to this game. So in Little Hope we added QTE warning icons as an example, and we've got some really good positive feedback about that, but also some people want to turn that off. We want to allow you to play the game in your way. So with our accessibility settings and difficulty settings, if you want to have a more casual experience, you can change those settings. Still, most of your characters are going to end up dead, but that's
spoilers,
what happens,
yeah,
indeed.
but that's what we come here for. That's okay, we can deal with it. So I've got to ask, what was it like working with Ashley?
So Ashley was fantastic. She researched Rachel. She understood her when she came on the set. It's so refreshing. She knew her inside out. And Rachel is a flawed character, so she brought that through so fantastically. The rest of the cast were fantastic as well.
When we were looking for Joey, Salim helped me.
You didn't tell me this because...
You'd flip your shit.
We want you to connect to these characters and understand them as humans. We want them to seem real because they're real to us. We spend a long time designing them, and I don't mind if you hate any one individual character because you don't like everyone in real life. But maybe you'll like them when you see the journey they go on.
Maybe you'll like them once they're dead and you feel bad about it.
and you feel bad about it, definitely.
Yeah.
But also we want you to save them. We want you to try and save them. We know that some people want to get everyone killed straight away, and that's fine. That's their playthrough. Cool. That's what they want to do. But can you get everyone out alive and save as many as you can?
There's a lot of replayability there.
Indeed,
Goes on forever. I like that. So, last question. Favorite scene?
Favorite scene. So, Salim, our Iraqi soldier, and Jason Kolchak, one of the Marines that's there. There's a way that can play out, and a sort of contest between them, and you can make it go in a number of different ways.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
It's really emotional. Seeing them film it, I was lucky enough to be there, and then seeing that come through in game, I think we've got something there. I think that's gold. And then, of course, I love scaring people, so I love the jump scares. I love the moments of tension that we bring. We can't hold you in that moment, so we've got some fantastic jokes in there as well to allow you to relax for a moment before we scare you again.
To take your mind off the imminent threat. I like that. Dan, thank you so much. This has been really cool to talk about, and I'm sure, I'm excited and terrified in equal part, and everyone else is just excited, I'm sure of it.
And it's been a real pleasure to speak to you, and I can't wait to get it into people's hands.
It's going to happen.
People's heads. Chicken wings, sitting at a lonely, sitting at a lonely.
Before we dive in the House of Ashes, see how scared you got, of course, we want to thank Razer for being one of the E3 2021 sponsors. Of course, giving us these tired old blades nobody cares about. But this Blade 14 RTX 3080 built right in. Of course, the Razer.
I'm taking that.
Thank you so much. No, I'm taking that.
Okay, we'll fight.
Okay, well,
we've done it before.
You know what? I'll take the hand-me-down. I'll be little brother. I'll take the outdated. Nobody wants these anymore, right? Doesn't worry. Golden Boy, you just saw the Dark Pictures anthology.
Yeah.
Your first glimpse of it. We have some reactions from you.
Oh, you do?
They were recording you. They said you were a little scared, not terrified.
Not terrified, thankfully, because it was just a normal trailer, which is fine. There's my face.
You're unsettled for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, you don't like that. You don't
Very
like
unsettled.
No, not a fan of that one either.
Nope.
Yeah, I think that was one of the jump scares.
Hell no. Hell no.
Willie's there at the end too. Yeah. I am not crazy about horror. I was actually talking to the crew at the back, and I said, it really takes a very twisted mind to come up with these things. But it is impressive, though.
Yeah.
Right? You heard there in the interview, Dan saying I love the jump scares. I live for the jump scares. It's
60 different death animations is what that was something he wanted to make sure, because of course this is a choose your own adventure. If you've never played a Dark Picture anthology, right? You are moving characters in a third person. You jump around. It's like you're watching a movie. You make choices. Those choices leads to different permutations, different setups, different settings, which leads to different deaths or no deaths if you're really, really good. But that's the idea, right? Is that
no deaths.
Is developing, and then gives you the reason to read.
Yeah. Also, a pleasant surprise for me was that Ashley
Butterbun.
I didn't know that going into it, which I was like, wow, this is definitely an upgrade from High School Musical. You know, like this is definitely a quick turnaround. You know, big different genre. But yeah, and I think also because we had the VO panel yesterday, which was great.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show, right, like the impact that video games are having. Hollywood stars coming in, you know, lending their
Hollywood,
voice,
Hollywood,
Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Really bringing these characters to life is just going to add even more layers to this horror.
That's a huge thing. If you've never played before, performance capture is a huge deal for Supermassive. They go through, they use the facial animation. They want you to feel like you're watching a movie.
Yeah, like
So we will
face
see
the
soon enough
image.
how the Dark Pictures anthology pans out this time around with House of Ashes. But for now, let's toss it over to the one, the only, Jackie Jane.
Brothers in arms, or each man for himself. Survival depends on choice. Will you find the path to save everyone, or be lost in the darkness? I'm sorry, I'm just a little excited about this title. Dan, I saw you taking lots of notes. You were taking notes about the mechanics, actually, but I know you're really thrilled with the story as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I am here for this. So.
Well, I'm a big old history nerd, so I was super stoked to hear more about the setting. You know, it's really tying in a lot of ancient lore about the Akkadian Empire. You have Naram Sin, this guy who declared himself like the god king of the Akkadian Empire and desecrated this temple, and now it's coming back to haunt us in modern day. It's also interesting to use the Iraq War as a setting. It is definitely a fraught time period and event during which to set a game, but also I think a rich sort of backdrop for horror into this setting, because you're tapping into sort of Mesopotamian mythology of Pazuzu, this king of wind demons who's tormenting all of these soldiers, and I'm really excited to see what they can do. I told you I was taking notes, I did some research. I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't wait to experience all 60 death animations.
I know the 60 unique deaths. Okay, Avi Chan's face right now is just killing me. Avi, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that if I'm ever trapped in like a dark cave, I'm probably gonna stick next to Dan because he understands what we should be doing. King of what now? You're looking up all this history on Pazuzu?
He's the king of wind demons. No big deal.
Come on, everybody knows that. I don't even know.
Bum bum la 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 see I don't know it.
You may remember him from The
Exorcist. Avi, you were obviously a big fan of the. Sorry, like Dan's just like, I could go on.
Pazuzu.
Exactly. I was like, okay. But Avi, you know, we've been talking about Resident Evil Village like at length. We both like horror survival, but also like when someone's playing with us. And I thought that it's great that it's co-op, so we can be scared together while we play.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be sitting behind Dan and watching him play, because that's exactly what I did with Until Dawn. Because I'm like, cool, I can't hold a controller and, you know, try to guide these teenagers to safety. I'm going to step on a branch and individually kill them all. But Dan was going into like the history of all the I didn't pass all my history classes, but I hope that Pazuzu doesn't, you know, pop up anywhere in a textbook. But something that was really interesting for me when we
subscribe button.
they showed us Pazuzu. They showed us the monster. They showed us what it looks like inside the cave. So there's part of me wondering, like, usually with horror games, you don't show people the scary right away. So I'm wondering if maybe there's like a hidden layer of something else that they're not showing us yet that's going to catch people off guard, thinking that they're going in going like, I did my research, I know everything.
I know how to deal with a Pazuzu. This is easy.
I know. So you two would fall into the depths together, and then I would somehow be stuck with Michael, and he'd be like talking about JRPGs, and I'd be like, oh my goodness, we're in a world of hurt right now.
If I make a deal with the devil, I can turn into a very attractive protagonist, and then I could probably possess Pazuzu if I do negotiations like you can in SMT5. No, anyway, like one thing I want to say about this one is the free cam controls. That's different for Supermassive, so I'm gonna wonder how that works, because I feel like they're very in control of camera angles and what you see before you make choices.
There's some camera angles that you have to choose through and all that.
It's just something new from them, so I just want to see how that plays out, especially when I'm with a bunch of other people trying to get very scared.
And Damon, I know you're all about retro games, but I also know you love a good story. I know for me, I felt like this had a lot of heart. There was dialogue that we saw, and it really hit me to my core.
Yeah, and they showed the actors doing the motion capture. I love horror movies, I love horror games. I'm a kind of a gore hound. I love blood and guts, and I love kill gags. Whoa. So like, I'm looking forward to see all the inventive and clever ways that Pazuzu is going to kill our soldier friends.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I just like saying Pazuzu, even though it's absolutely horrifying. Yes. Anyways, I can't talk. Games have changed and evolved so much over the years.
Yes, they
And with
have.
those changes, so has the coverage of our favorite games. Outlets like PC Gamer, IGN, Polygon, and GameSpot have all led the way in gaming coverage. And for the first time ever, we've assembled the editors-in-chief of all those organizations and our voices.
Yes.
Take a look.
E3 series. E3 series. E3 series.
Hello, welcome back to E3 2021. My name is Chris String. I run GamesIndustry.biz, which is one of the world's biggest video games business websites. And joining me today to talk about E3 and the future of games in general are some of the biggest names in the video games media, from IGN, GameSpot, Polygon, and PC Gamer. But rather than me do the introductions, I like to pass over to the panel. Hello, everybody. Who are you? What do you do? How did you get here?
Sure. I'm Christopher Thomas Plant. That's my full birth name. It sounds like Christmas plant if you say it really fast. I'm the editor-in-chief of Polygon.com, and it's a website.
Thanks. This is Evan Lottie over at PC Gamer. I'm the editor-in-chief.
PC Gamer.
Yeah, Tina Amini, editor-in-chief of IGN. I don't have a cool Christmas Twitter name, but I do have a really cool Halloween Twitter name that someone gave to me, which is Tina Aminideville. So that's all I got.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Randolph Ramsey. I'm the editorial director from GameSpot. I go by Randy in this country because while it's okay to be called Randy in America, if you say that anywhere else in the world, you will be met with sniggers. You can't say, hi, I'm Randy to anyone else out there.
Yeah, it's definitely true for us in the UK. So asking to all of you here, what does sort of E3 sort of represent to you?
It represents a lot of things.
Somebody, but Randy, maybe.
It's difficult to separate E3 as a professional working in the industry and as a fan. I've been in this industry for so long that, you know, it's E3 to me is usually just a lot of late nights, you know, being overworked, not having enough sleep. But I think, you know, outside of the professional stuff, I think E3 for me, you know, it allows me the chance to feel like just a regular old fan of video games. You know, I still get hyped about stuff that, you know, gets revealed. Yeah, and you know, for those brief shining moments of those, you know, major press conferences or, you know, during, you know, like a key announcement, you know, I can sort of forget that there's all this work that I need to do around this big event and just like be a fan of video games again.
Yeah, having that in-person reaction, like you're typically sitting, if you're at a press conference, which I think probably for many of us, we maybe stopped attending them in like a physical capacity and maybe had like, we're in a war room of sorts with our team. But in general, just being able to sit next to your team and everyone's like reacting and then quickly scrambling to their keyboards again because they need to be typing up the news. That's obviously the primary element of it. But for me personally too, it's also...
It's interesting to know how they cover E3 stuff.
But it is that opportunity to have that one space, that 1 week. We all agree we're going to take that time and be in one space together and be able to connect.
Yeah, I think E3 is the center of gravity too, right? I mean, in an environment, we saw what happened last year what happens when there's not an E3, right? Everyone kind of goes it alone, and you know, there's definitely some pros to that, but I think from a coverage perspective, we like having, I mean, you guys probably all share the same attitude. We like having as much time as possible to, you know, do an interview, cover something, and not be rushed off to the next thing back to back to back. But there is kind of an efficiency for us, I think, and the viewer, the consumer, and having everything neatly collected under one roof for, you know, 3 or 4 days. You know, the intensity and kind of spectacle that comes as a result of that, I think, can be genuinely fun and exciting. So, I mean, at least in North America, it looks like E3 will continue to be that center of gravity for the foreseeable future.
For better or worse, you get reminded very blatantly that, like, this is a human enterprise. There are some real people who are putting in some, like, long hours trying to make for the best possible event for all of us.
Well, this year is a digital event, and there are lots of questions about what E3 becomes in the future. I've got a lot of chatter about that. So what do you hope to see from it come sort of 2022 or beyond that? What are your hopes for the future of E3, and what would you like to see?
It has to become more social, and I think that is a thing that E3 was like leaning towards. I think it's like important to remember like what function E3 served back in the day. You know, in the 90s, video games were for children or dorks. And mainstream publications covered it once a year, and all video game companies need to put all their money into one basket and pray that the New York Times wrote that story, right? Now it's the opposite. I mean, sure, newspapers are still catching up, but otherwise, video games are the center of culture for young people. I think The Guardian wrote about that. And because of that, E3's purpose no longer has to be, hey, let's get people excited for this one day, let's put all of our money into it. It has to be something different, which it seems to be more celebratory, right? Like that kind of has become a purpose. So I hope that whatever we see it become in the future is, like you said, Chris, more inclusive, that it is this thing that is bringing people in, that is the center of gravity, that is serving a larger communal purpose.
And it is significant, you know, obviously despite the drawbacks of everything, of all of us being in a pandemic that's going to be running about 2 years long by the end of this, or hopefully just 2 years long by the end of this. I think it is significant that when we are being in this digital format now, I think it's nice that more people can connect. Obviously, it loses some of that social element. So I too, like Chris, hope that is retained, and I selfishly hope that we all go back in person. But I think keeping some elements digital does help kind of connect to a broader community. And there can be various aspects of that. Obviously, the press conferences are something that are typically digitally available to begin with. But are there some of those panels that have been introduced, or some other versions of connectivity or versions of celebrations that is something that, you know, people can experience in person or at home too, to feel like they're a part of that entire celebration, of the festivities, of the news breaking, and they can get a sense of that same excitement that they may be feeling home alone because for whatever reason they're not able to attend.
You know, I'm kind of hopeful that the live aspect becomes a lot more like Comic-Con in the future, in which it's much more a celebration of games culture, and community while you're there live in person. I think the ESA, you know, as everyone pointed out, has been sort of moving towards this hybrid thing where, you know, half of it is still behind closed doors meetings with retailers, and then they're trying to, you know, introduce more people into it, and they can play some games and look at some big booths. But, you know, I think, you know, Comic-Con does that thing where it does service the fan aspect of it really well by having that you know, focus on the show floor of, you know, the culture, things you can buy, you know, artists you can interact with, while still having that sort of hype vehicle and talking about the next big thing. So, you know, if anything, you know, I would hope that, you know, they push that sort of live community aspect more when you're there.
How far do you think they should go in that direction? Like, would you just like to see them take a full-on Gamescom approach where there are, you know, potentially tens of thousands of people, you know, having a full public day, you know, dedicated to, you know, that's really servicing the public more than the trade side, the business side?
Yeah, I think a traveling E3 show that goes around all year and visits multiple cities.
Some people hate you for that one.
But yeah, and you know, I realize that, yeah, like, you know, PAX does this to a certain extent as well. But, you know, I think what you know, what E3 could be is, you know, still have that spotlight on the biggest and the best things, and, you know, allowing people to, yeah, as I said, get hyped, get excited about their, you know, their favorite hobby.
Yeah, and just to build off that really quick, I think the thing that developers are going to have to ask themselves now, and we've really hit this turning point culturally, is can we let go of the secrecy, right? Because Comic-Con works because they put talent in front of people. But when you put talent in front of people, suddenly they have leverage. And that means that, you know, they're worth more money. I mean, just to be like very blunt. And that goes for voice actors, that goes for designers. And I think there is a version of E3 in all conferences that makes a lot of sense where, yeah, we don't need to have vertical slices for every game. They cost a ton of money. They take up a ton of hours. There can be a distraction. But if these people become celebrities in their own right, that can take their place. That can create these Comic-Con environments. And I would love to see that. I think it would be healthy for the industry as a whole for people to actually be, again, in front of their games, not just behind them.
Evan, actually, I love her. You mentioned the Gamescom model. But as a business journalist, I actually find I love E3. I love all the excitement of it. I love the buzz of it. But as a business journalist, it's a nightmare. It's like it's busy and noisy, and I want to talk about sales figures, right? And it's there's almost two parts of me. There's the fan that wants to see the big booths and the exciting, all the noise and stuff, and then there's the part of me that wants to have a little quiet place to have a cup of coffee and a bit of Wi-Fi and a bit of networking. So I think I would like to have a sort of business show and a consumer show that sort of sit side by side. I don't know how you I don't know how you fit that into the LACC, but I think that's something that I would like. But I mean, at the same time, they're sort of moving to that sort of hybrid model anyway, and I think transition's always tough. But I'd love to see that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that something you're interested in?
I mean, with the kind of competition that we've referenced here with PAX, right, it's just essential that these events have a true purpose that is contemporary and really self-aware of what else is happening and the other options people have. I mean, when you go to PAX, right, you see families. I see lots of, thinking back to the PAXs I've gone, it's like mothers and daughters and fathers and sons that have like decided to take their vacation to this event because they're a huge fan of, GameX. And they want to hang out and be a part of that, right? And I mean, like, it's interesting to get a sense of like our kind of multifaceted feelings in this conversation, because like GDC is probably my favorite event of the year because the press is not the focus at all. There's not like big announcements or anything. And yet we as press get some of our best material out of GDC because it's an environment where game developers are just talking to each other and we're kind of listening in. And it's an environment where game developers like have their guard down. They're not, engaged in the deep secrecy that I think Chris is referencing there very often, right? They're doing panels. They're sort of, talking up their design and, their narratives and like, what's kind of interesting to them in the moment. And that's a great environment for interviewing and discovering stuff. So I don't know. I mean, whichever direction E3 takes long term, I just think it sort of has to not compromise and sort of meet in the middle of all this stuff, but really have clarity and identity.
Well, I'm very much aware of the time, so I'm going to wrap up with a sort of fun last question. So what is a memorable E3 interview that you can share with us?
Mine's a little sad in retrospect, but I still very much enjoyed the conversation that I had. It was before No Man's Sky came out, and I interviewed Sean Murray, and he was so excited to talk about this game and to talk about all the procedural generation and that work that was going into it. Alongside that interview, he had one of his programmers like showing me behind the scenes how that procedural generation worked. I thought it was such an interesting way of doing an interview where I was actually seeing behind the scenes elements of what was actually going into the game while he was speaking to them in what was a really eloquent way. So it's only a little sad in retrospect because obviously there are a lot of moments where developers kind of maybe regret, like, did I say too much? Did I accidentally promise something that I wasn't intending on promising? But I think ultimately at the core, for me in that experience, like I could just see his passion and I could just see his pride for what his team was working on. And I think that there's something still, really genuine and true and heartfelt about that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, my favorite interviews are usually the conversations that happen at restaurants or bars afterwards, because E3 interviews tend to be very prepared. People are very press trained for them. So I guess I'll share something else, which is my favorite moment of E3, and it's very ego-driven. But a few years ago, I was at E3 at the front of the main hall, right? And it was the final day, and I was doing a direct-to-camera of like, hey, this is E3, I'm going to wrap it up. And at this point, I'm like running on no sleep, and I'm like covered in sweat. I look like an absolute mess. And from behind me, this very lovely, tall, and handsome man comes around front, steps in front of our camera as I'm preparing, bops me on the nose, and just goes, too cute, and then walks off. And it was like it was the nicest I've ever felt in my entire life.
Like you, Chris, the best conversations at E3 happen outside the floor, outside these kind of formal settings. Dean Hall is someone who's just an absolutely unfiltered, water hose of information and design thoughts. Like anytime I sit down with him, it's a chance to sort of you get the sense that he's peering into his sketchbook. I mean, this is someone who's fundamentally optimistic and imaginative, and half the things that he tells you, like his idea for a mountaineering game, or because he'd climb Mount Everest, like they're not going to come true, but it's still like just someone who's just constantly dreaming and is like completely removed from that scripted, media trained personality that we're referring to here.
Real quick for me, just like Chris, not the best, but for me the most embarrassing, having to play Sekiro in front of Miyazaki, and then do an interview. Couldn't get past the first enemy I came across, and then had to do a 50-minute chat with him. So that was lovely.
Well, thank you so much. That's it from us. Thank you to Tina, Randy, Evan, and Christopher. Thank you so much. Do check out all of our websites for all your E3 news and goings on. Have fun during the event, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals, to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power.
I love Pac-Man 99. It's so fun, and the thing is, I'm super competitive too. I'm just like, bet, you think you're gonna get top 20? Get out of here. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get bunched on. It's my first session, I got like top 30. The next session, it was top 20. And then the third session forward, it was top 10. I see what I want, and I go get it. I want my first place, and they're gonna give it to me. I don't care if I don't get first place, it's fine. But that's like the mentality I have for it. And yeah, I'm actually super competitive.
Thanks to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood, from restaurants and convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right, folks, well, we got some more great games coming our way, no question about it, but what is it that draws us into a game's story? Is it a whodunit, maybe becoming a heroic protagonist, perhaps? Or maybe it's just a story that makes us laugh, that keeps us coming back. When we return, more on what stories we love in our games.
More power.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals, to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
those that surprise me, those that make me think, that leave room for interpretation.
What I've always looked for in a game was just this really grand, epic story that makes you feel like you're part of a universe that's not Earth.
Ooh, I'm such a sucker for narrative-driven stories.
I appreciate really good character development.
Stories that you can shape yourself.
You know, I always go back to the Telltale. Just having the option to have choices, to really feel like your choices matter. Like, what do you mean? I picked this and he died?
Feeding you breadcrumbs of what happened here and what this story is, and it's up to you, the player, to sort of like infer what you will and just take you down this rabbit hole.
I just got done playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I didn't want to stop playing it. I've been tempted to just start playing it immediately after I finished it.
I like stories that are willing to explore more difficult topics, but not treat it like it's something that you can joke about.
Games are empathy machines.
And I can just appreciate when they have this absolutely massive narrative and so much going on that it could absolutely turn people away from it and they don't care.
Set in places or have storylines that are incredibly depressing or morbid, but then they inject these bits and pieces of humor. Fallout does that really well.
For me, the stories I appreciate the most in games are always women kicking ass.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles, and I want to continue this conversation about storytelling in games. Every game has some sort of story to tell, but some games have really taken their narratives to cinematic levels. Games like The Last of Us, Detroit Become Human, BioShock, Red Dead, just to name a few. Guys, what type of stories do you like in your games? Alex, I'm starting with you.
Yeah. Okay, so the easy answer for me will always and forever be Halo.
Of course.
The Halo 1 story, it was actually one of the first, like, as a kid, like, one of the first, like, narrative games I actually paid attention to. For some reason, I got into the books, and then from there, it just became a fascination. Another one that always stays in the back of my mind was Skies of Arcadia.
Oh, wow, okay.
I loved that game as a kid, and something about like being a pirate but believing in yourself and all that, it was just like a very uplifting story, and I enjoyed it so much. So yeah, those are ones that stand out for me.
Jackie, what about you?
I think I've spoken at length about the Super Nintendo games that have had a profound influence on me. But actually, I wanted to talk about The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2. You know, yeah, I mean, duh, right?
I'm glad somebody's finally talking about it.
I know, right? I'm like, have y'all heard about this game
little
before?
independent studio,
yeah,
no,
exactly.
nobody's
It's
talking
not
about it.
extremely popular, but
Yeah.
I'll be honest though, like, that game haunts me to this day. I just remember, I mean, the opening scene. I still have not seen a game just punch me in the face like that. Like, I just remember being terrified, sad, angry, and then I was like, I'm 2 minutes into this thing, and I don't know what the hell is going on here. You know what I mean?
It's heavy.
Yeah, it was just extremely heavy. And I thought The Last of Us 2 was fantastic as well. I know, you know, people are quite divided on that title, but for me, with Ellie and Abby, it's just, we saw how human they were.
Yeah.
You know, there were times where I absolutely hated them, and I was just like, I can't stand you. And then there were times where they had me weeping, and I would just totally empathetic to their situation. Exactly. And I think that you know, there's tons of amazing games out there that, you know, we're just like, man, that hits me right in my gut and my core, that I can definitely relate to that. But just those two titles in particular, it's just a fantastic series. And
especially for The Last of Us and their storytelling, right? For you're talking about things we can relate to. For me, it's the ones where we can't, but we still love that game. And so for me, you know, the final scene in The Last of Us, no spoilers, right? But the final time you're playing The Last of Us Part 1, like, I remember finishing that and putting it down and be like, I got killed because I thought I was going to have a choice. I thought it was going to do the video game thing of, do you want to do this or do you want to do that?
Yeah.
And I got destroyed because I didn't do the thing it needed me to do. And so I remember finishing that and being like, Joel's the bad guy, and having that conversation about that with so many different people, and then going to part 2, and then throughout the game being like, don't do that, Ellie, but I keep wanting to play as her and understand what's happening. Like, that's the power of video games, right?
Indeed it is.
Storyline-based games aren't the only ones we love. When we return here at E3 Live from LA, we are taking a look at our favorite first-person shooters of all time. Don't go anywhere. I wonder what Golden Boy is going to say. I wonder what Golden Boy is going to say, all right? We'll shoot our shot in just a few.
my brain turned on playing Super Mario Brothers for the NES.
I started with Super Mario on the NES.
I think my first Nintendo I broke though because I thought it was a piggy bank, so I shoved a bunch of pennies in it.
I have a photo of my mum with me literally in her belly playing Duck Hunt.
I got really into Duck Hunt. It definitely helped me learn not to be a sore loser, because every time I would see that dog come up and laugh at me, ooh, filled with so much hate as a 5-year-old.
Eventually, me and my big brother were saving up for a long time to finally afford ourselves a Game Boy.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna take a rest.
Color with Pokemon Red.
I got that sweet, transparent purple Game Boy Color. Went to town on some Pokemon Blue.
Pokemon Yellow was like my #1. And way better than Red and Blue because it was harder because you start off with a Pikachu.
I wouldn't say I really found my passion until Super Nintendo. Link to the Past was just mind-blowing to me as a kid.
I must have been 5. I started with the Nintendo 64.
Donkey Kong 64, Nintendo 64, yellow cartridge, and putting it in the, blowing on it to make sure it worked properly.
We got a Nintendo 64 and we started getting into GoldenEye and stuff like that.
Did you also play Mario Kart with your cousins? I did. I got so good, I learned how to drift with my feet. I don't know why.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
So when I was in college in the early 90s, I was a computer science major at the University of Minnesota, and I loved gaming. I loved computers. I knew I always wanted to do something in gaming, but it wasn't until I played the very first Doom game, Doom 1. I never even played Wolfenstein before that, but I remember I downloaded Doom 1. It was like my entire life changed. And I was so amazed and surprised and at awe in the fact that there were games like this, and that also let people like us, users, create our own content. And when I learned how to make my own levels in Doom, I thought that it's amazing because the possibilities were infinite. And I fell in love with making levels. I was lucky enough to be contacted by id Software to work on some levels for the Doom 2 Masters Edition. And then they needed a full-time level designer, and I started at id Software as just a little level designer, and I worked my way up. We just wanted to make cool stuff, and working with the small team, everyone was passionate about what they were doing. That was our focus, to make cool things. So the pressure was brought on by ourselves, and in the interactions that we did have with our fans, especially like when QuakeCon took off. That was awesome. That was a lot of pressure when you actually go and meet people in person. But I do believe that there is more pressure on young teams today, especially ones that have had success, because I've seen it. The biggest handicap of people after making a successful game is their own success, and the pressure that the world puts on them, and the pressure that they put on themselves. So we were blessed, to be honest, to kind of create this team while kind of the internet created that, the behemoth that it is now. I would love to say that we were so clever that we had this great vision that we executed on, but no, we were just making cool stuff, and the world just came to us.
Woo, baby, time to talk about one of my favorite genres in gaming. Welcome back to E3, live from Los Angeles. Now, Doom is certainly one of the godfathers of the FPS genre, along with Wolfenstein. Thank you, Avali, for fanning me down there. You also got classics like GoldenEye, a bunch of games we grew up with that we loved. But guys, what FPS titles would you consider your personal faves? David, we'll start with you.
Well, it's funny, right before we came back, we were talking about how hot it is in the studio right now.
Ooh.
You were just getting some fan service.
Yes.
Someone mentioned it's...
Hell.
Oh, he made a weep joke.
That's good.
Someone mentioned super hot, that it's super hot in here. That reminded me, super hot's definitely one of my favorite shooters of the past few years. Such a cool mechanic that time only moves when you do.
Yeah.
It's not a shooter that's about quick reflexes. It's not a twitch shooter. It's about careful planning out your next move. That appeals to the turn-based strategy fan in me. And on top of that, it tells a very cool and creepy story.
Yeah, super hot. It's great. Also great in VR as well. Really fun, really fun. Dan, what about you?
I have to give it up for the game that really introduced me to the world of competitive multiplayer shooters, and that is Unreal Tournament.
Let's go.
Throwback. Yeah. It was one of my all-time favorite games, playing Instagib CF, all-time great Instagib CTF, excuse me, and my favorite map of all time. I don't think it's been rivaled to this day, and that is Facing Worlds. One of the best multiplayer maps ever. You're just on this moon base. The physics in that game were so good. The gunplay was so good. I can't wait to go back and revisit it when I get home. Now I'm jonesing to play.
Now you want to play. What about for you, Michael?
I am an OG Counter-Strike player. So CS 1.6. Nice. I love CS because there's a very particular way to play it, like spray patterns, strategies, positioning. It's
I'm gonna say it's on the Mario Kart.
And where exactly do you plant the bomb? There's so many intricate things.
5.6 was good. Halo was good.
So it made me feel smart. It made me feel like I was good at the game because I had a couple friends who taught me all the various.
Also, all the Mario. I also like
that's competitive
independent
multiplayer. I know
ones.
what I'm about to say is it's not necessarily a first-person shooter. It's a first-person RPG. But Deus Ex, the original that came out in 2000, changed my life.
Heck yeah, that is a great game. Avli, I know you're traditionally, League of Legends, and those games, but I know you branch outside. What do you got?
So I was going to say Valorant at first, but then I realized, I remember when I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade, I played this online game. It was the poor man's Counter-Strike, and it was called Soldier Front. It was totally random. It was like you couldn't afford CSGO. I couldn't afford like an Xbox to play Modern Warfare or something. So I was just like this 10-year-old kid. I'm like, I shot someone. I shot someone. But that's the other thing. I didn't have to purchase it, so my parents didn't know I was playing it. But shout out to anyone who remembers that game.
Okay.
I don't know.
I like that. Some good ones that I'm going to rattle off for you. Dusk, play that. Great game. Bullets Per Minute, another fantastic game. Try that out.
There's been some good games.
Not a shooter per se, but Ghost Runner, unbelievable.
There've been some good E3 games.
Really worth your time. And then there's this small independent game called Halo. That's the other one that you need to play right now. If you don't have Master Chief Collection, it's from an independent studio called 343 Studios. Check them out. I'm getting all hot and bothered talking about it.
I can tell. I can tell.
But yes, there are so many great FPS games. We didn't even get through like Quake, obviously Granddaddy, BioShock as well.
There's some good ones.
Guys. But we're all done talking shooters for now. But when we return, an exclusive look at one of our favorite devs that we've seen here, Freedom Games' Dark Deity. So grab your swords because that is going to be coming up next.
This isn't fun.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。
Bunch of
篝火
Chinese.
营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将新鲜的资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。 您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
두 번째 이벤트 관련해가지고 말씀드릴게요. 이번 정도 가져와서.
Do-do-do.
Welcome back to E3 2021. Our next game takes place in a mythical land broken by the horrors of war and evil. With an array of weapons and magic at your side, are you ready to command one of the game's 30 characters to become a legend in the land of dark deity? If so, here's a look at the road ahead.
Whenever you need me. Maybe I should raise my rates. I failed my people.
Weakness has consequences. This would make for a fine tale.
Hey there, I'm Chip Moore, Game Director for Dark Deity, and it's finally time to reveal the release date. You may not know this, but Dark Deity is the first game that we've ever worked on, so to be at E3 showing this game is a dream come true. And we thought, what better way to make the most out of our first E3 than to release Dark Deity today, live on stream, right now. As of this moment, Dark Deity is available on Steam.
I can hear Michael and Dan going crazy back there. Dark Deity is available now for download at Steam, so go check it out. And the developer showcases continue here at E3 2021. Now it's time for Yooreka Studio.
Yooreka Studio. Ooh, what these guys got?
Hello everyone.
Welcome to Yooreka Studio's E3 showcase. I'm Daniel.
And I'm Stella. Yooreka is a published team which started business in 2019.
So far, we've helped several indie games achieve success in the Chinese market.
And today we are here to check out the latest selection of our upcoming titles.
There are quite a lot of games here. Let's just get started, and I bet you'll find a new favorite.
Hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell.
I need to find
Hit
a
it.
missing girl.
Hit it.
A journalist.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button.
But met a lot of resistance. What happened? I should be dead already.
Zishu, you need to find the journalist.
Journalist.
What the hell is going on? Seems I'm trapped in some kind of death loop. No, this place is not what it used to be. I need to figure out what is going on. The only way to go further is to get stronger.
Getting stronger.
SWS is a tactical siege game based on real-world physics.
Pardon me.
In this game, you can create your own squad and command them in battle. Capture enemy cities, and you will win the war.
Hi，你好，我是超逼真的工程模拟器的开发者郭兴。这是一款操作简单、可爱又有趣的战术工程游戏。游戏里你不必费心每一个单位的操作，因为士兵们都有自己独立的 AI， 可以感知队友和周围的环境来协同作战，并且在战士焦灼时，你还可以附身在部队的指挥官自己直接上。在未来，我们还计划开发自定义模组和联机模式，希望你会喜欢。
If you're a fan of roguelike games, you have to check out Metal Mind and its 100% customizable mecha modification system.
Hi， 世界各地的玩家们，大家好，我是核心重组的制作人 Josh。我们的游戏是一款融合了机甲改造和 roguelike 元素的俯视角射击动作游
Speaking like
戏。
loads of different languages
玩家可以通过在地牢中探索和战斗，获取资源和部件，综合考虑装甲、重量、热量、电力等物理机制，按照自己的想法构筑 build， 打造独一无二的战争机器，最后战胜敌人，大杀四方。
The Swordsman X Survival is an open-world survival crafter game, where gathering, crafting, and exploration fused with martial arts and battle experience.
The Immortal Mayor is a construction and management sim game. You will play as a local god that watches over the land. Befriend other gods and use magic to help your residents build a town.
Let's check out another simulation game. Reshaping Mars is a strategy game where players construct and manage their bases on Mars. Your goal is to modify the planet into a place suitable for life.
This actually looks cool, this one. Hit that subscribe button. Raided. Have I just been raided? Hello everyone, I'm host Raffle. We're watching E3. Yes, that's still going. Yes, still.
全球的玩家朋友们，你们好，我是重塑火星的开发者山丘。重塑火星是一款火星题材的策略建造游戏。
That cat is just like dabbing. It's like nubbing his head.
火星上面采集矿物、能源。 研究科技，不断的改善火星的居住条件，迎接一批又一批的火星移民。同时，火星上有恶劣多变的自然条件，还有多势力之间的纷争和冲突，这些都将给你带来不小的挑战。希望重塑火星可以为你开启一场特别的火星之旅。
Moism is a Chinese martial art detective game. You will play as a detective who defeats enemies with wit and a silver tongue. Crack the case and bring justice to the world.
说起来，似乎……
哎，会不会是？
不过，这件披风上有一处奇怪的痕，就是在留下爆炸痕迹的披风背面中间，却有一条干净的痕迹。
小子！ 不要太过嚣张。那么还有另一种可能，
一定有哪里不对。如果宗明之死确实如我推理的那样，那么这庄子里的每一个人，都可能是杀人凶手。
That's all for today's showcase. We hope you're looking forward to these games.
We'd like to thank
There's some good ones. There's some good ones.
And thank you too for watching this video.
To stay up to date with all
We're live at E3.
be sure to follow our official Twitter account, Yooreka Studio.
Thank you all again and have a good time.
Hey everybody, welcome back to E3.
Welcome back to E3 21.
Studio Showcase. But before we talk about it, Golden Boy, again, thank you to Razer. Of course, all this technology fueling us, running us here around the E3 stage.
That baby right there.
The Blade 14.
Yes, I've been eyeing it all day. It is gorgeous, and I want it.
You're gonna get it. You talked a good game about pre-ordering beforehand.
Yeah, no, I definitely am gonna pick that up for sure because I think like I need something slim. I need something slim, and I need something to play all of those great Yooreka games on. Because I actually did quite like a few of them. Loopmancer, the first game that they showed, a 3D side scroller. Yeah, it looked pretty solid. We were trying to figure out if it was like more Metroidvania-like or like Dead Cells-like. We were trying to get the feel on it. So I'm interested in jumping into that and checking it out.
Sure, there you go. You get to look at it right there. I think from a E3 graphical perspective, the one that was made me turn my head the most. There's a lot of other ones that are coming up that are stylized, that have a lot of different looks to them. And I did appreciate at the start of this one, Yooreka being like, hey, we're going to show you a bunch of stuff. We hope you find your next favorite game here, right? Because again, we're talking about E3 and the fact that you can start with something as big as Nintendo, all these proven IPs, and then get close to the end of the day here with Yooreka and the GameSpot showcase we're about to do with some of the indie games and talk about smaller stuff you might have missed.
You know, what I like about what we're doing here is for any of our viewers who, you know, have not had an opportunity to attend E3 before, this is typically how the experience goes. You have your really big booths, right? You got your PlayStation, your Xbox, your Nintendo, blah, 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 right? But then you have a bunch of these other smaller pockets of booths. And
I like the little games. I like the little games.
I like a lot of what we
I like
saw
a lot of
there.
these little
The one
games.
that actually caught my attention was Immortal Mayor.
Thank you. I was going to toss out Immortal
Mayor. I believe which is what we're looking at right now. That looked really fun. I was like, put that game on a Switch, and I'm in.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Here you go. Be a god, help the people of the town, go over there, befriend other gods. What is not to like, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, we have more games to show off, believe it or not. So it's time for you to sit back and
Let's have a look at them all.
Showcase.
It's so dark now. It's like, what time is it? It's like nearly coming into midnight here. What time is it? Burn. It's 11:35.
Hey everyone, I'm Tamor Hussain, Managing Editor of GameSpot.com, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Play for All Showcase, brought to you by GameSpot and The Mix. In this showcase, we're going to be highlighting developers that represent the bright future of video games, boosting awareness for games and teams that haven't had as much visibility as they deserve. More importantly, we're highlighting games and teams that encourage inclusivity, tolerance, and togetherness at their core. All the games in this showcase are made by a diverse set of creators that have important stories to tell. These are all games that made us think, smile, get excited about, and feel good about what games have to offer. And we hope you feel the same way too.
What is poppin', everyone? My name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, and the independent game development team in Terror.
Oh, they were really good. I watched the first one.
The Mix and GameSpot have teamed up for over 5 years now during E3 to showcase some of the most interesting indie titles that have graced our screens, with interviews and trailers from developers from all over the world. This showcase is no exception. To the sentiment that Tamor expressed, our goal is to really shed light on some gems hidden or otherwise that you may not have had the honor of checking out. So with that, let's get started with some up-and-coming game trailers and hop into our first interview with Zalaver Nelson, who will dive into his new game, El Paso Elsewhere. Let's hit it.
the most powerful drink around the world. Fight with your fists. Enter your name in its maker.
Fight, fight!
Here's the story about Billy, the quiet kid sailing at sea. One morning while fishing, the sky suddenly turns to gray, and all the colors fade away. Rainbow Billy, the curse of the Leviathan.
I'm in a two-story motel in El Paso, Texas that gained another 46 stories yesterday. All below ground.
Below ground.
It's extremely haunted.
Hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell, and also check me on Twitch.
Lord of the Vampires. She's waiting for me. Would you believe that this is a love story?
I love a person who respects the classics, and we have Xavier Nelson Jr., director on El Paso Elsewhere, rocking a Toe Jam and Earl t-shirt. How you doing, Xavier? Tell us about your t-shirt.
The developer of Toe Jam and Earl gave it to me. I had the fortune of meeting him. He was like, "Do you want a t-shirt?" I was like, "Absolutely." And now this is one of the most treasured things that I put on my body.
All right, Xavier. We're not here to flex. We're here to talk about your new game, El Paso Elsewhere.
Which is itself a flex.
Which is a huge flex. Like, I'm making a game and I've got a Toe Jam and Elsewhere t-shirt. Wow, living the great life. So, you are from Strange Scaffold, a really cool little studio, and you've made a bunch of exciting games, but the one we're talking about today is El Paso Elsewhere, which it basically sold me on it the moment I read the description, which was supernatural neo-noir third-person shooter. I was like, I know exactly what that means, but there might be some people out there who are like, what the hell does that even mean? So tell us, what does that mean? What is El Paso Elsewhere?
It is a spiritual successor and evolution to classic shooters like Dead to Rights, Max Payne, and anything that goes bump in the dark, really. We're taking noir conventions and that genre and this very kinetic, physical way of interacting with the world in slow-mo and applying that to a nuanced story of monsters and love and of fighting your way through hell floor by bloody floor.
Awesome. What other games are out there, whether it's AAA or indie, are you looking to beyond, the obvious inspirations like Max Payne, as things that are inspirational to you when you're making this game?
Unexpected influence is the Die Hard trilogy for PS1.
I love that game. I love that game.
That's why we're set in a motel, and that's why we're fighting in this bloody, darkened void. Not to get too personal, but a huge piece of this project comes from the idea and the fact that you can be anything in black these days, or at least that's what you're told. You can be president, you can be an astronaut, you can be a game developer. The one thing you can't be is black and angry. That's terrifying. That will terrify supportive white people. Being black and angry. Being black and justifiably raging against a world that itself is destroying not just people who look like you, not just your family, but also anything that doesn't fit into this very precise mold of how you are supposed to behave. So, long story short, we're making an original hip-hop soundtrack, including such lyrics as, "Terrorism is easy, be black in public," because there's nothing that more clearly expresses fighting through hell floor by bloody floor.
Oh god, the bots are back.
Some good old-fashioned hip-hop.
Oh yeah.
So I'm hoping that through the gameplay, through the narrative, and through our audio layers, we are delivering the same sense of freedom of expression and critically feeling badass, even if you're just sitting in your room in your underwear.
Yeah, it's that
playing
feeling
the
of
game.
it's that feeling of knowing you can be yourself and be okay. Because I remember having that same feeling where I was like, I don't have to keep up with pop music just to fit in. I can just listen to rap if that's the only thing I want to do. And I remember I had that kind of realization around the same time Until the End of Time came out, Tupac Shakur's kind of album, and I just blasted the out of that album, and it was one of the best months of my life.
I was just to say, it's weird talking to people who don't understand that a song like The Police isn't like, hey, we're going to jack up the police. It is an expression of, I cannot do anything against this overwhelming fascist force.
Yeah.
But I can rap, and you're going to hear every amount of this justified fury and rage expressed through music.
Zalavier, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to talk to us about El Paso Elsewhere. Hopefully we get to see more of it very, very soon.
As a big fan of the classic Max Payne, I am definitely interested in Zalavier's team take on the genre. Next up, though, we have a developer that hails from the Philippines developing a tasty game for your senses. Every time I see a game that has to do with food in 4K, it makes me want to grab my phone and hit that DoorDash button to hop right in. But let's jump into some more trailers, and Tam will interview Chikon with Soup Pot in our next developer interview. Here is a world premiere.
In the past, I worked on serious and political games like Headliner about fake news and its effect on society. Following those topics has been very draining, both mentally and emotionally. I really needed a break, something that would be silly, colorful, and gameplay focused.
Hi, my name is Yaku, and I would like to tell you about our game.
What's a better idea than a game that plays a little cloud and ruin everybody's day? Limiting our protagonist to being a cloud was an interesting design challenge that actually spurred
Cloud game.
Sure, we can rely on weather powers like rain, snow, or tornado. What about different rain modes? What if you could rain acid rain and corrode vehicles? What about raining oil and propagating fire? What about raining coffee into mugs of tired office workers? And then we realized, why limit ourselves to liquids? Why not rain bread that attracts pigeons or hands that can pet dogs? Why not rain swords and go on an epic adventure, solving quests and exploring dungeons? What if other games got invaded by the cloud? What if you were sneaking through a compound a la Metal Gear Solid? Or maybe Silent Hill, but you're the monster? Forcing ourselves to be a cloud give birth to many unusual, if hilarious ways of subverting player expectations. Always expect the unexpected. Rain on Your Parade is out now.
Raining on Your Plague.
Sometimes it's difficult. But when I do remember, I remember everything. The colors, the sounds, oh, the words. Words are how I collect my memories. They are what tell me I'm still me. I must hold them close. Before it's too late.
No, don't do this to me. has to just play up just as I go to ad break. Why is this doing it now?
Your feelings or the voices of your ancestors.
Hey, we're back.
And we wanted to have that in the game, so we actually released a demo last year, and people really liked it. So bigger game, which is super fun.
Obviously, Supot is coming from a team in Southeast Asia where not a lot of games come from, and that means that you have a distinct perspective. How much in terms of when you're creating the game are you thinking about, hey, this is an opportunity for us to not only put a real cool game out, but also educate people around the world about our culture? And I know I, for one, don't have a lot of exposure to Filipino food, and like now I see this not only as a game that I want to play, but also as an educational experience. How much do you keep that in mind?
The thing is that, and this might sound corny, is that when you're making something, of course, start with what you know. So definitely, like we wanted to do a cooking game, but of course, like if we go ahead and do like Italian cooking, we're not gonna be qualified to do that, and so it's a good coincidence in a way, because like we just generally want like more of our food to enjoy. And the thing is that with food, the more like we delve into it, and because like we have DLCs planned that would touch on different cultures, the more we realize that there's just so many similarities across the regions, that it's really about ingredients and then like how you do things.
What do you think needs to be done, or what needs to happen for a region like Southeast Asia to become some kind of powerhouse in its own right, where people don't feel compelled to work for companies that are from other countries, but do what you do and put together a stronger presence in the region? What does the development community need to do, and what does the people outside of that, people who buy and play games, need to do to support that?
I think one of the things that hopefully doesn't get me canceled is that because we are from this part of region of the world, there is that like, oh, this game isn't worth this much money, and then developers also fall to say
Don't get
that like
cancelled.
because this
Don't
is
get cancelled.
games like this that we are of lesser quality, like even though we're just as talented, that they price their games too low, and then which like to a consumer also thinks that like, oh, this is too cheap, like maybe it's not worth my money. So that's one thing, like both from the consumer and players developers perspective, like in terms of business, you see so many innovative games come out, and like kinder and just more fun games coming from the West, that people in Southeast Asia or any other region that doesn't have the similar access, they do also have those ideas, but they're not exposed to funding opportunities, they're not exposed to the right people. And Twitter does help, but at the same time, uh you just you have to have a strong heart and a thick skin to like get to a point where you feel like you deserve it, that hey, that's basically what happened to us, is that hey, there are no games that don't have recipes that literally have a cooking game that has no recipes, or it's just like, hey, here are ingredients, do whatever you want. But yeah, I think that's mainly the thing, that people, the developers themselves, have to feel like they deserve it, and at the same time they just have to make a really great game that hopefully, if you know luck falls on them is something that everybody will get to love and enjoy to play.
So yeah, there's opportunities to support developers in these regions, and it doesn't mean getting something that's alien to you. It means getting something that's fresh and unique, and in a lot of cases something that you already know but coming from a new angle, which is always good.
Thank you also. Like this is super fun, and thank you for giving us this platform and giving us this opportunity.
All hail the Penguin Master. Thank you.
Now I'm extremely hungry for some hot pot, some pho, some ramen, some chicken noodle soup. I don't even know. We have another set of sweet game trailers and reveals for you to sink your teeth into. And then we'll be talking to the dev team behind the classic RPG-inspired artistic fever dream, She Dreams Elsewhere, from Davion Gooden and Studio Severe. Check out the trailers and we will be right back.
Some good games.
Welcome to Lahaina, a wonder of endless beauty and nature. Let your troubles melt away on this tropical paradise. Relax your mind and soul on one of our breathtaking beaches, or stimulate your adventurous side with exciting activities found all over the island. The Aloha spirit will leave its mark on you and keep you coming again and again. Get ready for an unforgettable experience that is sure to bring you peace, serenity, and plenty of magical memories. Lahaina, the destination of a lifetime.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
I'm Gwen Frey, and this is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
You are a tester. Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I am giving you control of your very own gun. Please be responsible.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? There are so many guns. You have nothing on me.
For updates on the game's progress, you can follow me on Twitter, and you can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam, or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Welcome to Palm Mall. We're proud to welcome you to your home away from home. Grab some friends and head down to Waterson's, where you can shop till you drop with the best deals in town. Visit the world-famous
Indie games are incredibly powerful because they often tackle themes, topics, and issues that are deeply human, but often sidelined by a lot of the major big budget titles. She Dreams Elsewhere is one of those indie games and is being made by one incredibly talented person, Davion Gooden, designer, director, writer, and pretty much everything else. Davion, thank you for joining. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. You know, the world's still kind of on fire, but other than that, you know, I'm vibing. How are you, man?
You know what? We will get to the world on fire bit because there's an interesting part of your development that I kind of want to check out. But first, like, tell us about She Dreams Elsewhere. What is it, and what do you want to explore with it?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, She Dreams Elsewhere, it's a surreal adventure RPG about dreams, nightmares, and all types of self-identity fun stuff. You're playing as a woman named Thalia, and you're in a coma. And you gotta figure out like how you got in a coma, find a way to wake up, confront your inner nightmares, and just have like this horrible trippy experience the entire way. So yeah, overall, it's a game about how it's like okay to not be okay, and like just to reach out to other people, like because you never know what they're going through, and all the other fun existential stuff like that.
One of my first questions with this game was seeing it was all you doing this alone, and also seeing that it's something that hits on like really personal themes. And we've seen a fair few like one-person development teams like that handles heavy subject matter, like Undertale's an easy one to grab. But what's that process like, making a game on your own, but also, for want of a better phrase, putting your pains into that game or your kind of like learnings into that game? What's that like, and what are the challenges day to day that people might not know because they just see a game that looks cool and it's like, oh, one-person development team? What is the true human cost of a one-person development team?
It's a blessing and a curse because on one hand, like I've pretty much been able to do exactly what I wanted to do with this game, and I'm like a weird guy with like a lot of like weird ideas. So let's just kind of like do that like unfiltered and just like do me. Where normally in like a bigger development team, it'd be like, it'd have to like pass like X amount of approvals, get past the marketing department, all this stuff. So having that freedom has been like super liberating. It's a little lonely sometimes, but it is fun, and there's very few things I'd rather want to be doing right now. So I'm very thankful for it, but also I'm very, very tired.
So you mentioned earlier that you enjoyed having the kind of autonomy to make the thing your own, but the support is really kind of tricky thing. Do you think we're getting to a stage where developing indie games is being supported by bigger publishers in a more meaningful way? We have the Xboxes going out there to find smaller developers and PlayStation and that. Do you think that is getting better, and how do you think it could improve? The games industry could improve and support creators with unique voices so that there's more perspectives around.
I definitely do think it's getting better. Like even just the support that like I've gotten from big platforms like Xbox, Sony, or not Sony, Nintendo, all these like other platforms that are just like actually reaching out for like opportunities and just like just stuff just to support what I'm doing. That's like dope, and I don't think you would have like seen that, especially for a game like this, like even like 5-10 years ago. So that's really a big set. With that being said, we still got a hell of a lot of work to do, and I think that really comes down to like who is like working in the industry, who are like the gatekeepers of like this industry, and like who is like funding these projects, who is like getting these like deals like signed, and it's a matter of like actually like going out and like actively doing the work and like reaching out to like a more like diverse like just creative squad, actually going out and like putting your money where your mouth is and like just funding like actual projects, like not even in like the tens of like thousands, but I'm talking like millions. Like why isn't there like a Kowloon Nights Fund that like Xbox has, which is like funding like AAA games like made by like diverse teams? I know it's like happening in the background, but like we could do a lot better, I think. And it's crazy because like even like developers who are like, they might have like a few more people than me, but like we're still kind of doing the same thing. We're like the same age, like same experience level. Like they're still having like trouble like getting money. So it's like, what is happening here? I don't know. Video games are weird.
There's definitely room for major publishers and platform holders being louder about doing it, because and giving people avenues about reaching out to put themselves forward, because I feel like, yeah, it's happening in the background, but it shouldn't be in the background. It should be in the foreground, so that people who may have these ambitions know that there is a path there, right? There's like almost like there's gatekeeping by not talking about it enough.
Right.
And we should be in a industry that is open about it and welcomes it. But yeah, I hope that we get to a stage where that is possible, and hopefully games like She Dreams Elsewhere does kind of help push that kind of path forward. Davion, thank you so much for taking the time out of your incredibly busy day to talk to us about She Dreams Elsewhere.
Davion's development journey with She Dreams Elsewhere is really fascinating. He was a part of the Mix's Black Voices in Gaming freshman class, which was super awesome. I'm looking forward to the release. Next up, we have another set of trailers, and Tam will be heating it up with another spicy interview with Spanish developer Severio and co-founder of Troglobites, who will share his team's game, Ito no Yami Blind Fate. Let's get it.
Chinatown Detective Agency. Where do I even start? Well, it's a vibrant, neon-lit point-and-click adventure game set in a future Singapore in the year 2032. It's a dark world inspired by hard-boiled detective films, comics, and novels. But out of all of our sources, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego games of the late 80s and 90s? And these were the games that inspired Chinatown's most important gameplay mechanic: real research. As you play the role of Amira Dharma, an ex-cop and Interpol officer, you'll encounter cases with puzzles that will require you to literally look beyond the game for answers. That's right, you're going to have to consult Google to find the answers to the puzzles that cover a range of topics in history, art, science, and cryptography. These cases will also see you traveling the world to exotic locations in search of the next lead or to track down a person of interest. In essence, it's a game that asks you to be a real detective. We hope you'll join Amira as she unravels conspiracies and infiltrates criminal syndicates amid a backdrop of a chaotic world hanging on by a thread. Chinatown Detective Agency comes out later this year on PC, via Steam, and a few other storefronts, and on Nintendo Switch.
It is my great pleasure to be joined by the CEO of Troglodytes Games, Saverio Caprioso, and we're going to be talking about Blind Fate Edo no Yami, a super exciting anime-inspired action game that I love the look of. Saverio, how are you doing today?
Hi, Tamor. I'm fine. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you so much. So, Edo no Yami, tell us a little bit about it. Blind Fate Edo no Yami, I should say the full name. Tell us a little bit about it. Where did the idea for it come from? It looks super cool.
Yes, thank you. The idea of the game comes, of course, by something innovative that we want to apply in the world of the video games. Basically, the main character is blind, so you cannot see the environment. At the same time, he's also a cyborg, meaning that he can receive handled data. And with the help of this data and of the sensors, he can perceive the environment, so you can navigate through the level. And we thought that this kind of combination is a really cool idea and will be welcomed by the public.
Yeah, that's a really cool intersection of two kind of concepts. How does it actually manifest in the video game? You talked about the character being blind and then receiving data. Can you break it down a little more so people who might not understand how that comes together can kind of get a grasp of how the game plays?
Yes, yes, indeed. There are some other concepts. He receives data in his brain about the environment. Okay, so he sees the environment like, let's say, Google Map. So you see everything. But those data are old. They are from the past because it was an apocalypse. Due to the narrative, there was an apocalypse. So now, for instance, the environment has changed after so many years. So yes, you can trust the data that you have, but you cannot trust totally because there is a bridge, and then this bridge has collapsed and does no longer exist. So you have to retrieve new data, and guess who has those new data? The enemies. So you have to kill key enemies. They are machines. They have eyes. They record everything. And you have to steal the data from the enemies, so you can see the world, how actually it looks like.
So one thing I really love the look of is the action. Can you talk a bit about the inspirations and where you kind of are looking to in terms of other games or other forms of media in putting together the action at the core of Edo no Yami?
Yes, I mean, we took inspiration both from movies, actually, and games. I mean, a movie about a blind samurai is Zatoichi, and Blind Fury, if you if you remember those movies. And okay, the settings, the futuristic settings, let's say, recalls a bit, let's say, just to say, Strider and other games like the Ninja Gaiden and other games that we loved when in our childhood. So
I don't
of
know.
course we mixed together.
And there's also one more mechanic to do with sensing and sensors and smell and that kind of stuff. It sounded really fascinating when I was learning about it. Can you tell me about it?
Yes, sure. Being blind, of course, you see the environment, but you don't see the things are moving on and what's inside. For instance, something is hidden. So you have three sensors: the hearing sensor, the heat sensor, and the smell olfactory sensor. So you can see the stimulus that are produced by the enemies or by the environment. Now, if the enemy is approaching you, you will see the ripple of the sound of the steps of the enemy. So you will see the enemy is approaching, you can react. If you are stuck in a room, you can use the other sensor to find a way out. So yes, the mechanic of the sensor helps you to navigate through the level and to fight. It's also a component to fight the enemies.
For a developer that is kind of smaller and has this kind of big vision in the same way that a team like yours has for Blind Fate, what would you say, what piece of advice would you give them to take the risk or take the shot at their dream and make a game that they want to, even if they do feel that they might have some hurdles because they are smaller developers? How would you empower those kind of indie developers? What would you say to them?
So yeah, first of all, in my opinion, they should learn how to work together during some jams. There are many. Try to participate to any jams. Then you will see which concept you can work better, which is your reach in terms of cost, time, and production. And then once you have a, let's say, product you want to work with, well, at this moment you can start approaching, if needed, a publisher and to support your vision, as you said. So let's say start from very very small things. We did, if I can, we start with our first game is Hyper Parasite, and then we moved a bit forward in the world of the indie, just because, of course, because we were known among we launched the game, so we were able to collaborate with 101 XP for this game with bigger ambition.
That's awesome. So stick together, baby steps, and you two can make a game inspired by Zatoichi and Strider that looks pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Saverio, thank you so much for your time. Super excited to see more of the game and check it out ourselves. Thank you so much.
Definitely my type of game. I want to grab my samurai sword, do a double backflip, and slice foes in half. With our final interview, we will travel to Japan to the hot springs with our friend Derek Fields, co-founder of Waking Oni Games, to talk about his soon-to-be released game, Onsen Master. But first, some more slick trailers and upcoming releases.
Don't you think? It's time to release the Quacken!
For someone so small, you need to be taught some respect. So let me enlighten you.
At a time where everyone is dreaming of relaxing in an onsen, Derek Fields, founder and director of Working Oni, wants you to manage one. Derek, what's going on here?
All centered on being a cozy game, centered on connectivity and bringing people together. Onsen Master was deeply inspired by a love for family films, especially Ghibli films, and I'm sure saying that out loud for some viewers, they might be able to catch some hints on what keenly influenced a game like managing a hot spring. Spirited Away is a film that's very near and dear to myself, my family, and it's something that brought us together on the couch and in the theaters anytime those were brought to our city. And it stuck around with me, wanting to create a game that could center on those same things. What would it be like to manage a hot spring, to manage various spirits called yokai, and the different humans that are also visiting your onsen.
Right. So you mentioned a bunch of inspirations for Onsen Master earlier, and it sounds like it comes from a bunch of different people and perspectives being involved in the studio and the game. So you've described yourself as a BIPOC studio. Can you talk a little bit about what that means, and also what impact that has on Onsen Master as you create it?
One of the things that I didn't necessarily have growing up were games that included characters that were black and brown. It was always interacting with a protagonist that didn't necessarily look like me. And so I would love to add into the games that are now being represented in media that do have people that look like us, and be a part of that space.
Do you think we're getting better, and do you think it's kind of being led by the indies in the industry?
Yes and yes. I think things are absolutely getting better. I think there are certainly more games out there that are including people that look like each of us having this conversation now. I think absolutely indie games are championing this inclusion and this representation that needs to be seen across the industry as a whole. And because of that, there are certainly more kind of AAA level games that are including more BIPOC characters, and some very notable games too. And so I hope, optimistic me, I don't want that to stop. I want to see more. I want just it to continue happening.
As people, I know we said that it's getting better, but it feels like is there ways for us to signal to the broader games industry, maybe even the AAA industry, to be like, hey, we really want this, and really break through in a big way? Do you think how do we do that? Do we just support indie developers, or do we? I mean, should an indie developer out there who may be thinking about making a game just take the jump and do that thing that they think it might be a risk?
Yeah, when I think of that conversation, there are maybe 2 or 3 components that come to mind. One is the support, first and foremost, and ensuring that we are uplifting other developers who are building games and narratives that continue to add to the space of including BIPOC characters, and that also extends to LGBTQIA+ characters as well, and individuals within those games. It sends a signal. It sends a signal on social media when you start seeing certain stories being talked about and how impactful they are for the community to see themselves represented. I'm not alone in experiencing Miles Morales Spider-Man and how impactful having that sort of representation through and throughout not only the story but the communities that Miles played in throughout that narrative. And that's an example. When you see resounding feedback from Twitter and so on, it's important. I think for the other component, next to uplifting, is ensuring that we can provide resources to indie developers who are pursuant of that same endeavor, because a lot of the times people who come from these backgrounds are marginalized and therefore don't have the same access to resources in order to produce these ideas.
There is a very, very real cause and effect. So yeah, supporting games where there are BIPOC, LGBTQIA+ characters is super important. Thank you so much for your time, Derek. I think we could talk about this all day long, but
absolutely,
I'm sure you've got a game about making people manage onsen tonight, so I'll let you get back to that. But thank you so much. Those are just some of the awesome games being created by developers around the world. We had everything from drink cans fighting each other, to an action game with a duck, to a soothing town building simulator. And that's just a small selection of the amazing experiences that inclusive indie game developers are making around the world. Before we head off, I just want to give a huge thank you to all the indie developers and the publishers working with them who took the time and effort to create trailers for us and then talk to us. And I also want to thank everyone at GameSpot and The Mix for working so hard over the past few weeks to put this amazing showcase together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Tam, I mean, it's so many great games and developers that we shared today. Exclusive and inclusive at the same time, which is great. The interviews were amazing. Thank you all for joining us. Thank GameSpot for showcasing these games. It means a lot to the developers. Of course, I'm also a developer myself. Again, my name's Justin Woodward from the Media Indie Exchange, The Mix at Indie Exchange, and we will catch you later. Peace.
Hello. Welcome back to E3 2021. Do you want a chance to win a $100 gift card from DoorDash? Simply tag and follow at DoorDash on Twitter for your chance to win. I want money and DoorDash stuff. Sounds great. Anyway, we just finished watching the GameSpot presentation. Survival horror to cooking soup to brewing beer. What the duck, people? Yeah. I was like, really want to make sure I got duck out there. Yeah. Anyway, there was tons of great stuff there. But Michael, we were chatting yesterday and there were a lot of heavy topics addressed as well. And you're obviously our representative from GameSpot, and you wanted to elaborate on what the main message of the presentation was.
Yeah. First off, I want to give a special shout out to Tamar Hussein, who is one of my best friends at GameSpot. He does incredible work, and I miss him very much, and I can't wait to hang out with him again. He put a lot of effort into making this happen, because when we're having conversations about what we want to do for Play for All, which is our kind of charity drive and showcase for the summer, we wanted to drive, games that are that cover things like mental illness, representation, just people who are able to express themselves, who don't always get the chance to show their games on such a big stage. And that was the objective. And I feel like it was really achieved because Tam is such a great guy, and not just because he's my manager, but he's been a good friend and an inspiration for a very long time. So Tamar, shouts out to you. Thank you, dog. And a special shout out also to Justin Woodward, who's also from Southeast San Diego. Represent. He's the one who runs the mix, and y'all saw him on there. But Tam and Justin really did a great job at representing what we wanted to do with the Play for All showcase. So, yeah.
Michael, you're making me emotional.
I'm getting emotional.
Yeah, I can see you're getting emotional. But you know, talking about getting emotional, I felt like there was such range with this presentation. Avi, you know, we were up there watching, and I felt like I was watching Spiral and I wanted to cry just within that 10 seconds. But then there was chill, fun ones with what was it called? Rain on My Parade, and with the little clouds. So I don't know, what was sticking out to you on the chill and crying kind of radar, I guess?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, when we were looking at Spiral, the first thing I said was, I'm like, is this like a game that's gonna make me cry? Is this looking like a To the Moon, since we have like an old man kind of like going through his life? And then we saw the dog appear on screen and we're like, yep, we're gonna cry. But yeah, Rain on Your Parade looks super cute. You're able to rain quite literally. There was a wedding. You could drop bread onto pigeons. Like, this looks like a funny game. And similar to, you know, as you introed in, we had games like What the Duck. And it's really cool to see all of these games take like more of a comedic, kind of like laid back angle rather than let's drive really hard on the narrative. So you could just sit down and have fun. And look, you're given the nice lady lipstick. But I mean, Michael, you were talking about, you know, representation and everything and feeling included. And I feel represented when I saw Derpy Conga, because I'm like, oh, okay, so I can grab people's hands with me. I'll grab Jackie, I'll grab Dan, and then attempt to jump over like a cliff or something. And if we make it, you know, or if we go down, regardless, we're doing it together.
Demon, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit. You're like a veteran in this industry, I feel like, and you always talk about how much you appreciate indie games. So I just wanted to talk to you about what this presentation meant to you. I think we just saw such a range, and we heard these developers talking about the struggles that they face and just them trying to get resources. And you've kind of spoken about that before.
Yeah, well, I was super impressed with the lineup that you guys put together.
Thank you.
We're at the end of day 4 of E3, and we just saw a bunch of new games that still look awesome, and from a really diverse lineup of developers too. And they talked a little bit how it's sort of important to get games from voices that we haven't necessarily heard enough of in the past in front of gamers. And there are several that I saw today that I was really excited about. First up, El Paso Elsewhere. I think as soon as that game was up, we were all like, well, Max Payne with monsters.
Yes.
They were even sort of nailing that year 2000 PC third-person shooter look. That one looks really cool. It's got the bullet time and everything. I love Freshly Frosted because I love cookies and donuts. I think, and that one's all about frosting the bakery items in the right order, getting them over the conveyor belts. Maybe a little choo-choo rocket-ish in there. Maybe even my wife would play that one because she loves to bake. And then I loved Chinatown Detective Agency. That's the name, right? Chinatown Detective Agency?
So, yeah.
Taking a cue from Carmen Sandiego, where in order to solve the mysteries, you're going to have to do some real-world research. And that was yet another game here at E3 that had just awesome pixel art.
Aw, Damon had a long list of ones that he liked there. Dan, I want to talk to you. I think that a lot of these games talked about mental health, and in particular, She Dreams Elsewhere stuck out to me. And I just thought that it was this very unique blend, obviously very retro looking, but the developer spoke and was saying that I basically wanted people to know that it's okay to not be okay. And I just thought that was such a strong message. And what's so cool about the GameSpot presentation is that we heard so many people talking about mental health. And I feel like these creators can take those risks.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was a phenomenal showcase. Shout out to Tam and the entire team over at GameSpot. It was incredibly well done. So many amazing games that I now want to play and add to my wish list. And chief among them is She Dreams Elsewhere, because they kind of lure you in with that Undertale-esque vibe, but there's so much more simmering beneath the surface. It doesn't feel necessarily as sort of tongue-in-cheek as what you'd expect from a game like Undertale, but I loved the aesthetic. I loved sort of the gameplay that we saw there, and I love the message behind it. A lot of people still stigmatize things like going to therapy, talking about mental health, when really the only way you're going to get better, the only way you're going to get right and feel better about yourself and just just how everything's going. I mean, we went through a global pandemic. Many of us are still going through a global pandemic. There is a lot of residual trauma there, and whether you process that through creating art like video games or talking to friends, talking to loved ones, talking to licensed healthcare professionals, that is definitely something that should be more talked about, more accepted. And if you see someone stigmatizing that in the chat, just like tell that person to go to hell, log off, touch grass. They need to like get their life together. Ideally, they need therapy too, but that might not be the case. But on a more positive note, Super Drink Brothers, a game about getting that aggression out as a can of soda by beating the ever-loving crap out of another can of soda. I really liked that one. Super joyous, super fun, super raucous. Golden Boy and I were kind of geeking out about that upstairs. Also, I enjoyed Onsen Master. I love a game that is influenced by Studio Ghibli, Spirited Away, and also it looked incredibly relaxing and chill. The same vibe I got from Freshly Frosted. Damon reached into my brain and took all the games I was going to talk about, but thankfully there were so many awesome ones that I can talk about these too. But games like Freshly Frosted, Onsen Master, they look just kind of relaxing, which after the year that we've all had as a society, I think that we could all use a little relaxation with a game like that. So I'm very excited to play those when they come out.
Okay, I love that both of you had like such long lists. I was gonna ask y'all what your favorites were, but I just think my list had like at least 8 titles on there. So I think we all just thoroughly enjoyed the presentation. I am really sad right now. I have to say goodbye to you guys, and I don't even know how to start. I've been going through my brain about how I'm going to exit this, and I really don't know what to say. I've had the honor and pleasure to work with many of you outside of this event, but getting to see all of you again, I just remembered, and I mean, I already knew this, but I realized tenfold how awesome all of you are. So it's been awesome. It's been fantastic. You guys are amazing. So I don't know if really quickly you want to do a round robin and just say like, y'all rock to everyone who's watching, or if there's just something you want to say really quick, Damon?
Yeah, no, obviously you all rock. Thank you so much for hanging out with us over these past 4 days. Happy E3, everybody.
On behalf of Soup Pot, which was one of my favorite games at the GameSpot Showcase, Salamat Sayong Lahat.
Thanks for listening to me talk about Lady D and Bayonetta my name's Avli. You can find me at G4 Content.
And,
Dan!
Dan.
Did you cut off Dan?
That's all. No, have a great day. Thank you. And Dan.
All right. Well, don't worry. They're going to be back here later. We're going to bring them back on stage later. But this is basically our last segment, talking about games and reacting together. But we still have so much left, so do not go anywhere. Make sure you're sticking around, because still ahead, it's our E3 Awards. Which games were the most anticipated from our studios? Stick around and find out as E3 2021 continues. We'll see you in a little bit.
So if Def Jam hit me up to be in the game, give me some muscles or something. What would be the name of my super move? Auto Bruise? That's pretty bad. Rapper turned banger? These are getting worse. The Precious Stones? The Precious Stones. That's what it is. Big ass chain comes off. Pow! Right across the face. It's over. Precious Stones. Boom! Look at that. Precious Stones.
Innovation. It's happening all around us. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, but we know our broadband network will be ready. Because we're building it right now. It's more reliable, more secure, and 10 times faster than today. 10G will power America's digital future. We're ready for what's next. Are you?
More power.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals, to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN's Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN's Summer of Gaming begins right now.
Hello, and welcome back to E3 2021. Video games are for everyone, and gamers come from all walks of life. So it would seem obvious that the characters and heroes we play in these virtual realities represent that diversity. But the hard truth is, it hasn't always been this way. So we turn to the voices of E3 to discuss Black representation in the games we love.
Hello, I'm Amber. I am a moderator for E3's Black Representation in Gaming panel. Today, I am excited to present to you J.Ann Lopez, Zach TTG, Tanya DePass, and Fiona Nova. We're going to be talking about creating better representation in the gaming space. First, if we could do like a quick, brief intro of everybody, starting with J.Ann.
My name's J.Ann Lopez. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Girl Gamers, which is a community-focused platform. Started about 6 years ago now. It is the largest platform of Black women gamers in the space globally. We are a space that do workshop events. We change the narratives in gaming when it comes to representation in the past and the present and future. We also discuss the workforce, and we also do talent brokering as well. So an area that I've moved into is talent brokering of Black women content creators to work with brands.
How you guys doing? Zach TTG. First, I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to come here. I'm a YouTuber and streamer. I'm part of a group called 2Hype, and we recently just joined 100 Thieves esports organization. So representing those guys too. But yeah, I just make sports content. I stream sports games, make sports videos, play sports. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Hey everyone, I'm Fiona Nova. I am a comedy online content creator. I work at Achievement Hunter, Rooster Teeth, as well as a creative producer at G4.
Hey, I'm Tanya. What I do is I founded and run I Need Diverse Games, which is a not-for-profit aiming to get more people in the industry and keep them there. I also am a partnered Twitch streamer and content creator, and I also do a lot of RPG work. I created Into the Motherlands, which is an all Black and POC crude stream and soon-to-be setting book. And I do a whole lot both in the RPG and video game space.
Awesome. So the first question that we have today is, I'd like for us to talk a little bit about why it's important for games where players create their own characters to have better representation.
Because a character creator can't be, like the 5 different shades of beige that we all get, the nondescript brown that nobody really is in real life. We all come in different shades. And it'd be great if if any one of us on this panel could create a real facsimile of ourselves in these character creators. And some games are doing better with skin tone, but a lot of games are still falling behind when it comes to hair. I can't think of many games where I can actually have my hair, which is locks, and they're going to have it not look like yarn or steel wool. And, the overall thing, before anybody else jumps in, is that gaming is global, and they need to realize that it's not just 18 to 35-year-old white dudes playing and buying these games and making these games. So if you're not thinking about the people sitting there with a controller in their hand at the keyboard, you're not thinking about your audience, and my money's just as green as anybody else's. So it's a clear sign you don't actually want my money if you don't think I belong in the game world you're creating.
Basically, everything that Tanya said, and also to add on to the kind of hair and skin tone, is the facial features. A lot of the time when you're playing like a custom character creator in a game, the character will be Black but have very European focused features, so it looks like the character's in blackface, and it's not a nice experience for you to have when you're playing the game. I was literally playing a game yesterday where I created my own character, and I literally just disengaged because I was like, I don't like this character. She doesn't really represent me, and she looks weird, and the hair is weird, and it just feels off. And that's a game that's recently just come out. So we still have a lot of work to do in this space, and everything that Tanya said is completely accurate.
Especially character customization is essentially you're trying to put yourself in the game. And if you can't put yourself in the game, you're trying to make someone that looks like you, because you're trying to get immersed into a game and in a world. And if that person's not looking like you and there's no way to make it look like you, then it's just like what's the point essentially?
I mean, a lot of sports games, like it's hard for me to find my skin tone because it's either like white or black, and I'm both of those. So there's nothing in the middle. The hair, like it's hard to find hair. Like not, you could be maybe a black skin color character, but your hair is like short and straight. Like we don't really look like that. It's hard to find exactly what it is. And I think if you can have like this RGB spectrum of t-shirts, like why can't you have that for skin colors? I feel like the coding is it's not hard. I understand coding. I know you can do it. It's just a lot of studios don't think about that when they're creating the game.
I know that we touched on it a little bit, but could we talk about what better representation looks like in video games?
Looks like us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
And not just us as well, because
just so many
if you look on
people.
Exactly, because if you look on the spectrum, we are on the light and bright, and it's essential to represent all different shades, especially in the gaming industry. And I think it's key to understand that representation has to be authentic and it has to be accurate, and you can't just throw in a black character and think it's going to work. It's not always going to work, because at the end of the day, as people of color or black people, we're going to notice straight away, boom, that's not right. Like, that looks odd. I know Tanya does it a lot. I do it a lot. And we just like, who's in the team? Because we can immediately tell. So I think it needs to also, the representation on screen is a reflection of sometimes, a lot of the time, a reflection of who's working on the game.
Absolutely. That's literally what I was getting ready to say, is you can tell some of the games, like, there's no black people working on these games. There's no, people of color. There's no Hispanic people working on the games, because none of the characters look anything like those types of people at all. And I see that some studios try, but like you said, like when we get a hold of that game, we can see right through it. Like I appreciate the effort, but you didn't do it right.
But I also think it's so easy to just hire a black person to come in and help y'all out. Like, I just think I think it's something that's super easy to fix.
Bouncing off of what we've been talking about so far is, for better or for worse, there has been a big uptick, possibly for, as you guys said, optics. So two phases to this question. One, what can the game industry itself do to help that momentum and keep black people in the public eye, keep our voices elevated? And two, what can we as a community do to help with that momentum?
I would say, I think the key word here is longevity and consistency. I think when it comes to programs, make sure they are on an annual basis, making sure that, you're working with organizations or content creators on an annual basis so that they can continuously have that visibility or either or do the work that needs to be done. I think that's the key thing. Again, like I mentioned before, a lot of companies will dip their toe, support, and then leave. And I think that's one of the problems, is that there's no consistency. And I think also the part of the problem is that a lot of game companies, because of the makeup of this industry, they've created this imaginary racial equal race haven that we don't actually have. And so no one really understands how to discuss race and representation critically and well. I think there's a lot of surface level discussion that continues that we should be past a long time ago. There should be some intake programs for companies on an annual basis that should be normal. That should be normal. We shouldn't be celebrating it anymore. That should be a normal thing that should be happening. But again, because we're so late in the game, pardon the pun, it just feels like we should be celebrating things that should already be happening for us. Like, hurry up.
Yeah.
Sorry, basically.
The other thing that happens, this panel notwithstanding, anytime or most of the time when I'm asked to do stuff, it's a diversity panel. It sucks to be brown in the industry. I have a UX degree. I've been streaming for 7 years. I'm creating RPGs. I've been doing a lot of stuff. But anytime I get reached out to, it's like, oh, can you come and talk about diversity? And yes, that is part of my job, but that's not the only thing I ever want to talk about. I want to sit and chill with people about Street Fighter V strats. I want to talk about I suck at Bloodborne. I need to get better. How can people help me with that? There are things that we can all talk about that do not involve the trauma of being Black in these spaces. And it's trauma. It's not just, oh, somebody was mean to me today, blah, blah, blah. This is some days it's legit traumatic to still be on the internet as a Black person, let alone show your face, anything else. And just give people the resources, give us the space to grow and not make it an after school special. Oh, look, here's this one spot for the brown kids, go. And then give us one laptop, one coding course, and like, deuces, hope you succeed. Give us mentorship, give us these other things. And by give, I mean, you still got to apply, you still got to meet the standard. But a lot of times when I've done programs, I'm one of 2 or 3 Black people. Or I'm the only brown person in the room, the only woman in the room or non-man in the room, the only outwardly queer person. And sometimes they'll use that, we got all 3 in one person, let's go.
They do that with me. Yep. And they also use that, and I also can see it where they'll use me instead of like a dark-skinned Black woman because I can pass, right?
It's true.
And
You're more
it's true.
acceptable.
You're more acceptable. Yeah, I am.
I get the same thing.
You get the same thing. You're light-skinned, but you're Black.
But I'm still
you're
Black.
gay. Yeah. Like, oh, you're gay. You have like all 3. It checks out, or whatever. It's like a checklist.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting, really, and it's very frustrating because I can see it. I know.
Yeah, and I think that us as creators and other Black content creators, I think when we do get these opportunities to say something, we need to speak up and we need to be ourselves. If you get an opportunity to host, you got to put on. You know what I'm saying? You don't conform to what they want you to be. Be yourself. Represent yourself. Like people are saying, like Black people are loud. Keep being loud until they hear us. That's who you are. If you're a loud person, you're a loud person. It doesn't matter if you're Black or white. Just be yourself, because there's other people out there that look like you or that feel like you or talk like you. They want to be represented. So we have to do our part to represent them, because we would want that ourselves if we were in their shoes looking up.
Yeah, because I mean, I even said today on Twitter, we're doing this. I know for a fact if I wasn't light, I wouldn't be where I'm at, because nobody would listen to me as a dark-skinned woman. Nobody.
This is sad truth, unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, oh no, you're, smart, you know yourself. I'm like, but if I was darker, that I would immediately be dismissed. Let's just be real.
That is all the time that we have for this panel. I want to thank all of you for making time to come here. This has been very illuminating and very salient. I wanted to go ahead and thank my 4 guests one more time: Jan Lopez, Zach TTG, Fiona Nova, and Tanya DePass. Thank you for tuning in to E3 2021, and we will see you soon.
As E3 2021 comes to a close, we want to take the time to honor the developers' hard work and the oohs and ahs they gave us over the last 4 days. Voted on by representatives from our media partners, IGN, IGN China, PC Gamer, GameSpot, Games Radar, and Game Bonfire, we have selected the most anticipated games that were announced by each developer or publisher, as well as the most anticipated game overall announced all week long. To be eligible for an individual award, developer, publisher, or studio had to showcase more than one game, and we will even honor the best presentation of this year's Expo. So with that, drum roll please, Golden Boy. We present to you the 2021 E3 Awards. All right, starting with our first developer, Ubisoft. The award for most anticipated Ubisoft game goes to Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope.
Okay. I
didn't see
Rainbow
it coming.
Six Extraction, but fine.
And I was going to say Far Cry. I thought that would have been a shoot,
Yeah, me
right?
too.
I didn't see that one coming. But
Well, when this one was, kind of got out there a little early, everyone was excited
Sure,
about it.
no, I love Mario Rabbids, so another one I'm all about, yeah.
First game was fantastic. No shocker here. This is cool.
Yeah, makes sense, I guess, on that one. So let's move on then. Gearbox Software closed us out on Saturday's preview night, and the award for most anticipated game from their presentation goes to Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Of course. No offense to Godfall, but of course it was going to be Tiny
exactly.
Tina's. Like, that was the one, right, that we've been aching for more information on, right? Still just getting that sizzle teaser. It's like, okay,
Just
let's
a
a little bit.
taste,
I know,
just
right?
a little taste, but definitely in for that one. I mean, the cast alone, Will
Sure,
Arnett, Wanda
yeah.
Sykes, Adam Sandberg, I'm like,
Ashley Burke.
Andy, I
Put
just,
some respect on the name, all right?
I was
Yeah, Ashley
thinking,
Burke.
I don't know why I just said Adam.
I think you're thinking Sandler.
I
And then
did,
said-
thank
which Andy
you. I was
Samberg
like,
will be really mad
what?
about that. So
Sorry,
Somebody put this out,
everybody.
send it to Andy
Sorry.
Samberg. So he knows.
Send it to Andy's people.
Next up for discussion is Xbox and Bethesda, and the award for most anticipated game for Xbox or Bethesda is Golden Boy.
Halo Infinite. Yes.
No Redfall? Dang.
Can you really? I mean, don't get me wrong.
No,
Redfall
Halo
looks awesome. Go get him
Infinite,
arcade,
yes,
but like.
for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Well, obviously for it being Halo, but for the future of the franchise, it looks really good. They did a great passover with the graphics, which is something everyone really wanted to see. They also had an awesome multiplayer showcase where they showed a whole bunch of new features like bots that are going to be coming to the game, which is great for players that maybe are a little too intimidated to play against actual players, that they could, go in there, learn the ropes, get in, play some Halo against their friends. It's awesome. I'm so excited for Halo Infinite.
All right. Square Enix caught our attention with their list of announcements, but the award for most anticipated Square Enix game goes to Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yay, you're all smiles.
I am all smiles. A shoe in again. Eidos Montreal coming out. This is what we've been talking about all week long when we were previewing and hinting around about rumors, right? Of like Eidos Montreal, incredibly talented studio. Deus Ex, a game franchise, and especially their two, that has cemented them to so many fans as an amazing developer. But it's a different kind of game. It's an IP maybe you don't connect with, maybe you don't get involved. Putting Marvel in front of that, I think, is really going to boost their profile and show the world what they can do the same way Insomniac did with Spider-Man.
It was such a great presentation, too. I mean, we got such an inside look at the game and saw the mechanics and just how the characters look, and the funny lines delivered, so I'm excited for that one.
Of course.
Yep.
The PC gaming show was a lot of fun and brought us so many looks at an array of cool games on the horizon. But the award for most anticipated game of their presentation goes to Songs of Conquest.
Okay, interesting one. Yeah, oh yes, this one was actually really nice.
I mean, look at the art style right there, right?
Pixel art style. I mean, that goes to show you too how many games were shown at the PC Gamer
More than
Showcase.
30, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But this is Coffee Stain, I believe, a great group. This is going to be a game to look out for. Undoubtedly, looks fantastic, and if it's a Coffee Stain production, it's going to have great value.
It's going to be good.
So many games embracing the stylized pixel art, and I love it.
Yes.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the classic twist, baby.
So did the entire media panel. That's all they talked about all week, right? Future Games wasn't to be outdone with a list of titles to catch our eyes, and the award for most anticipated game goes to Immortality. Don't read ahead. Don't read ahead.
Sorry, I cheated.
You don't ooh before I say what it is.
This is a very ominous teaser here. If you guys
100%,
remember,
yeah.
the poster's just going up in flames as you're about to see behind us. So, I mean, for me, the music got me, and it was just the mystery of this one. So I definitely want to see more.
Sure. Well, I mean, coming off the success of Telling Lies, right? A game that relies on video footage, right? Getting into it. Her story, the game before that really established this from Sam, right? Going in, what's the story? You being the detective, figuring it all out, immediately shot to the top of my list as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't cheat anymore.
Thank you. Don't. And Golden Boy, don't you either. All right?
Promise.
And Television knocked our socks off with a family-friendly console reveal, and the most anticipated game from that presentation is Asteroids.
Simple, baby.
A classic.
It's a classic,
right? Yeah.
Can't be mad about that, dude.
Yeah.
I put Earthworm Jim.
Yeah, but that was just like they're working on an Earthworm Jim. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
show the game. This is all about how the controllers work and getting everybody together to play a simple version of something, and that's Asteroids.
Asteroids wins. Okay.
Okay, good. It's got Jackie Silver proof, everybody. We're all right.
That's a real award.
When it comes to indies, there are so many great indie titles to choose from, and they all show us that there's really no gap between small games and AAA games in 2021. The award for most anticipated indie game goes to Falling Frontier.
Oh, yeah.
This one got you too? This is on your radar?
Yeah, this one looked really good. I mean, well, for one, anything with a space, angle to it is always going to be a winner for me. And I believe this is the one that was like more of that strategic type of atmosphere that it presented. So I actually really like this game. And again, the Indie Game Showcase was very competitive as well.
Yeah.
Lots of great games shown. Congratulations to them.
And I think, the indie scene bled so much beyond the showcase, right? Where there were so many different indie games peppered throughout presentations, different publishers, even GameSpot today, like they had so many great things. Competitive space for sure. Speaking of competitive, Greg Way, Freedom Games established themselves again as a dev that makes family-friendly games that are fun. And the most anticipated one from their announcement goes to Airborne Kingdom. This is the first one I will argue about.
Okay.
What? Who did the dog
I
sit?
was like,
Come on. It's a great game. I'm not
It
knocking
looks
it.
awesome.
To the
It does
rescue.
look really
no love
good.
for To the
Freedom
you-
Games.
Cafe Manager.
Exactly.
It had so
Too many good games.
many games.
There was
Too
too
many
many.
good games.
For me, and I think for all of us, and even for our media friends, I think Freedom Games was like a star of the show for us. So many great games from that group, and I'm so excited to see what they're going to be bringing in the future. Because now that they're on the map, I'm sure more people are going to be paying attention.
100%, yeah, and I think their presentation was so good at putting developers as people front and center.
Yeah.
This is who we are. We're a small team. This is what we're
Goes
doing.
to show how passionate we are that we were like, there's so many games, you know,
True.
so it was
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah,
Good job,
showing their
Freedom
story
Games.
to create the story. I love that.
Exactly. All right, Capcom is no stranger to anticipated games in their library, and after Monday's presentation, the panel voted the most anticipated game is The Great Ace Attorney. Two great Japanese Phoenix Wright games
I thought your
coming here.
Monstie was gonna get this
You
one.
know, I
I ain't gonna
thought the
lie.
Monstie would too, but I
was
think-
ready to say Monstie stories too as
I'm
well.
glad, I'm glad
Monstie,
we're getting
start
it
the
in here.
hashtag.
Monsties. I did.
This game
I
looks
did.
great though. I can't
Of course
take it
it
away.
does. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Phoenix Wright already has such a passionate audience. To finally get these games over from Japan, to go back in time, see the lineage of it, be in merry old England. Oi, governor. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and Herlock Sholmes.
Yes, exactly.
Best name ever. So that's a winner.
Love it,
That's a
love
winner.
Good job, Capcom. Now, Nintendo opened up the final day today, dropping a few gems, but the award for most anticipated announcement had to go to Breath of the Wild 2. Come on, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild 2.
Easy, yeah.
I'll argue this one, man.
opening.
Metroid was great.
Oh,
but
Metroid was
I know people are
really
going to fight me
good.
on that one. I'm just
Yeah.
excited for Metroid. Sorry, don't mind me.
Are you excited for Breath of the Wild 2, though?
Yes, yes, I am. Obviously, Nintendo showed a lot of awesome stuff. Breath of the Wild 2, though, we were hoping we were going to get it. We got a lot more than what I was anticipating.
Me too.
And this is going to be a special one.
Yeah, of course, targeting 2022. I love how honest they're being of like, we're targeting 2022. Like, there's a lot that goes into this game. A lot could happen, and we are, as we talked about multiple times throughout this entire show, coming off of a global pandemic.
Yes.
So it's a miracle
Yeah.
we're getting any games, let alone the fact that we're seeing Nintendo be transparent about it, let alone the rest of their lineup, including Advance Wars, don't forget.
Oh my goodness, I just want to get my hand on that flamethrower gauntlet thingy and just.
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
You know, okay.
You don't have rage
Me
issues.
and the
A
violence.
little concerned. This is my friend.
We got to see some great things from Yooreka Studio. The award for most anticipated game from them is Loop Mancer.
Yes. This one came out of the gate fast, and I think a lot of people were just like, visually stunning.
Yeah.
You know, side scroller, got a lot of action in there. I'm keeping this one on my radar for sure.
This trailer just hit all the check marks. Like you said, animation, the music, protagonist looks amazing. Look
Production
at this
value.
villain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 100%. So not surprised by that at all.
Yeah.
All right, guys. The appetizers are out of the way. It's time for the big ones. We had a number of great presentations over the last 4 days, making this award a very difficult one to choose. But someone had to, and our panel voted. The best presentation of E3 this year was Xbox and Bethesda's showcase.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Pedal to the
Without
metal
a
from the
doubt, yeah.
start. It's all gas. It's Todd Howard. It's Starfield, all the way through to Arcane and saying, "Hey, bite me." Like, you know what I mean? And in between a million different games, what was it? It was more than 30 games with 27 of them coming to Game Pass. I might be getting the numbers wrong.
Ridiculous.
But yeah, the overwhelming majority being Game Pass day and day.
And I just wanted to point out that there was a lot of predictions going into this. I had thought that we were going to get Halo Infinite first, get that out of the way, and then we'll close out with Starfield. That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
But the fact that Xbox was like, nope, Bethesda, you're going to open and close the show. You're going to give us all the good stuff. Like, I really feel good about this, the future here for Bethesda as a huge Bethesda fan. And yeah, man, this was a great showing. Lots of great games.
I was going to comment on the structure as well. I just thought when they started with Starfield, I was like, ooh, okay, bold choice, you know? And then they had Halo Infinite in the middle, and it was just perfection, everything that I wanted. And then wrapping it up with vampires, I was just like, okay, they nailed it for me. So yeah.
And to put a bow on it, leading into it, they talked about there will be a clear delineation between Xbox and Bethesda, which I for sure thought it was going to be, whatever, half Xbox, and then now let's turn it to our friends at Bethesda.
Could have been easily like
And instead, they delineated by saying, hey, I'm Todd Howard from Bethesda. Hey, I'm Pete Hines from Bethesda. Hey, I'm Phil from Xbox. And they shook it up that way so you knew what you were getting and how this whole ecosystem was going to work. That's impressive.
Yeah, I felt like the timing was perfect, and they delivered on every single title as much as I wanted. I didn't feel like, oh, I want more.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, I'm getting a waterfall of info here, so props to y'all.
Great stuff. But there can be only winner for the most anticipated game overall. A tough decision, I'm sure, amongst our media panel, but they decided to give the most anticipated game of 2021 to I was gonna see what they wanted. It's Forza Horizon 5.
Wow.
Won most anticipated game overall. Shocking. Shocking. Not because Forza is not a great game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I would have, if you would have asked me, I'm going to say it's going to be Halo or it's going to be Breath of the Wild. And you assume you get into one of the classic situations at an E3, right? Where the votes got broken. Where it was that a whole bunch of people went for Breath of the Wild and a whole bunch of people went the other direction for Halo or for whatever, and then here you go.
Well, also remember too, this is 2021, so perhaps the panel was also looking at what games are going to be coming out this year. Forza, obviously, always a winner. Every Forza Horizon game has been brilliant. So this is not a shocker to me because these games are great. Visually speaking as well, ridiculous. Like the whole time we're like, is that a picture? Or no, that's the game. And they knew it and they kept doing it and it worked every single time. Brilliant.
Yeah, I think I was telling Golden Boy earlier that I'm a very awful driver, and so I love games like this because then I can just like drive in these beautiful landscapes in incredibly expensive cars and not damage anything.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't cost you anything. Yeah, that's the best part.
I love these racing games.
Remind me never to get in car with Jackie.
I know,
Stay away from riding with Jackie,
that was a
ladies
shocking
and
winner,
gentlemen.
though.
It was, but one of the reasons I think it's shocking, but one of the reasons it's really cool is what you said, right? Is that year in, year out, Forza Horizon is great. It's amazing, right? Yeah. And so usually when you have something like that, what happens? Oh, you start to take it for granted. Oh, that's going to be awesome no matter what. I'm excited by the bells and whistles. I'm excited for the brand new thing. And then here you are. Everybody understands.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for this year's coverage of E3, everyone. A huge thank you to our friends at Binge and iHeartRadio, the #1 podcasting platform in the United States. Of course, thank you to our entire media crew, the team at IGN, and all the developers over the last 4 days. I will leave you with one final message. We will see you all back here in person, live from Los Angeles in 2022. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
All right, it's E3 2021. Matt, are you excited?
I am actually quite excited, even though when you're not there live in the midst of it all, it feels like it's harder to get excited. But this year, maybe it was the break, maybe the break did me good. I'm really excited to see what everyone's going to show off this week. And it starts on a Thursday, which is nice and early.
Yeah, and okay, hey, by the way, this is the Engadget live show covering E3 2021. We're kicking it off with the Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live, hosted by Jeff Keighley. And I am Jessica Condit, Senior Editor at Engadget.com. Who are you, Matt?
Who am I? My name's Matt Smith. I'm UK Bureau Chief, also at Engadget.
Yeah. And we're going to be hanging out like all E3 week through the weekend, doing live shows covering the big like Xbox and Bethesda, Nintendo. I believe you're going to be on the Square stream, Square Enix or Enix, if we're doing that. Yeah, so we're kicking it off with some indie games today, which I'm super excited about. I love seeing the like Day of the Devs and all the cool new indie games coming out this year and beyond. And I think the Summer Game Fest is going to have some bigger titles as well. It's not just
they have good pedigree for like surprising you with some major hits and some major surprises. I've pretty much got a blank slate, which means I'm just going to get very excited and enjoy whatever I see. Is there anything you're expecting to see, Jess, yourself?
Jeff Goldblum, I think, is at the top of my list. I just I don't really know what else we're gonna see aside from there's just general ideas, but Jeff Goldblum is definitely gonna be there, so that's something. And Weezer is gonna be performing. They're gonna perform a song off of a new mysterious game soundtrack. We don't know what game they're doing a soundtrack for, but that's kind of cool. Yeah. What about you?
Like I said, blank slate. So I mean, even in the kind of pre-brief things I can't talk about, there's nothing that is going to be shown this afternoon. So I mean, the main thing, and this is because our lovely colleague Aaron Saporis planted the seed in my head, but he thinks this might be when we see a teaser for the next gen Nintendo Switch.
Really? Yeah. How likely do we think that is? Because these rumors have been flying for
ages, now, right? And they said we'd see it before E3, which I guess if it's at Summer Game Fest, does that count as just before? Possibly.
I think this is pre-E3 still, because E3 is technically on the 12th. This is the Thursday before E3. This could be a new Switch situation.
I mean, strategically, it would be really smart. So you fold in just a tantalizing tease of a new Nintendo console. And then Nintendo's press conference isn't until Tuesday. So you've just kind of got everyone just whipped into a frenzy, possibly ignoring everything else that's happening at E3, because they're waiting to see what Nintendo's going to show off with their next-gen Switch.
Well, and this is that's what Nintendo does at E3, right? They just kind of do their own game. They participate. They have a huge showcase on the main floor. They always have something really cartoony and fun. But they also just kind of step aside and don't really participate in some of the main E3 stuff.
I mean, you could say the same about their consoles. You know, the Switch versus the next gen Xbox and next gen PlayStation. They're playing by a completely different rule set. We were talking just before this call kicked off that Overwatch now is cross-platform, so technically I can play on my Switch against you on your PlayStation 5, and I probably wouldn't. I mean, I need all the help I can get to win, but it's a possibility. You know, I could do it.
I love the Switch, but personally, I play a lot of Overwatch, and I would not play Overwatch on the Switch, especially competitively against people on other consoles. No. I don't think that's the way to go personally, but hey.
No, you're completely right. I just wish it did work as well.
I know.
I've tried it a few times and have given up since.
Well,
but
maybe...
what else can we expect? I'm kind of thinking of what other kind of what games do you think we
Well, we already saw Battlefield. So there was a huge reveal for Battlefield 2042. It's this near future kind of almost revival of the series, I want to say, because they're really taking it back to sandbox multiplayer roots, just lots of weird high-flying action experiences, tornadoes throughout the maps. So yeah, I mean, I like Battlefield. That's a big game. Everyone was really excited about that. Twitter was lit up. I mean, Reddit was all about it. So I feel like the E3 hype is like it's out there, but this year it's an all digital show. E3 was totally canceled last year, and it's kind of hard to know what to expect this year. It feels a little dry, I gotta say.
Yeah, so I'm glad it's not just me then. I think anything I try to offer up to anyone streaming along, it's just going to be a very left field guess that may or may not come to fruition, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what goes on. Like, Summer Game Fest wasn't, I know it's a very young thing, but it's never normally where I go expecting major things, but they've kind of proven their case again and again. So this year might be the year where they kind of, set themselves as, the de facto pre-E3 press conference that starts, setting the pace.
Yeah, I mean, E3, I think, has to evolve regardless of a pandemic or not. That this was just something that kind of had to happen. And I think, like Keeley and his whole crew, they kind of have the right idea. He really turned the video game or the Game Awards around, or created just like an actual event that, we could be proud of as industry people. But like, I think that this could be the start of something, yeah, like you said, really cool. This could be like a staple. And I like the idea that E3 this year is free. Since it's digital, they haven't put anything behind a paywall. You don't need to, you don't need to pay anything just to watch these streams. They're going to be on YouTube, Twitch, wherever. I mean, I think that makes sense, right?
I mean, it makes sense when we're not in LA as well. So, it means we can kind of do our jobs from wherever we're at, which that helps as well. Has your week been busy with pre-E3 secret meetings?
A few, but again, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a little slow, and I really miss being on the ground and really interacting with people and seeing these games and talking to the developers while I'm playing them, and they can react and tell me what's going on, and we can have natural conversations from there. That we're not getting. We just can't.
I had a conference call with a bunch of developers for a game I don't think I'm allowed to say yet, but I think maybe I'm just so socially isolated that I was far too friendly.
Yeah, you're like,
which
oh,
is another
hi.
consequence. Oh, hi, you're my best friends now. You're going to come to my birthday next week. There's a little bit of that, I think, tinge to the whole thing. I think I wasn't really quite my normal journalistic self at some of these meetings. I'm just like, I love everything you're doing, and it's nice to talk to humans.
And they're
it's
like,
a little bit of
dude,
that.
we're just marketing a game to you. Settle down.
Rein it in. Yeah.
No, it's a new world.
Yeah, it's a new world. Yeah, it's a very different kind of E3. I'm trying to think of what else I might expect to see at Summer Games Fest.
Well, I wonder. Okay, so outside of Summer Games Fest, I'm actually looking forward to the Xbox and Bethesda show, which is on Sunday. Yeah, I'll be streaming that. Is that one with you as well?
I've got the Sunday off, which is nice. I think that's you and Devindra. Yeah, you and Devindra are tackling that one, I think.
Well, that'll be great. Yeah. So, but that one I'm really excited for because I mean, Xbox has they have the stage at E3, right? Sony's not here. They are the console manufacturer, and they also have a bunch of subscriptions and just software opportunities in front of them. So I think that'll be an exciting show. Maybe we'll see Halo Infinite and see if it looks any better.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that's totally true. And the idea that they're kind of they're like, it's almost, it's not even, that giving themselves equal pegging with Bethesda as a studio now that Bethesda is owned by Microsoft, but it's an Xbox and Bethesda presentation, which I find quite interesting in and of its own right. And yeah, I'm waiting to see Bethesda create games now exclusively for Xbox, because a lot of the anticipated Bethesda games are still PlayStation 5 and PC launch exclusives, Deathloop and Project Tokyo. I want to say Ghoul, but I might be making a mistake. The kind of ooky spooky.
That's an anime.
Yes, that is an anime. It's all in the same part of my brain. Anyway, the ooky spooky ghost.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
One, yeah. That's also going to be a PlayStation and PC exclusive at launch. So what? Come on, give us. You own the company now. What have you got? What have you got for us?
Yeah, well, and I think so. It's funny because um, I think now with Microsoft's cloud network and this entire system that they're trying to roll out on with, like just kind of launching games across platforms, right? We have mobile to PC to console, and it's all the same. You can take your game from one place, play it on a different platform, and it's seamless. This is what Microsoft is trying to build. The Xbox ecosystem is going to be bridging all of these platforms all the time. So what is a studio like Bethesda going to do with that? Like, what are they going to do with like mobile experiences? What can they
Yeah.
really find something to sink their teeth into? And I mean, I know mobile gets a bad rap, especially when you're talking about AAA experiences, but it's becoming more and more common. People have more accessories to play the FPSs on their phones, and I mean, I do. Um, what's that? The Razer Kishi? Oh, I love
Yeah, the
that
Kishi.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. So I think like this is this is the time. This is the time when networks are ready. At least they're almost ready to support,
That's ready. Yeah.
streaming and cloud gaming in a real way, and that's really
And I
interesting.
mean, Microsoft kind of got ahead of themselves already when they announced these TV sticks, which are very much speaking to all the stuff you're saying. The idea that Microsoft are going to create, TV dongles that will connect to xCloud. So you're talking about like Xbox Chromecasts almost, like the same way you play a Stadia on your TV, you could play every game you own through xCloud, or TVs will come with that kind of, the software and hardware needed for you to play your Xbox games without having an Xbox in the room. I mean, of course, you require that Xbox subscription, but you don't need no hardware.
Well, and subscriptions, I mean, that's the huge thing, right? That's Game Pass, Game Pass Ultimate, all these subscriptions. I mean, you can buy an Xbox in installments now, but it comes with the Game Pass subscription. It has to, because that's the focus. I mean, so like that being said, we're going to be seeing a lot of like third-party games. Obviously, this is not a Microsoft show that we're about to jump into.
They
This
aren't
is just
paying us, not yet.
games. No, not yet. No. So this is just a bunch of indie games that could come to, I mean, PlayStation 5, Xbox, PC, mobile. What else? VR? I'm not. I'm
Stadia,
personally.
Switch.
Yeah, Stadia. There you go. I mean, VR I know is still around, but I personally don't do it very much. So
Yeah. Well, my favorite E3 story is our experiences of Resident Evil. That kind of puts you off doing VR at trade shows, feeling ill after doing everything. I love that I went incredible. You said, oh, it made me feel very travel sick. I'm like, okay, Jess. And then I go along like, let's see what Jess is going on about. I strap in PlayStation VR. They load up Resident Evil 7, and I am a hot, sweaty mess within a minute. I'm like, yeah, I need to take a breather. They were giving out Jolly Ranchers as if they would cure you.
Yep, they knew, dude. They knew everyone that sat in that chair was about to puke. Like it was bad. Yeah, but like again, it was cool though because I loved playing Resident Evil first person in VR, and I played it on PlayStation, like with the PSVR. I did a whole run through. It was cool, but man, when it hits you, VR hits you good.
And those are the kind of stories you only get when it's a on the ground trade show as well. That's when those kind of things will happen. What else can I expect? Yeah, I doubt we're going to hear anything about next gen PlayStation VR. Not quite yet. I mean, do you think we could see something from a Sony studio this week?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, why not, right? They're not going to have a showcase, but I do feel like Sony is kind of ramping up marketing efforts just in general right now. Like I've seen, ads for a few like Sony properties floating around. They're definitely where E3 is happening, and they don't want to miss out. So I mean, that would make total sense to me.
I mean, I'm thinking of things like there was a very brief teaser for the next God of War. We could see a little bit more of that here this afternoon. We could also see, well, we've kind of done a lot of Horizon already. I mean, we've seen the game very, very recently, so you might see another different glimpse at that. But I don't think that'll be a high priority for Sony. Other than that, I'm trying to think what else is on the plate for them.
I'm looking at the Summer Game Fest website, and there's no hints about what we're about to see. It's very rude.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of Netflix properties. I know Netflix are doing their own their own thing. They're at E3 as an out-and-out exhibitor, so there could be some dovetails either which way you cut it, whether that's a Netflix show based on a gaming property or whether that's a Netflix game based on a Netflix property.
Right.
So yeah,
Which they've done.
And they've done quite well. Not, you know, you don't go, oh, do you remember that awesome Netflix game? But they're still being quite consistent with it. I'm thinking of the Stranger Things game a while back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's, you know, it's another juggernaut. Netflix is another juggernaut that can arguably compete with these major game studios. So I'm hoping they might have something for us.
Well, yeah, and I'm actually really interested. So Netflix does have its own presentation after the kickoff, after the Summer Game Fest kickoff, but they're like on their list is news about the Cuphead show, which is like that's the most exciting thing on the list for me because we've seen what The Witcher looks like Resident Evil. Okay, I'm excited, but no, Cuphead show, that's something new and fun. I'm interested to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, how much like the game can they make it? Arguably, they can make it identical if they're willing to put the effort.
I mean, why not? That's the whole point. It looks like a cartoon.
I mean,
so
like, the timing, go back to Sony again. So yeah, they're not here in their official capacity though. But they did just launch their AAA major flagship PlayStation 5 platform game, Ratchet & Clank, this week. So
that's the one, right?
So that's another
stratagem.
They know. Yeah.
They know, that there's a reason it launched this week, that this is just so they could steal a little boop of the spotlight. Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking, so after Summer Game Fest kickoff is the Day of the Devs, which is the one, the show that has, this is hosted by Double Fine and I Am 8-Bit. And so that's Tim Schafer's studio, and then I Am 8-Bit, which does incredible like video game merchandise and just like packages, collector's editions. So they're going to be hosting some stuff with like music from Hades, which is an incredible game. That'll be cool. They're doing We Are of K. Oh, cool. So this new game, We Are of K, they're going to have a band, the band that's in this game perform a song as well, which is really cool. So that'll be right after the Summer Game Fest kickoff, which is about to start, by the way.
Yeah, we've got less than a minute. I'm desperately scrolling through trying to find anything else spicy I might like to share with you all. But nothing. But yeah, like the good thing is this one it's kind of a show. It's not just, you know, trailer after trailer, although there will be plenty of trailers, but you know, you get a bit more of a showcase than you might expect.
Yeah. All right. Let's see it. Jeff Goldblum, I'm ready for you. Let's go. Why is he here? Why?
Yeah, is he going to be in game? Is he the voice of?
Is he starting a game studio? Goldblum Studios.
Xbox bought him apparently.
Oh, Xbox bought Goldblum. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, we're about to kick off here.
Oh, by the way, it's Ghostwire Tokyo. A bit late.
There it is, Ghostwire. Thank you.
Here we go, guys.
Offensive.
I told you we'd start right on time. Hello, everyone around the world, and welcome to Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Jeff Keighley, and buckle up, because we've got a big show for you, filled with new game announcements, world premieres, updates on the games you play every day, some surprises, and special guests, including Jeff Goldblum, Giancarlo Esposito, and performances by Weezer, Japanese Breakfast, and the Sonic the Hedgehog Symphony Orchestra. Yes, that's really a thing. Now, like a great video game, there may be some twists along the way today, and just wait until you see what we have planned for the end game. That is all I'm allowed to tell you right now. This is just the start of a big Summer Game Fest weekend of news and updates for fans, including live-streamed events from publishers like Xbox and Bethesda, Square Enix, Ubisoft, and more. You can head right now to summergamefest.com to track all the events, and believe me, there is a lot of great stuff coming your way. But today, we kick things off with a big 90-minute cross-industry showcase meant to put platforms and rivalries aside. We will have updates and news for you, no matter if you play on Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. The biggest games in the world will be here, and some of the smallest ones too, made by emerging voices and developers from around the world who represent what's next. Thank you so much for tuning in and kicking off Video Game Summer. Well, let's begin with a brand new game announcement. You're about to see the world premiere of the next great adventure from Gearbox and 2K.
Ooh. Hello. Not Borderlands?
That was rumored.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor.
Spooky.
I don't think this is Borderlands.
You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Oh. Oops.
Oh.
Show?
Awesome. Wonderland. Tiny Tina, I knew it. So Borderlands adjacent.
Yes, and soon.
And soon. early
Tiny Tina's
2022.
Wonderlands is official, and joining us now is Tiny Tina herself, Ashley Bush. Hey, Ash, how you
What's
doing?
up, baby? How you doing?
Hey, Ash.
Great to have you here. So I think the big question everyone's going to have is, what is Wonderlands? What can you tell us about it?
It's a great question. It's a high fantasy take on a looter shooter, as you saw. And if you're a fan of Borderlands, you'll probably recognize some fantasy elements inspired by Assault on Dragon Keep, which was the Borderlands 2 DLC that was beloved by the devs. And so this kind of inspired Wonderlands.
Now, I think the elephant in the room is this a Borderlands game? Is it not? How does it relate?
So it actually isn't. It's its own standalone game. And people that love Borderlands are going to find lots of elements to love about Wonderlands, but it's its own thing. Tiny Tina's got her own thing going on now. So it's got its own mechanics. There's spell casting. You can customize your character this time, which is super exciting. And yeah, so if you love Borderlands, you're going to find stuff to love in this. And if you've never played a Borderlands game, this is a great place to start.
Okay, well, Tiny Tina gets her own game, which is fantastic.
Yes.
What is her role? Why does she get her own game?
So she is your bunker master. She is kind of guiding the narrative and changing it on a dime if she wants. And she's just taking your cast of characters, which is an amazing cast, through this wacky world. And she's taking you on an adventure to defeat the Dragon Lord. Who is that? I don't know. You'll have to play.
And I wonder who plays the Dragon Lord, because you got quite the voice cast,
We
including
do.
you in this, which is awesome. So feels like such a big experience. So this was a bit of a tease, announcing it's out there. When will we find out more about this game?
Hopefully this summer. And you can find out a lot more at playwonderlands.com if you'd like.
Okay.
But yeah, just stay tuned for updates.
All right, coming early 2022. So something to look forward to next year. Ash, thank you so much for joining us in person.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. And we'll see more later this summer on that game. All right, well, now it is time for another brand new game announcement. This one you probably are not expecting. A classic 90s franchise is coming back to life as a grid-based tactical strategy title for Steam
Toe
on
Jam
PC.
and
This is
Earl.
an insanely fun trailer. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Love that music.
Yeah, it's kind of trading on some Cowboy Bebop cool as well, isn't it?
Yes. Okay, this is a really long intro. Anyone else?
For a tactical, yeah. Oh, Metal Slug. Yes.
Metal Slug Tactics.
Strong start.
Okay,
That
we
was
have
very long.
another big announcement for you from a surprise guest, but it's well past 3 a.m. their time, so don't worry, we chatted earlier, and I'm very excited to share this with you right now. Hello, mystery guest.
Hello, Jeff. Hi.
Mr. Kojima, it is so
best friend.
good to see
Early.
you. Thank
Early
you
for
for
the Kojima
joining
hit.
us from Tokyo. First of all, I just want to ask, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How are things right now over there in Japan?
東京ではですね、まだ非常事態宣言っていうのが出てて、ちょっとコロナの、患者数が増えつつあると。で、ワクチンをそろそろ打ち出そうとしてる、そういう感じです
Gotta
ね。
understand what he's saying.
Well, we
because I
certainly
can't
hope
read
that you're going to get your
subtitles.
vaccine soon. Let me ask you, as a creator, how has this past
Fluent.
year impacted you?
今までのものづくりっていうのは、今自分がいる世界を見て、で、地続きで5年後、10年後、20年後どうなるかっていうのを考えながら、そこにエンターテインメントを加えていって、作ってたのが、結構その10年後、20年後に当たってたりっていうのがあったんですけど、今回の DS に関してはもう発売直後になったので、ちょっとかなりものの考え方が変わったというか、ものづくりのスタンスがちょっと変わったというか、いろいろ考えました。今後のものづくり。やっぱりエンターテインメントである以上、楽しんでもらって、そのプレイヤーのためになるものを作りたいっていうんですけど、こんなにも早く時代が追いついてくると、ちょっとなんていうんでしょうね、フィクションじゃなくなってしまうので。なんで今回のコロナの中で、この先をどう作るかっていうのはいろいろ考えましたね。他のクリエイターも多分大きく考えていると思います。911の時と同じような感じだと思いますね。これからエンタメをどういうふうに切り取っていくかっていうのはやっぱり大きな課題ではありますね。
Well, I know we are all very curious about what the next era of Hideo Kojima entertainment is going to be. I don't know how much you can say, but can you give us any sense of kind of where your mind's at right now, what you're thinking about, some of the themes or the ideas?
これ言えないですけど、今までのような、一歩一歩進むものじゃないんですよね。やっぱりその911の時もそうですけど、このコロナでガラリとあらゆるものが変わっていく、ものすごいスピードで変わっていくんで、そこでエンターテインメントが遅れを取ってしまうとダメなんで、それをどうするかというその予測ですね。全く宇宙人が攻めてくるとか、そういうゲームであればコロナ禍でも関係ないんでしょうけど、やっぱり社会性の基盤を持ったエンターテインメントっていうのを作りたいですし、皆さんに起こりつつあることをエンターテインメントの中でちょっと紹介したいというのもあるので、今後世の中がどちらの方向に向かっていくかっていうのが今まで以上にすごく急激に変わっていっているので、そこを間違えないように作るというか、そこはすごく神経質に。
I feel like we're just listening in on a conversation between
All right,
Keely and
fair
Kojima.
enough. I
phone call.
tried. Well, Mr.
And
Kojima,
they're
honestly, I
saying nothing.
really do appreciate
Yeah.
you making the time to
It's
stop
just a
by and
hangout.
say hello to everyone. We miss you, and we can't wait to see what you're working on next. So thank you.
Thanks, Kojima.
Jeff,
Thanks to Daniels.
One more thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
PlayStation.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course, next gen versions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Ooh, top down RTS. What do we think?
But that's like, these are like Metal Gear musical riffs.
Definitely.
I am so confused.
That's what he wants.
Damn you, Kojima.
Damn you. Is this Advance Wars?
I'm so confused. Box. A la Solid in the Box.
I'll do it now. Oh. Get in the box. Put the box on your head.
You know what's good for you.
Do it. Okay, that's one option. He's a cat? I don't know.
Director's cut.
Oh my gosh.
Even longer.
Great.
More
The
walking.
cutscene. It's actually 10 movies now.
Slower cutscenes.
It's slowed down to half speed.
What was
There
cut
you
out?
have it. Death Stranding director's cut finally confirmed. I hope I make it into the director's cut. I'm told the full reveal
Please,
is just
Julie.
weeks away. Stay tuned. All right,
Calm down.
next, it's my honor to welcome to Summer Game Fest a legendary actor who dedicated a whole episode of his Disney Plus show to exploring the world of gaming and has been in games like Call of Duty Black Ops 3. And we're thrilled to have him here at Summer Game Fest. Jeff Goldblum, how are you, my friend?
Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Joffrey or Geoff or.
That's funny.
Sorry, I think
I
it's
love that.
I think it's Jeffrey. Hey, maybe it's Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Thank you so much, sincerely, for having me here. I'm thrilled to be here. Hey, I was watching your show, and I was wondering if there might be some video game world premieres, as you say. And sure enough, yeah, there is. There is.
Yes, we do like our world premieres around here. Any chance you brought one with you today?
Well, it's funny you should say that. Yes, you could say, yes, I do. If you don't mind, I've got something here. I'm going to read it on this. There's a little bit of a teleprompter that they're putting up here. So I'm going to read something because I don't want to get it wrong. I'm very meticulous about this. So here's a dramatic reading of this game announcement. Ready? I'm going to make the game announcement right now. Hello. I'm here to welcome you to a very different world. It's going to elevate you to new heights. It's going to submerge you to new depths. Maybe even challenge you to control chaos. Actually, it's going to certainly challenge you to control chaos. It's a world so-called evolved. Take a look at the, you guessed it, world premiere.
Can't be art, can it? I can't.
Right.
Goldblum. Looks like it. That was a pterodactyl,
Jurassic
right?
Ark.
We ignored
Jurassic Ark.
Oh, Jurassic. That's so slow. It's so slow.
Lessons.
It's okay.
We
It's
abused
only
our
Thursday.
power.
It's our first stream. We can get there.
We played with genetics like it was a toy. We weren't careful. And now, here we are. This
That music.
is a very different world.
Cool. Evolution 2, because you remember Evolution.
One of my favorites.
Spooky. I don't like the underwater stuff. No.
How do we not connect Jeff Goldblum to a possible Jurassic Park game? I'm embarrassed of both of us.
We did, but then I think we just brushed it aside because it's too
All right,
obvious.
this performer's new album, Jubilee, is out now, and her book, Crying in H Mart, is a New York Times bestseller. Here now to perform Glider from the upcoming open-world game Sable by Raw, Fury, and Shedworks. It's Japanese Breakfast.
Sable looks beautiful.
Come in to me, show us the way. I'm caught between the wind and parts of the unknown. A door between two worlds, a sight to see. It feels like everything is moving around me. Feels like it is moving in time.
I am looking her up on Spotify right now. I love this.
I've heard of Japanese Breakfast before,
Never listened though. This is great.
Kind of surprised, yeah, she hasn't done a game soundtrack before now.
Yeah, this is very dream pop. Love it. God, this game, gorgeous. I want to play it on Switch. Nice and chill. I like it, man. Woo, nice. That was great.
So beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. Sable will be released on September 23rd this year. That's some news for you. And to learn more about this amazing game, watch the Tribeca Games Showcase. That is tomorrow, where Sable was named an official selection of the Legendary Festival. Now, today is just the start of Summer Game Fest. Day of the Devs with I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine will immediately follow the live show today, And there are more events coming all weekend and all month, including the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase on Sunday. It's going to be a good one. Right now, though, we're thrilled to announce the upcoming Western release of a spectacular 3D, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Welcome to the world of Lost Ark from Smilegate RPG and Amazon Games.
Jurassic Lost Ark.
The sponsor.
Yeah, clearly.
Prime Gaming, so.
Yeah.
The Lost Ark is now but a myth. A relic from the half-remembered Chain War. But now, our world has been torn once again. The demons have returned. With roaring destruction and waking nightmares.
I mean, it's a good-looking MMORPG.
It looks competent. Give it that. Is it enough to break through, though? I don't know.
Amazon Games is one of the great track record.
Not jumping at me, gotta say.
Out of hope, we turn to myths to prove that not all is lost.
Fairly generic, honestly. But competent. Looks like there's money behind it. That's Amazon.
That's Amazon.
That's Amazon.
Sometimes when you play a game, there's that one thing in your inventory which turned out to be far more useful than you first realized. That's kind of like Prime Gaming. If you're an Amazon Prime member, and most of you probably are, you get a ton of gaming goodies every month. This month, you can download Battlefield 4 and Batman the Telltale series completely free for PC, and there are special in-game benefits and perks in GTA Online, Valorant, Apex Legends, and more that you can unlock. It's awesome value, and honestly, this kickoff show would not have been possible without the Prime Gaming folks believing in my vision for a new way to bring you the news this summer. So, head over to gaming.amazon.com to check out all the perks and free games, which change every month, but you get to keep them forever.
Not one mention of Luna, Amazon's cloud service.
Yeah, well, Amazon is a beast.
Yeah.
I'll play Batman the Telltale.
Yeah. That's a good deal. Yeah. Yay, advertisement.
Okay, right now I'm honored to be joined by Johanna Ferris, the new GM of Call of Duty. Johanna, it's so great to have you with us here on Kickoff Live. Everyone is so excited about what Call of Duty's been doing with all these seasons, and I know, looks like next week, June 17th, Season 4?
Yes, we're super excited. We're super honored to be here, so thank you first and foremost to that. It's just such an amazing time for Call of Duty. We're experiencing such transformational growth and dynamism across the entire brand, you know, from premium title releases to everything we'll talk about today, with Warzone, with mobile, with esports. So it's just super incredible, all the work, and shout out to everybody in the Call of Duty family. Who
Check it out on Engadget.
Yeah, no, you've been, I mean, I know Season 3, it was like, you know, Rambo, Die Hard now. Who knows what's in store for Season 4, but you guys, you know, continually update the game now with new stuff. Season 4 is coming next week. What can you, this is first info on it, so what can you tell the fans watching around the world?
Yeah, we're stoked. It's jam-packed with new content across Cold War and Warzone. You know, you've got new weapons, we've got new maps, we've got badass new operators. I'm super excited about the hijacked gulag. We've got expanded zombies content for everybody who loves that part of, you know, the gameplay experience. So we're thrilled, and I'm excited to bring it forward a little bit here today.
I know, we've got the first look world premiere trailer of season 4, so let's take a look at that now.
Here, I'll provide the sound effects. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew.
I knew you were a smart one.
Remember, this is Warzone.
Secure the site. Cold War just turned hot.
They know the main trailer, man.
Located the satellite. Raptor 1, my team's about to be overrun.
That was a big zombie.
Oh my God, that looks so fun. And 1 week away.
1 week away.
All right, well, let's move on to, you first joined Activision to run Call of Duty Esports, and we're going to talk a little bit now about what is the World Series of Warzone, which is going to start on June the 22nd. First of all, tell us, what is World Series of Warzone?
Yeah, we're super excited about it. It's really a new way for us to highlight competitive Call of Duty. You know, we've got great success going with Call of Duty League, and now we've got some of the biggest names in gaming battling it out in Verdansk for what will be the biggest prize pool in Warzone since it's launched, right? So we'll talk a little bit about what that entails, but custom lobby experiences, 150-player to a side squad. So I'm stoked to see how they kind of rally here in Verdansk.
Yes, and coming up very soon, June 22nd, looks like Twitch Rivals is going to be a part of this?
Yeah, we are honored to be in partnership with Twitch, always, right? But certainly here with World Series of Warzone and partnering with Twitch Rivals, who's already done so much to really put competitive Warzone on display. So couldn't be in better partnership there, and we're excited to have everybody tune in.
Yes, there is one thing, though, that everyone has been talking about online, and that's who the captains are going to be for the structure of the World Series of Warzone, at least for the first event.
Yeah.
I understand we've getting a little bit reveal here of who some of the captains are, right?
Yeah, we love the first 5 captains of the first of many events to come. Like I said, these are huge influencers and personalities in Call of Duty, and they also share our passion for competitive Call of Duty, right? They really believe in the promise of World Series of Warzone and to really level up what it means to really battle it out. So couldn't be happier with some of these names, many of whom also hail from the Call of Duty League family.
Many, but not all
and I'm
of them.
excited to see who kind of takes the cake here. We'll see.
I was going to say, they'll all be battling out in just a couple weeks on Twitch Rivals. Well, it's really exciting to see how much Call of Duty is growing into this kind of year-round experience for everyone with so much more content. So we can't wait to see where you're going to take it. And I know there is a big new mainline game coming later this year too, right?
Indeed, indeed. More details to share later on, but Sledgehammer
New
Games
Call of
is,
Duty?
going to bring forward something truly incredible.
I
So we're
thought they'd
excited.
stopped.
All right.
This year, really?
There will come a time and a place for that. All right, Johanna, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. All right, we've got lots of Summer Game Fest kickoff to go, but right now we've got a surprise guest joining us, my fellow Canadian, Ryan Reynolds. Hey, Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and hello, Summer Game Fest. Now, I know what
Hold
you're
your
thinking.
camera the other way,
No,
man.
I'm not here to announce I'm the star of Elden Ring. I think. Instead, no, I'm here to talk about good old-fashioned movies. You remember those things? Of course you don't. Look, I have a new movie coming out August 13th called Free Guy, and in this movie I play an NPC character in a popular open-world video game until I break free and I realize that it kind of sucks to be a lonely background character on an endless walk cycle. So now here's one of those world premieres. It's a first-ever look at our cast on the big screen this August, and honestly, it's been so long I can't even remember who's even in this movie. I didn't say that. I'll cut that out. Yeah, I'll do it right now.
My name is Guy. I thought I had everything
This doesn't look
needed.
terrible.
Mondays, am I right, Joe? You said it, Guy.
But then I met her.
Put these on.
Oh my God! What are these, trick glasses or something?
Guy, there is no easy way to say this. This
world, it's a video game. You're not real.
We set my...
And the guy responsible for this world was going to destroy it.
Are we talking about God? You've met God?
Yes, he's an absolute troll.
Trolls exist. We can save our world, but we have to fight together. I don't even know what's happening right now, but I love it! Oh, that actually hurt my hand.
I have 3 words for you. Blue shirt guy.
This guy is outskilling all these players. I've never seen
That was Ninja, wasn't it?
That certainly was.
Who the hell even knows who this blue shirt guy is?
He's also really cute.
Okay, yeah.
The game wasn't
All
even
the same.
made for someone like this. Terminate him. Nope. I can't die. I'm never gonna die.
Looks like stupid summer fun, you know? I'm not mad at it.
That was fun
Could be
seeing
worse.
Ninja, Pokey, Jacksepticeye, Laserbeam, all those guys who will be in Free Guy. Ryan had to say it. I can't say it yet. All right. Up next, it won multiple awards at the Game Awards, and Among Us just keeps going. Now it's time to hear from Inner Sloth on what's coming next.
Ooh.
Love a good small indie team. Let's hear it.
I mean, they canned the sequel, didn't they? Let's see. Oh, amazing.
How fun. Cute. Love it.
Lots of fun ahead. And speaking of Among Us, last year you may remember the very rare Jeff Keighley mask was available as a Twitch drop around the Game Awards, never to be seen again. In fact, I often hear on Twitter from people who get booted from games with the mask because folks think that they're hacked. Well, never fear, today the mask is back. Just head to Twitch, connect your account, and watch 15 minutes or more of Kickoff Live
That's the
to get
biggest
your
news of
very
E3,
own
I gotta
Jeff
say.
Keighley mask once again, and then it goes back into the vault.
Break it out.
I don't know what's going on.
I
All right.
really want
Speaking of
Jeff
independent
Keighley's
developers,
face
now
on
I'm very
my
happy to
face.
welcome to Summer
Need it.
Game Fest the head of indies at PlayStation, a
Shoes, too.
legend in his own right, who has some exciting things to share, Shuhei Yoshida. Hi,
Okay.
Shu.
Here's the Sony content.
Hi everyone, I'm Shuhei Yoshida, head of PlayStation Indies. What I love about working with independent developers are the new and unexpected games that they create, which allows us to offer an array of unique experiences for players. In my role at Sony, it's very exciting to get to meet with these talented studios, which sometimes can be one person or a small group of friends, to help nurture their ideas and bring them to the PlayStation fans. One example is from Finji, who has been working with Greg Lobanov, the developer of WonderSong, to publish their new game, Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Chicory released today and gives players the chance to experience a coloring book-style world where players use their painting powers to explore, solve puzzles, make friends, and draw on anything. Check out Chicory, A Colorful Tale on PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 after the show. As a huge Soulspawn Games fan, I totally enjoyed the beautiful 2D action adventure Salt and Sanctuary a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The
Ska
developer
Studios.
Ska Studios has been hard at work on a new title, which I'm proud to present to you, Salt and Sacrifice.
Cool. I love Scott Studios. This is exciting.
Our sins will catch up with us.
Wait, they were riding a reindeer. Oh
I love
no.
it.
Always. I was given a second chance. By I spoke the words.
I think the
They're really good at
talking about this on the podcast today, actually.
Yeah.
I
No, they're good at RPG systems. In a very cartoony kind of game. It's really cool.
I live now only to hunt mages. I am a marked inquisitor. There aren't many of us.
But together, we will tame the chaos.
Local and online, nice.
Yeah, you never think of local co-op on a PlayStation, do you?
Love it.
Love Salt, love Sacrifice, tick, tick.
Ska, but Ska Studios. Great.
Thanks, Shu. And that's not all. Today,
Cool,
we're
Marks.
also able to share with you a brand new trailer from the upcoming Annapurna and Heart Machine game Solar Ash, which is coming to PlayStation later this year.
This is very cool.
That's what I think it is.
Heart Machine is former Hyperlight.
Yeah, this is yeah, yes.
That's beautiful. I can tell what they're doing a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like I know they're doing something, but I can't quite tell.
Oh, this year. Very cool.
That looks so great. Can't wait to see it later this year. Now, this week there is a ton of video game news, but there's also a big game launching across console and PC, Chivalry 2, which brings 64-player multiplayer medieval battles to life. Sledgehammers, swords, axes, you name it, and it comes from Torn Banner Studios in my hometown of Toronto, Canada. Here's a look at the launch trailer
He's
for
pushing
Chivalry
this
2, which you
Canada
can play
narrative, isn't he?
right now.
We know, Jeff.
It's from right?
Kill the Arcathians! For every warrior, there comes a time when a moment will decide your fate. As the throng of battle echoes,
Oh yeah, I remember Chivalry now.
and shield, and we cry out towards eternity. Find yourself in this moment. Ignite the fire of your soul and survive this.
Stop screaming at me, my god. What did I do?
Christie.
For Agatha?
For Agatha Christie, I'm sure.
That's my dog's name, and she is named after Agatha Christie. So, you
We're
are
both
correct.
right. You are
We're both. We're both.
nuanced. Cool.
Nuance? Oh my gosh. That was ridiculous. I'm sorry. Chivalry!
This month, Valorant from Riot celebrated its one-year anniversary, and starting next Monday, June 14th, Prime Gaming members will get an exclusive player card to celebrate the one-year anniversary, and a pity party spray through June 25th. This is all leading up to the release of Episode 3 of the game later this month, which will be celebrated with an epic WW Fest Unlocked Year 1 stream on June 25th. But there will also be a new agent. Who could it be? Well, here's your first very exclusive but very quick tease to whet your appetite, with more to be revealed later this month during Summer Game Fest.
Awesome. I love new character reveals. Like, that wasn't sarcasm. That's it?
I told you it was very, very quick.
Whoa, that.
All right,
man.
warring PMC factions face off against each other in Escape from Tarkov, the popular multiplayer first-person shooter video game developed by Battlestate Games. Today, we've got an exclusive new look at the streets of Tarkov, the new area of the game under development.
Sound effects for this one, too. You did it. You can walk around a lot.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Ooh, smart. Who put this trailer together? They had to know it was just the same shot over and over again at some point. They had to say this
is slightly different, but it's just the same corridor and car park.
I'm not learning anything new. Come on, guys. Nothing against the game, but that didn't do much for me. Very low key for a shooter. Very chill.
When I was a kid, the simulation games of Peter Molyneux were some of my favorites. Adding that extra salt on the fries in the theme park to increase your drink sales was so devilish. Well, many of the team members behind those sim games went on to create 2 Point Studios and 2 Point Hospital. Well, today we're excited to share the first trailer for their next 2 Point simulation, 2 Point Campus.
If it's a wizarding school.
That first sight
It's
of
not. I think it's just a normal school.
the scent of a leather-bound book.
Always wanted to play 2 Point Hospital, never got around to it.
No.
Loved Team Hospital, so much.
It wasn't like this in my day. You see, campuses are forever
That's a wizard.
changing.
There was a wizard in this school.
Education has to be fun. It can't
Learning
be
is
all work
magical.
and no play, and quite right too. Frankly, the results speak for themselves. Academia has never been more appealing, more dynamic, more whatever this is. Today's campus is a place to live and a place to learn. Finely crafted by the sharpest minds that money can buy. Though sometimes you still can't get the staff. Yes, these days it really does feel as though anything is possible. Two Point Campus. Class is in session 2022.
Cool, I guess.
This year, I am
self-contained.
thrilled to have Netflix as a part of Summer Game Fest. They have been doing an incredible job adapting games with series like Castlevania and the Dota anime. Well, there is a lot more coming, and you don't have to wait long to find out more. Tomorrow, I'm honored to be guest hosting Netflix's Geeked Week live stream with Mari Takahashi and Rahul Kohli. You can expect the first clip of the Cuphead show, which, spoiler alert, this show is going to be an absolute sensation. I can't wait for you to see it. I'll also sit down with the team behind Arcane, the League of Legends animated show coming later this year, and we might also have updates on The Witcher and the live-action Resident Evil series. Geeked Week is streaming live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Here's a little sneak peek.
What is Geeked Week? Netflix Geek is hosting a free virtual event full of big news, exciting first looks, and the people who make the shows and films you love on Netflix. Comics, games, movies, zombies, animation, sci-fi, fantasy.
Arcade, the confidential army of affairs. No Black Castlevania, Stranger Things, The Witcher, and much more.
People you love from the shows you love live. Grab your devices, tuck in, and join Netflix Geeked for Geeked Week. There's so much to get geeked about.
Netflix is trying real hard.
We aren't done with Netflix just yet, though. Coming up next is Smite, a cross-play, cross-platform game that continues to do some pretty amazing IP crossovers. You may remember last summer we announced the Avatar: The Last Bender one. Well, as Smite enters its 9th year, it's time to go upside down.
Another Stranger Things game.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how big the Smite player base is. I'm just surprised that it's still getting deals like this, honestly.
Yeah. It might be part of a
yeah.
Next up, we announce a lot of games on my shows, but I think this is the first time we are announcing an entirely new game label, new game publisher. Enjoy this first look at more than 12 games that make up its initial slate.
Sometimes I ask myself what it all means. Let's begin.
Okay. So, this is the Coke media thing.
Publisher that owns developer announces new developer owned by publisher and developer for some kind of combo of such.
There should be an article live on Engadget now, and that is the lead. All about this new publishing label that a publishing label is starting.
My purpose makes me who I am.
I finally have the feeling we're doing something worthwhile.
Being relied on to succeed where others would fail.
A lot of games, that's for sure.
Hope there's stuff at the Kingdom Come.
Mm-hmm.
Prime matter.
There you go. New
There you
publishing.
have it, Prime Matter, Payday 3-2, and there is actually one more game added to the mix. And for that, we go to Todd Hollinshead from Saber. Todd, how you doing?
I'm great, Jeff. Thank you for the intro there. I'm really excited to have this little last edition, which is that Saber and Prime Matter are working together on a new game in the Painkiller franchise.
Nice.
All right, very cool on that. And there are more details on Prime Matter coming tomorrow with a stream at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, and I will be stopping by. Next up is a brand new IP from a brand new studio, Stray Bombay. It's coming this fall only to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass on day one. It's called The Anacrusis, a 4-player cooperative first-person shooter set aboard a massive starship stranded at the edge of explored space. You team up with your friends in an infinitely replayable fight against alien hordes to unlock perks, weapons, and new ways to play that you can share with your team. Here is the world premiere trailer.
I hope there's a restaurant at the end of that universe.
There you go.
Hello? NASA! Liu! Lance! Get on! Thanks.
What noises?
Stick together and let's do this!
Is this a disco?
Love it.
This I do not like.
Hit your pulse.
This is not good. This is not good.
What if we open the doors and run? Just run. No stopping, no shooting, just straight to the bridge.
Get that pressure!
I love the disco
Really?
vibe to it.
We call them
Yeah,
tanks.
not mad at that.
I call them
That's
brutes.
cool.
From Latin, Brutus.
We'd sound smart calling them brutes.
Gion, you don't want to get in here and help name these?
Nah, I'm good. Brute!
Cool character designs. That's fun.
Awesome look. Thanks for that, Chet and the team at Stray Bombay. Tomorrow, tune into Summer Game Fest for a
More
special
disco.
deep dive presentation on New World, a new open world MMO from Amazon Games set on the supernatural island of Eternum. It's finally coming out later this summer, and in the deep dive video, game director Scott Lane will take players into the mysterious supernatural island that is a world of wonder and horror. Once you arrive, it's up to you to unite warring human factions to take on a common enemy, the Tempest, who wants to unmake life. Scott and the team will detail updates to the game, including new mid and end game content, more PvE and expeditions, 5-player challenges with unique mechanics, bosses, loot, and more. 6 of these expeditions will be at launch, with the closed beta on July 20th and the public launch on August 31st. I will also be down at the studio to chat with Scott about the game and the team's efforts over the past year in the midst of COVID. It is exciting for me to finally be able to get out there and visit game studios again. I miss all these developers. So check out the special deep dive stream on New World tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern at summergamefest.com. All right, well, back in 2018, Rocket League teamed up with Fast and Furious, bringing some of the saga's most iconic cars into the game. And now they are back with a twist that is truly Rocket League with Fast 9, the next installment of the Fast saga, arriving in U.S. theaters June 25th. Psyonix is bringing back the Nissan Skyline, Dodge Charger, and, well, maybe the most literal, supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered heist car ever conceived, the F9 Pontiac Fiero.
Pontiac Fiero.
Fiero. I'm glad Rocket League is still out there doing its thing. It's a good game.
Me pongo furiosa cada vez que tú me miras. Yo prefiero estar sola. Me toma la energía. Me pongo furiosa, furiosa, furiosa.
Strap a rocket engine to a car and play soccer seems like the right idea to me. The Fast and Furious 3-car bundle arrives June 17th in Rocket League. Okay, next up, last year, a new Swedish company named Shark Mob released a teaser for their first unnamed multiplayer project in the Vampire the Masquerade universe. Tonight, we're putting a name on their first game with a brand new world premiere trailer.
Cool, this is exciting. The universe is really fun, really rich.
For centuries, we have lived in secrecy among you.
Cyberpunk 2070.
Maintaining the masquerade. We have influenced your society. Fed on your blood. Thrived among you. Until now.
Is this competitive?
Yeah, looks like, yeah.
Because that'd be sick, yeah.
I don't think shooter aesthetics.
Yeah. Huh. Blood Hunt. Cool. 2021. All right. I'm into that.
I can't wait to play this game, and we actually won't have to wait long. You can sign up now for the bloodhunt.com is where you go for the closed alpha PC test available on July 2nd. Blood Hunt will be released later this year. Next, the latest horror game series from the creators of Until Dawn continues with the House of Ashes, part of the Dark Pictures anthology. This third game features American and Iraqi soldiers stranded in a cursed temple. Here's the story trailer with the exclusive reveal of the monsters lurking in the depths.
I loved Until Dawn. This series has been
Yes.
but
I
Until
never
Dawn,
finished it, but I really enjoyed what it had.
it holds up.
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood.
I'm your
Shall we
spooky
see how
narrator.
many have fallen into shadow?
Satellite sweeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility. But I strongly suspect it's where chemical weapons are hidden, so we need to move fast.
He looks like a douche.
Ready to go dark.
To descend into the unknown alone is extremely brave.
Man out, hold fire.
Or extremely foolish.
We're gonna psyop this shit.
Brothers in arms, or will it be a case of each man for himself?
Get down! They're up on the ridge! Return fire!
You teeter on the edge of an abyss. Your survival depends on the choices you make. They will be as a compass, guiding you through the unknown.
Where on God's green earth have we landed?
What nightmare have these luckless souls fallen into?
You keep lookout.
Lookout? Lookout for what?
One by one, their lights will be snuffed out. Unless you can find the means to save them. Trapped beneath the earth, swallowed
Let's go.
by the void. Will you find the path to salvation? Or be lost in the darkness forever?
House of Ashes.
House of Ashes. Looks generically scary. Ooh, wow, whole collector's thing. Nice. I love horror games any time of year, especially non-spooky time of year.
Most beloved
too much of a
JRPG
coward.
franchises in the industry
Coward.
is the Tales of series. Well, the latest game, Arise, was announced 2 years ago, and it brings the franchise into stunning 3D with Unreal Engine 4. Here's a world premiere look at the latest trailer, with more information following in the coming weeks.
fancy place they got here.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Danans.
I'm Dohilim Ilkaris. Should you need my skills on the battlefield, all I care for is maintaining peace.
I'm Captain Kisara of the Eldermenencia Guard. Flares of Malisa! From now on, when I fight to protect my dream.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger.
The Renans.
I know one person on staff who's excited about that. It's not me, but there's one.
Been looking for you.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! This is Tannin's realm and it's ours, understand?
I can't quite figure out the gameplay style.
Is it over?
It's only just begun.
Yeah, they didn't show any gameplay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
More Tales this time. Alright.
More Tales.
Oh, out soon though.
Awesome.
For Summer Game Fest, we have a special announcement for you. That the console version of Sky Children of the Light would arrive to Nintendo Switch on June 29th. And the Little Prince season would start soon after on July 6th. Enjoy the game.
That's beautiful.
That sounded lovely, you know.
One of the things I take great pleasure in is using a platform like this show to introduce you to new developers and studios with games that deserve the spotlight. That's definitely the case with this next title from a small Swedish studio named Wishfully. Planet of Lana tells the story of a young girl and her loyal friend who embark on a mission through a colorful world that's designed to feel like a gouache watercolor painting come to life. Here's your first look at the Planet of Lana, coming to Xbox and PC in 2022.
The Planet of Lana Del Rey. It's slightly sad. Mostly just has a lot of makeup on. I'm allowed to say that.
I am not.
No, you're not. Cute noises. Watch out, buddy. Nice little platformer.
Some not quite mild peril.
Cute.
It does look nothing like an Xbox game, in a good way.
Mm-hmm. There's slight like Ori vibes.
Yeah,
Slight
that's the
limbo,
closest,
but
yeah.
but like
But brighter
very-
still, because Ori can get quite dark, can't it? Still.
very bright. Yeah. Ah, calming, soothing. Everyone, take a breath.
Deep breath, deep breath.
Ah.
Now, more guns. Oh, fuck yes.
Overwatch 2. Okay.
Honored to have that on our show. Well, Well, joining me now is Aaron Keller, who's the game director of Overwatch 2. Aaron, great to have you here on Kickoff Live. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Yeah, we are excited to learn more about what's planned for Overwatch 2. You guys recently, you had a PvP live stream that I watched, and you revealed some changes coming to Overwatch 2. What can you tell us? What's the latest?
Yeah, so we recently announced that Overwatch 2's format is changing to a 5v5 team format. This requires a fresh look at all of our heroes in the game. It should feel new yet familiar to fans of our strategic team-based combat.
Yeah, it was great to see you guys playing, and you know, I long awaited for people to get a chance to go hands-on with it. And today, I know you brought us a look at some skins for some of the characters, right?
Yeah, the team is so passionate about updating the look and the feel of the world of Overwatch. And one aspect of that is creating entirely new models for Overwatch 2 for all of our heroes. So today we're going to be looking at two of those, Baptiste and Sombra.
All right, well, let's take a look here, and I know you're going to tell us a little bit about what we're seeing, but it's so cool to see these characters brought into Overwatch 2. So yeah, what do we got here?
Yeah, so this is Baptiste. And there's a lot of new technology that go into our models. We have new hair shader tech, excuse me, in order to get the look that we're going for with his haircut. He also has a glowing cape and gloves that kind of give that medic or surgeon vibe to him. Thank you.
And we're going to Sombra, I think, right?
Yep, so next up is Sombra. This was a very challenging look for us to update. It's an asymmetrical design. There's so many layers of hair and clothing and technology in this. If you look closely, you can actually see circuitry and nodes embedded in her clothing. She's a world-class hacker, so it all makes sense.
She looks cool.
No, again, it's so great for fans to see these characters you know and love from the first game, updated for Overwatch 2.
I mean, a lot of these character designs are so good. There's not really much.
Giving us a little sneak preview here, and
some
of
them are awful, though.
Year on Overwatch 2.
You bet, thank you.
Awesome.
There are other characters that need more of an update.
Recently, I had a chance to play Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance with the game developer Jeff Haddam, Hannibal Buress, and Ember Moon from the WWE. That's right, you didn't expect me to say that. But this game is a ton of fun, and it's coming to Game Pass on June 22nd. Take a look. Hey guys, it's Jeff Keighley, and today, as part of Summer Game Fest, we are going hands-on with a game that is coming out in just a couple of weeks. It is Dark Alliance, and we've got Jeff, one of the game developers from 2K, Jeff, special guests, Hannibal Buress, and Ember Moon.
Okay. That looks like a trap.
Oh,
that looks like a trap.
Oh my god. Traps.
Oh, shit.
Oh no, you get.
Oh no. A warrior's death. I died again.
I'm coming to get you.
Hey.
Watch it.
Oh.
Oh no, I can't believe I'm down. I'm down, people.
The developer's down?
The dev is down.
So, Ember, I know you really wanted to be Driss,
Absolutely.
Right?
I've read all the books, especially the Driss backstory, and I just connected with it on such an intimate level to the point where my wrestling character that everyone sees on TV is actually based on this character. The red eyes, even though Driss has purple, I just love everything about him, that he's just constantly the good guy the entire time.
Oh, what the?
He's the Verbeek chef.
That doesn't look healthy at all. Oh, why'd I just run up on him like that? Well,
let me see
I'm
what
here
you
now.
got. You ain't got nothing on us, baby.
I'm here now.
Whoa.
I spoke way too soon.
We got him.
Come on.
He's gone.
Come on.
We don't want any dessert.
There you go.
Let's go.
Damn, what a death. Gonna have some weird dreams tonight because of that. Oh, he flipped us off.
Act complete.
That was great.
Did it.
So right now, our viewers are watching a stream of live streamers playing the game.
Who are playing again.
You're welcome, everyone. We've done it again. That's all I got to say about that one.
Yeah.
All right, Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live presented by Prime Gaming continues. Yesterday was an amazing tease of the next Battlefield from EA. And if you want to dust up on the history of the franchise, its last big modern day game, that was Battlefield 4. It's this
Not
month.
5.
Prime Gaming members get to download it and play it for
Ignore
free
5.
through June 20th. Now, there's no catch. This is the full-blown PC version of the 2013 game, and those only in Battlefield moments still hold up. Just head to gaming.amazon.com to redeem your free copy right now if you are an Amazon Prime member. And this Sunday, watch the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase for the first gameplay footage of Battlefield 2042. Going to be really cool. All right, right now, let's take a look at another world premiere. Monster Hunter Stories is coming to the Switch in July, and we've got your first look at the story trailer.
Cool.
Kind of important.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. It's a big Switch game, yeah.
Wings of ruin.
You don't understand. That Rathalos is...
We can't let you interfere with our plans.
It looks pretty good,
That's the
I gotta say.
monster Red Song.
You suppose he saw this coming?
We won't let you awaken it.
I mean, for the Switch as well.
Right? Legit. Maybe it's running on the new Switch.
Don't tease him like this.
So, you're going to be born, huh?
Cool. Swag. Get some swag.
That's none of those.
And some
I
amiibo.
haven't seen a new one of those in a while.
July 9th. There you go.
Next, this
Yes,
legendary
bad.
rock band hits the road this summer on the Hella Mega Tour with Green Day and Fall Out Boy. But
Easy.
first, they came together with an indie developer
Sounds
to
like high
create
school.
stream-safe
I thought
music
they
for
were
the community.
on a holiday.
Yes, you can co-stream this performance. So turn it up. Premiering their brand new, never-before-released song, Tell Me What You Want, from Wavebreak. This is Weezer.
Wavebreak.
This is a message that my manager wouldn't
Oh my
approve.
goodness. They look as old as I feel.
After this song, he'll have a lot of cleaning up to do. Don't be influenced by an office full of dorks. I won't mention any names. Pitchfork.
I don't
Tell me what you want. I'm gonna get right on it. Tell me what you want. I'll write it down in my notebook. Duly noted. Tell me what you want. If it's gonna make you happy, I'll give you my guitar. Show me all your hot licks. Damn, that's cool. I need a tastemaker to tell me which way to go, so I can play the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Here's your big chance, yeah, you got the next 3 seconds. Tell me what you want. I'm gonna get right on it. Tell me what you want. I'll write it down
certainly a song.
It's a long bridge.
Played by a band. Yep.
That was so amazing. Thank you, Rivers and guys, for that. Both the song and the game released tomorrow on PC, Nintendo Switch, music streaming platforms, Twitch soundtrack, and a limited edition 7-inch vinyl on IM 8-bit. All right, well, right now, let's turn to a game that we announced last year at the Game Awards, Endless Dungeon from Amplitude. We showed a brief glimpse of gameplay in December, and fans wanted more.
This is a cool game.
Well, here's an extended look at Endless Dungeon.
Yeah, Amplitude knows what they're doing, and this is very stylish.
We're stuck in this wreck until everybody learns the rules. Yep, all of them. Rule number 1, certain weapons work better on certain monsters. Learn it or die. Oh, option B then. Rule number 2, use turrets to protect that unstable dust bomb we call the crystal. Because it's their catnip. And if it goes, you go. Yep, just like that. Rule number 3, watch your squad. Even if you've got the guns, the turrets, and the crystal, you can't do everything by yourself. If you fight alone, you die alone. Together again. And rule number 4? Well, if you've got all that going, but you still can't win, you gotta change the squad. Tag team. I'm in.
They've been building this game for a long time, and I'm excited about it.
I can't remember the last Amplitude game I played, to be honest.
What are you guys doing tonight? If you're lucky enough to have a PS5, you're probably getting ready to play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I've been playing it and having a ton of fun. Well, later today, the team at Insomniac is going to be doing a special launch stream on Twitch. And to tell us more, take it away, Marcus and Mike.
Hey, Jeff, and everybody watching Summer Games Fest Kickoff Live. Marcus Smith here, Creative Director at Insomniac Games for Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We're excited that players finally get a chance to play the game tomorrow, and to celebrate, we want to spend some more time with you today.
This game is so
Pacific,
pretty.
5 p.m. Eastern,
Yeah.
to live stream the first hour of Rift Apart.
And it's doing
right,
impressive stuff on
That's
the
right.
PS5.
I'm Mike Daly,
Loading
the
those
game
worlds.
director of Rift Apart. In addition to playing through the opening of the game, we'll also be taking your questions live and talking about what it was like to develop the game behind the scenes. So please join us at twitch.tv/InsomniacGames at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you there.
All right, we're now about to be joined by the one and only Giancarlo Esposito to talk Far Cry 6. Giancarlo, thank you for joining us. Why did you want to take on this role?
They came to me with this phenomenal idea and had proposed that I play Anton Castillo, the leader of Yara, with this big vision and dream for his country. And it really appealed to me because he was a guy who first came from a love of his family and a love of his community and country. And it was so in line with what's going on in the world politically today and what has happened in the past. I thought, what a great opportunity. The other part of it is it's just a different technology that's so brand new, and it excites me as a filmmaker that I wanted to be a part of it.
All right, well, you've played some absolutely amazing villains in your career. What was it like being a video game
doesn't
villain?
look like a live interview.
No, I'm not a villain. I have to.
Absolutely
I gotta
not.
push back on
No.
you. I'll let you finish. But this guy loves his country. He wants to empower you, Keely. He wants to empower you to stand up and speak your truth. Now you can go back to calling me a villain if you like.
Well, you are smiling on the box. You're a good guy, right?
I am, because I feel like we as human beings fall in line. And I want to be a renegade within reason. How do you like that? Because I think part and parcel of us falling in line and doing what we need to do and thinking about the cumulative effect of our doing what's right, and the example of that is also to stand up and say, no, I do agree that they're good and bad about all people, but this guy, out of his love and passion for his people, even if they're faceless to him at certain points in time, allow him to be an absolute hero.
Speaking of your character, who did you base him on or study to create this character?
It's so interesting because, of course, the obvious choice to study is Fidel Castro, and it is Cuba, an island that had so many resources, but really the dream of the ability of the dictator to cultivate those resources, something got in the way there. And hopefully that can change in the years to come. It's funny you asked me that question, because I was just talking to one of my daughters about Ceausescu. For each dictator, it's different. She'd never heard of Ceausescu and studied political science and all this in college. During my money, so anyway,
All right, well, one last question for you. Who would win in a square-off between Gus Fring, Moff Gideon, and Anton?
You know, and I have my favorites in those two. So you asked me this question. And you know, immediately I say Moff Gideon. Immediately. You know, somehow I think Gus is colder and displays that coldness in a very particular way. You know, I think Anton could be the most violent man on earth. But given his situation, he may not rise to that occasion, or may not have the time. Moff Gideon is otherworldly. This guy thinks in a different way, and he knows what you're thinking before you say it. And he does all his own dirty work, and he has an incredible tool to help him out. So I'm going to say Moff Gideon.
Fair enough. All right, Giancarlo, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will check out the revolution in Far Cry 6.
And I can't wait for it to begin. Let the games begin!
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Giancarlo. If you haven't picked up on it yet, Prime Gaming unlocks a ton of in-game benefits for Amazon Prime members, like an exclusive Valkyrie skin in Apex Legends, $200,000 in GTA cash every week you play GTA Online, and in Fall Guys, you get a special Burning Circuits costume for your bean through June 21st. Now, speaking of Fall Guys, the time has come to reveal a brand new costume coming to the game based on a legendary game franchise. Check it out.
Who's it gonna be?
Toe
What's it?
Too bad I don't know who this is.
It's the Vita game? Yeah, I think it's fun. Oh, it's here. Here we go.
The light in their vision will fade away.
Organizing the clash is my way of uncovering hidden talents, and hopefully this time, getting a vision to glow again.
Your opponent is new to the clash, but he has quickly become the dark horse of the tournament.
The vision is missing.
The sounds of nature turn into a clamor of noise during stormy weather. The winds are coming. Clouds high. The birds come!
So today we've announced games, a publisher, Prime Matter, so why not announce a developer too? And joining me now are Dave Anthony and Jason Blundell from the newly formed Deviation Games. We know you guys well from all your amazing work over the years at Treyarch and Call of Duty Black Ops, but what can we expect from your new studio, guys?
Well, thanks, Jeff. And look, Jason and I, we've been mates for donkey's years. And we're like an all-married couple, Jeff. And we've been working together for decades. And we've worked on some huge franchises. You know the games. You know, they've done well. And, but we thought, you know, when you're working on those franchises, the long-established IPs, you're working within very, very tight constraints creatively about what you can do. So we thought, after all these years, you know, what if we deviated? Yes. So that's Deviation Games.
Okay.
So, Jeff, just trust me, all bets are off. From day one, we got complete financial security to work with creative freedom and time, not just to make a brand new IP, which is what we're doing, but a groundbreaking new IP with innovation at its very core.
You can tell.
And the team at Deviation Games, the culture we have is really, really simple. There's no place for ego. It's the best idea that always wins, and that's Deviation Games.
All right, well, big ideas from you guys as we would expect. Now, I know it's very early and there is nothing to show on the game today, but can you tell us a bit about what kind of game you're making? What can we expect?
Yeah, I mean, you're very right there, Jeff. Very early, but a lot of exciting stuff going on. So essentially, we spent the last year building the team, right? And so what we knew was we wanted to collect passionate, creative, collaborative people and bring them together kind of under one roof, and that's what Deviation Games is. So yeah, we don't have anything to show right now, but that collaboration, that imagination is going on, and we're going to have something that's going to, I think, leave an indelible mark in the industry when we come out.
All right, well, with you guys involved, as I said, we're excited about it. There is one more piece of the puzzle, though, that you want to reveal today, and for that, let's take a look at this.
And that's the computer.
PlayStation
nice, okay.
exclusivity.
Cool.
Okay, big news. The stage has changed. Blew up PlayStation, so you're partnering with PlayStation. What can you tell us about that partnership?
That's right, Jeff. And the partnership with PlayStation, it's all about quality. From soup to nuts, this project is all about quality. And our team of deviators that we have
never heard
back,
that phrase
in the
before
studio,
in my life. From
we're
soup
doing
to
this for you.
nuts.
We are so proud of you. And the partnership with Sony, it's very, very simple. I mean, God, just look at the track record of consistency, of high-quality games that they do. It's hit after hit. It's award after award. And now we've been part of this process and we see how they do things. It's really clear how they're managing to accomplish that. So we couldn't be more proud to expand PlayStation's portfolio, which we're going to do in a very, very significant way.
I mean, let's just face it, right? Sony rocks, and they get our kind of brand of crazy, so we're very happy with this partnership.
All right, so Deviation Games, PlayStation, brand new IP, a mega IP, it sounds like, coming in the future, and hopefully we'll see you guys again in the future to see more on what you're working on.
Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Awesome. All right, Dave, Jason, thank you very much, guys. All right, well, this year is the 30th anniversary of Sonic the Hedgehog, and later this month, we are honored to be premiering the full Sonic Symphony performance. But right now, here's the Philharmonic Orchestra in Prague performing the music of Sonic Unleashed.
I love that. believe I'm older than Sonic.
Are you? You're...
Barely.
Love orchestra music.
I am.
All right, Sunday,
That's
Warner
30.
Brothers Games and Turtle Rock will be giving players a new look at the zombie multiplayer fun of Back 4 Blood. And right now, we've got a quick tease of a new boss and news on the beta coming later this summer.
I'm interested in Back 4 Blood. I love Left 4 Dead. Valve's not gonna do it.
Oh wow.
October 12th. Do we know if that has local co-op? That'd be cool. I'll have to check it out.
One of the things I'm most passionate about is getting you guys access to play more games at home. Last year, Steam and Xbox did incredible demo events around Summer Game Fest, and this year, Steam's Next Fest starts next Wednesday, and Xbox is back again to do an ID at Xbox demo event, which I'm announcing right now. It starts on Tuesday, and it's completely free, no badges required. One of the games I'm most excited about in the lineup is Tunic from my fellow Canadian Andrew Scholdice. Here he is to give you a little sneak preview of the brand new demo, which you can exclusively play on Xbox starting on Tuesday.
Hi, my name's Andrew Scholdice, and I'm working on Tunic, which is an isometric action-adventure about a tiny fox in a big world, where you explore the wilderness, fight monsters, and find secrets. I first started working on it about 6 years ago. And,
it's about
been
3 years
changing
ago.
a lot over the years, but I'm really excited about where we've gotten it to today. So in Tunic, you start the game and you are a little fox that's washed up on a beach, and you don't have a whole lot of context except for, a lust for adventure, and you are going to wander off, and maybe you're going to find a stick, and maybe if you venture a little bit further, maybe you're going to find a sword. And it's really about that sense of discovery, about wondering what's around the next corner. People have played the game at shows before, but we wanted to put together a brand new demo that was, for the home audience. And so it's full of never before seen stuff, a brand new dungeon, a bunch of areas people haven't seen before.
Adorable.
So excited about Tunic, and Sable also is going to be one of the games in that, along with a lot of other awesome titles. So check that out next week on Xbox. Next up, Stave Off Ragnarok, in this ancient Norse-inspired co-op action survival RPG that you can also fully play solo. Classic hack-and-slash gameplay goes Viking in Norsefeld's Tribes of Midgard, launching on PlayStation and PC July 27th. Here is the brand new trailer.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness.
Valheim.
Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the untamed world. Once you've plundered all you can carry, return to your village and use those resources to forge Viking-worthy gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs, or this world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take heed. Ahead things rise when the sun sets. Destroy these dark spirits before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day, to venture into new lands, build to greater heights, and face fiercer creatures. And with great risk comes great rewards. But be careful. You're of little use to Midgard squashed by a troll. Craft legendary weapons, build deadly defenses, and grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way.
Oh, damn.
And it's time for us to end their path of destruction.
Attack on Titan scale.
Let's show them our might is greater than their height. As the saying goes, Valhalla can't wait.
Is that the thing? heard that.
It's now.
It's cute.
Heaven can wait. Well, heaven can wait. That's a saying, right? Valhalla is heaven.
Oh, okay. I guess heaven can wait. That is a
Who's
thing.
ready for
Fine.
some Evil Dead? We announced this game last December at TGA, and now it's
Awesome.
time for an extended look at the gameplay. To tell us more, let's turn it over to my friend, Tim Willits from Saber.
Hi, Jeff. It's great to see you. Today, we have some extended footage of Evil Dead, the game. We are excited to show you this, and to help me explain it is Bruce Campbell. Thank you.
Ooh, nice.
Hell yeah.
Hola, cyber friends. I'm Bruce Campbell. You know me as Ash Williams, the dude who saved the world from evil. I'm here to bring you the lowdown on the upcoming Evil Dead, the game. You and your friends will team up as classic Evil Dead heroes to live the nightmare. You'll use savage finishing moves or tear evil a new one. Or, if you're not into the whole save the world thing, we have another option. You can play as the vile Kandarian demon itself.
Awesome.
But who would want to do that? He'd be a dick. With the power of possession in your arsenal, you'll scare those goody two-shoes to death. Literally, you can do that if you're a dick. Whether you choose the path of evil or righteousness, you'll be throwing down in places you've seen before. You'll collect pages of the Necronomicon, uncover Nobi's lost tapes, and track down other legendary artifacts. When you've grabbed enough, you'll use a spell to send the Kandarian son of a bitch back to the hellhole it came from. Soon you'll experience the horror yourself, but for now I'll leave you with this thought. It was no accident that Ash always wore brown pants.
I gotta say, I want the tension to be a little higher in this trailer. It's a little, like, low-key.
It looks, the level itself looks very similar. I'm sure we're seeing multiple levels there, but they all look very not the same.
It's the same. Yeah, and it's like nothing too exciting, honestly. I love Evil Dead, so we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
I'll give it a chance. I don't know. Not sold yet, though.
I'll spoil those good.
Oh, coming this year, so get a chance very
Okay,
soon.
guys, now it's time for the grand finale to the show.
Yes, please.
This is extremely special. Today, I am so deeply honored to be given the opportunity to share this next game. It comes from one of our industry's most acclaimed developers and a previous Game of the Year winner at the Game Awards. I want to personally thank this developer for believing in my vision of Summer Game Fest as a new way to bring all of us together for a cross-industry showcase and kick off the summer in the right way. So, without further ado, please sit back and enjoy this truly spectacular world premiere. It is finally time.
He's so
Elden Ring?
stoked.
Elden Ring?
Right?
From Software?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
The tarnished will soon return, guided by grace once lost. The Golden Order is broken to its core.
Magic horse.
Ghost horse.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they will die. In an unending curse. How else is a champion or a lord to be born?
Nice.
Well, a lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee now.
Brandish the Elden Ring. For all of us.
You've got to love that, the character design,
January.
the monster design. That is much sooner than I
Soon.
thought. Yeah.
That is way soon.
It actually
Wow.
happened. Elden Ring is coming, as you saw, January 21st, 2022 to next gen, current gen. It's so incredible, and I want to thank so much Miyazaki-san and the team at From for sharing that in-game look at Elden Ring. I hope you guys are happy.
That's
oh my
your
God, I'm
first
free
big
out of
game of
prison.
E3.
All right. And that's going to do it for Summer Game
Yeah.
Fest Kickoff Live. Thank you so much to all the developers who took part, and for you and watching around the world, it means so much to me. Summer Game Fest continues all weekend with Netflix Geeked Week and Prime Matter tomorrow, Ubisoft Forward on Saturday, and Xbox and Bethesda on Sunday, Square Enix as well. Head to summergamefest.com for the full and complete schedule, and this is really just the kickoff to summer and a ton of other amazing events that I'm fully supportive of, and I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us as well. As for me, I'll see you again on August 25th for Gamescom Opening Night Live. And this December, I am so happy to say that the Game Awards will return as an in-person ceremony at the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. More details are coming later this summer. Thanks again for being a part of Summer Game Fest. We will see you tomorrow for more, and stay tuned for the Day of the Devs with I Am 8-Bit and Double Fine right now. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jeff. Thanks again.
Come on, Jeff. Are you Canadian?
Hi, Jeff. Love you. Bye. Wait, where are you from? You didn't tell us.
Where are you from? I must know. Wow.
Well, hey, that was a way to end the show.
I'm
That's
kind
a
of glad
that's a
it
game.
hit,
Elden.
it hit hard at the end. I'm kind of glad it did. Yeah, that looked really impressive. Very, very excited about Elden Ring.
A lot of people were like, that's the game they were waiting for at E3. So it's really cool that it's, E3 hasn't even started and we already have Elden Ring trailer, release date. Like, awesome. That's cool.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Strong start to E3. So, deep breath. Summer Game Fest. What will you remember from what we just saw?
Okay, well, the first
comes
thing
to
when you
mind?
said that popped into my head was Japanese breakfast. I loved
Really?
looking at Sable, and I loved that performance. That's gonna stick with me. And then I remember Weezer was also there, and that's not gonna stick with me. What about you?
Neither the song nor the game is going to stick with me. And I'd like to say I was a Weezer fan, but yeah, you know, it's not always going to hit home. For me, what did I like the most? I think really like the Elden Ring had it. Like that was the game I was waiting for, and I wasn't sure if it was going to win me over, but I like where it's all going, and I think for me, with like Souls games, it kind of completely hinges on whether they nail the kind of enemy design, and that looks really exciting. Very, very hyped to hear more about it. Looking back on what else kind of tickled my fancy.
So you like the From Software aesthetic, but like you're not into horror games because those were scary monsters.
Yeah,
dude.
scary monsters. I don't like jump scares. That's my thing.
Okay.
Like, jump scares for the sake of jump scares, that kind of thing. Yeah.
That's
what
fair.
else kind of made me got all excited?
Endless Dungeon was cool, but that game's been on my
cool.
radar for a while. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Jurassic
kind of
Park game?
yeah. I think maybe it's more of a preamble for the rest of the E3, but I'm happy to see we've already got a sprinkling of Sony, Sony news in the middle of all this. So that's good to see. That means you can expect to hear more from Sony here and there as this event kind of ticks over. I think that's a good sign.
Cool. It was cool to see the former Call of Duty dudes that like make Call of Duty what it is. Like they're doing something new, partnering with Sony. That's news. I mean, Call of Duty itself used to be like hand in hand with Xbox, but that's changed over the past 5 or so years.
But I guess this isn't the Call of Duty behemoth either, but I think that's very exciting for a lot of people. I'm sure for those two creators as well to be kind of not prescribed to have to deliver more Call of Duty will free them up for something very cool down the line. So yeah, that'll be exciting to hear exactly what comes down.
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't really what excited me, but the underwhelm of the Valorant slight new character reveal.
Yeah, like come on, guys. At least Overwatch gave us like full characters. We could see 2 new character designs, but that tease for Valorant was not even. It was like what, a second, literally.
Yeah, but it was over before it began. We were both like, "What? Did we miss it?
Yeah.
What? Let's talk about Overwatch 2 though, because we're both Overwatch people. Like I can't wait to play this. Like for all kinds of reasons, whether it's the redesigned characters, the redesigned skills, even the redesigned kind of meta of just the sheer team size and the makeup of the team. It's going to be a completely different thing. And I'm more of a single player, so Overwatch is my exception to the rule. So the idea that there's going to be a single player campaign as well, this is going to be my thing. And Sombra is one of my favorites. She's like up there, top 3 for me. So I'm so excited to play this.
I remember when you were first getting into Overwatch and you had names for all the characters.
I do. I know the real names now because it's been a few years. But yeah, I definitely had shorthand for nearly all of them. I think
very cute.
Yeah. I mean, you knew exactly who I was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your Symmetra one was very fun.
Yeah. What was it? I'm thinking of Orisa. Orisa was something like Robot Centaur Mummy or something like that. Yeah. Very easy.
I know who you're talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, it's a good character. Oh yeah, so something on the stream that I did want to get the final answer from you from was which characters desperately need a redesign in Overwatch 2?
Well, so Lucio is one that's always on my list, but he is getting an overhaul in Overwatch 2, and they've showed off a little bit of that. I think Pharah should also have an overhaul because, like, her skins, they have her geographically and culturally all over the place, and a little clarity there would be great. Stuff like that. They can just clean it up a little, get rid of the skins that no one likes, and just give us the good ones. That's what I want.
We haven't seen anything when it comes to new characters yet either. I mean, they have such a rich base already. I'm wondering how they're going to deal with that. Like, I often make the comparison between the Overwatch roster and Street Fighter 2's roster, in that you kind of add to it. But there's certain points in Street Fighter's history where it's kind of not completely wiped clean, but kind of, shuffled through and kind of brought the more, keep the standard, torchbearers there and add new players. I'm interested to see how Overwatch deals with that. Like, will everyone arrive? That would be interesting to see. I'm not sure if they've said whether that will be the case or not.
Yeah, in my mind, all the characters are coming, but hey, maybe not.
Yeah.
But they have a new one coming too. We haven't seen, so there's a lot more Overwatch.
Oh, there is one. Yeah, they've already announced one new character at least, so that's good. And she's been a long time coming as well. What else excited me from that? It kind of moved at a fair clip. There were like lovely musical interstitials. I liked the first look at the Shark Mob game, the Last Masquerade Vampire. The name is Blood Hunt. So that looked interesting. Yeah. I I like the idea of
and
kind of adding this very polished. You know, I'm not sure what. Do you know what game that's going to be? PvP?
well, that's what I was thinking because it looks like PvP. It looks like it's going to be some kind of competitive thing.
I
It
totally
doesn't look
thought
like
it was going to be a
narrative.
narrative. Yeah, exactly. I totally thought it was
Right.
going to be some narrative spin, but this ain't narrative. Well, it doesn't.
Well,
look
I mean, yeah,
anyway.
they haven't said, but it definitely looks like they're going for like action and fighting and really cool stuff. Yeah, I'm into that because this world is so. I think I said rich when it came on, and that's like it's just there's so much to it. It's really juicy. You can get into it.
Yeah, there's so much you
I
can
love
kind of pick
vampires.
apart and run with. Yeah, when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Let's just kind of go on a run with all the gore titles. Back 4 Blood. How do you think about Back 4 Blood?
So I'm super into Back 4 Blood just because I really want Left 4 Dead 3 or
3, I guess. Yeah.
The next Left 4 Dead, and this is it. And I have a lot of really good memories playing Left 4 Dead, like locally with my friends, like doing that during the whole game locally. So maybe I'm just nostalgic for that local co-op mode. I don't know if it's in Back 4 Blood, but playing it online, I think that'll be just fun. Maybe I'm like you. I don't play a lot of competitive stuff aside from Overwatch, so maybe that could be a new one.
I mean, having said that, the other multiplayer game I do play is Among Us, and that got a brief mention. It's funny, like, Summer Game Fest does always touch on these kind of major titles. There was a new skin for Fall Guys, and Among Us, we're getting teased new game modes, including hide and seek, which sounds perfect. This is the weird game I play with my non-gamer friends. This is like our new, it's someone's birthday and we're still in lockdown thing to do is to play Among Us. And so much fun. Like some of my friends just love doing chores and doing the tasks and fixing the shit. They don't even know what they're doing half the time. Or they'll pop up in an air vent right in front of me and I'm like, oh, call a meeting. They don't know what they're doing half the time, but that makes it all the more enjoyable. But I love, expand the game. Yeah, give me more, twist it, spin it, and give it back to me. I'm always up for more Among Us news.
And that was like, I believe those were like mods, like mod based. They were player created stuff that they were throwing into the game, which is really cool in Among Us. Yeah.
Ooh,
I want to say that the community obviously has a lot of impact in this game. Like the community of Among Us players is really loud, and the developers are listening because they're independent and they can, and I love that. So very cool.
New roles as well, sheriff and scientist. That's I love it. Yeah, I love the sound of it. I'm very excited to see how that all bears out. What else tickled my fancy?
There was the first big bit of news. Oh, hey, why not talk about Fall Guys?
No,
you see that? Look at that skin. We finally figured it out.
I love it. I've played both the recent Nier games and I did not spot it. They're like, here's one from an epic franchise. I'm like,
I don't. Yeah,
I guess because Nier character models are so elegant and kind of elongated. I just don't. I could not see it in that Fall Guys model whatsoever.
I thought it was
blame the resolution.
What was that Vita game? There's a girl. She had a cat. Oh man, it was so good. She had a black. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll tweet it out later. But someone knows it. Someone's saying it right now in the chat, I'm sure.
Someone's screaming it at you right now.
I hope so. I'm screaming it myself. Like.
Oh, Gravity Rush.
Gravity Rush. That's what I thought it was. But
okay, I can see that. That would make more sense.
Vague.
A weird kind of PlayStation exclusive kind of thing, I guess.
Everyone would be like, why?
Who? Yeah, what's a Vita?
Oh, no, everyone knows what a Vita is. Everyone loves the Vita, okay? I won't hear anything else. The first big thing that we saw at the show that I actually forgot about till I just looked at our list of stories today. Ashley Birch was on stage talking about the Tiny Tina game. What is it? Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Yeah.
Yeah, Wonderlands, yes.
So that's cool. That's cool. I really love Ashley Birch. Like, she's in Mythic Quest. She's Horizon.
She's Horizon. Obviously, Borderlands, Wonderlands. Right? Yeah. There was somewhere else. I clipped her somewhere else as well. But yeah, like all the major games, she's probably in it somewhere.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
and she's
super
funny.
cool.
Loves
And yeah,
it.
very
She
good,
writes.
very personable on stage. So yeah, more of her, please. Yes, please. Thank you. And this
Yeah,
this
and
game as
Tiny.
well. What a killer roster of voice talent, right? Will Arden, Andy Samberg was the first one, wasn't it? Like
Andy
major.
Samberg, Wanda Sykes.
Yeah, Wanda Sykes.
Like huge
I'm
comedy names. Definitely.
I'm just waiting for the trailer to get through it, so we're kind of watching it in the corner. Don't give us the other name. Lana, yeah, we said that one. Yeah. Ashley Burr, yes, we covered that. Oh, and Her Royal Highness.
Well, Highness. Oh, the butt donkey. What is it?
Butt
You know,
stallion,
butt
isn't it?
stallion. Not the butt donkey.
That game with the butt donkey and the cat.
You know. Yeah, but Borderlands, I mean, there's a lot of fodder there too. It's a fun franchise, and this isn't a Borderlands game, but clearly
Which
stars
could
Borderlands
make it a little bit more, interesting, a bit more off-piece than another Borderlands game. So I'm
into that.
Happy about that as well. I think that's everything that really kind of got me excited. Anything else, or anything you think it was missing?
No, I mean, those were kind of the things that stuck out to me. New publishing labels, and Rocket League is still getting DLC, all this stuff. You love to see it. But
we got the funny thing, one of the major guests was Hideo Kojima, and he didn't reveal any new projects per se, but we have Death Stranding, the director's cut. The main question being, what the heck did they cut out of the first one that means they need to make another game?
Right. What could possibly be on the cutting room floor? It's just going to be, what, more cutscenes?
Slower cutscenes.
Bloopers? I would watch
bloopers.
Yes,
I'd watch
slower.
bloopers.
It's just them messing up. That would be great. Yeah.
I mean, this is very much a next generation. This is for your PlayStation 5s and the Xbox Series X version of Death Stranding, which is what I'm waiting for, because I didn't play the game last generation. So this will probably be the one I play. Possibly.
It's worth a play. Yeah, it's worth a play. It's really relaxing.
That's what I've heard. It can get meditative, can't it, on the walks and stuff. So I mean, we all need that at this point. So
honestly.
Might have to go on the
Maybe
list.
just take a real walk. Just go take a walk, Matt.
Last week I got warned on my pandemic app. It was like, you should self-isolate. Someone in close proximity to you got COVID. So I got put back in my house, and here in the UK, it's lightening up, and you're allowed to go out and do stuff. So for 4 days, I was just trapped in my flat. I baked a lasagna for 6 people that I ate myself, and I also made rhubarb crumble because I just ran out of stuff to do. It's a very weird life. But anyway, back to the games.
Weird life. You could play video games,
I could. That was before Final Fantasy VII Integrate and Ratchet and Clank landed, so didn't have a choice in the matter, really.
Well, speaking of Final Fantasy, there's a ton more news coming at E3, and Final Fantasy might be part of it. You will be on top of that news whenever it drops.
I will just be awake all hours of the day until it happens. Yes.
Honestly, that's E3. We just stay awake, staring at the screen until the news drops.
Yeah,
and we scream.
And what, off the top of your head, do you know what the next major stream is? I think it might be Xbox.
I believe it's Ubisoft.
Oh, of course, Ubisoft.
Are we? Let me make sure we are actually doing that show. It looks like we are. Hey, all right. So yeah, Ubisoft Forward is on June 12th. And it starts at 3 p.m. ET. So we're going to be live again, telling you all about Ubisoft's cool stuff. And that'll be me and Devindra. We'll be on that.
That's right. And then Xbox, I've got my list now. Xbox and Bethesda's Game Showcase is June 13th. That's a Sunday. And the show kicks off at 1 p.m. ET, so a little bit earlier. And then Square Enix's thing should be on the 14th. But we're not going to be streaming with that, I don't think. And then Nintendo will be back on the 15th, Tuesday. So, yeah, busy little week until Tuesday. Lots of gaming news. No Switch Pro, sadly.
No, not yet.
Not even one more thing. There's still time. Nintendo can still make one. They've got time.
Just one. We only want one.
Just one for me.
Come on.
Or 2.
Yeah.
One for me, one for Jess. That's all we need.
Yeah, okay. Two. That's fine. That's it.
2 max. Yeah.
I can do that. Jeez. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me, Matt. This was fun.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Jess. Nice to talk to you. It's been a while, so can't wait till we hang out in person again.
Yeah, and maybe next E3 we'll be in person. Who knows?
Maybe E3. Yeah. Yeah, thank you also all of our streamers as well. Thank you for watching along. Hope you enjoyed what you saw. And yeah, bigger gaming news yet to come, I'm sure.
Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you at the next stream. Stay tuned. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to GameSpot's pre-show for Summer Game Fest, aka the Summer Keeleys. I'm Lucy James. Joining me today is Timur Hussein.
Hello, all praise goes to Jeff Keighley.
And Jordan Ramey.
What's up? Are we worshipping Jeff Keighley now? Is that the end thing?
Jeff Keighley is our game god of summer. You must sacrifice your favorite game to him.
We're just hoping he does an Elden Ring announcement.
Okay, so I had money on Tam being the first person to discuss Elden Ring, Jordan, but I think technically it was you. But we'll talk about Elden Ring in a second. We are going to be talking about what we hope to see from the show, what we know is going to be announced, and any wildcard predictions we might have. So in terms of the show itself, it's going to be roughly 1.5 to 2 hours, judging by what Jeff has said on Twitter. There's going to be 30 plus games. Including some games that have that are continuously updated. So we know things like Among Us are going to be there, and some news on the new COD season. But there are going to be 12 world premieres, which is very exciting. There's also going to be musical guests and Giancarlo Esposito too, which I'm very excited for. But it's so weird to see, Gus Fring at a gaming event. But anyway,
I hope he's the musical guest.
That would be dope.
Hey, you never know.
That'd be so cool.
Look, I've got to get it out there at the beginning of the show. Very, very disappointed that there are no Muppets.
Was that confirmed? Did they actually say that?
Yeah.
Aw.
Jeff tweeted out about managing expectations and said that no Muppets this year. Which is very sad to me because I always thought they were a great little addition to every time.
Interestingly though, he took the opportunity to say there's not going to be Muppets to manage expectations. He did not take the opportunity to say there will be no Elden Ring to manage expectations. Thus, there is a chance. There is a chance, everyone. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, No, come on. Let's talk about Elden Ring.
Oh, why are you giving in to him? You know that Tam just wants to take over the stream and talk about Elden Ring.
If I don't let him talk about Elden Ring now, he's gonna keep bringing it up until we do talk about it. And honestly, I am also at the point where I just want Elden Ring to be shown. Tam, why do you think it's gonna be today at Summer Game Fest and not at Microsoft's conference?
Because my fingers are tingling. My genitals are tingling. Every part of me is tingling. And you know when that happens? That happens when I can feel something is going to happen in the energy of the world around From Software. I'm in tune with
Are you sure you just haven't had too much coffee? Because that also sounds like...
I may have had too much coffee. There was some substances that I took. It's fine. It's just loads of sugar. So I am hopped up on sugar, but I feel it. This is all my time playing Souls games and Bloodborne games. I don't know. I just feel it, man. And if it doesn't happen, I cannot begin to explain the sadness I will feel. But I'm believing. I tweeted out earlier to everyone, let's manifest together. And that tweet has been quote tweeted many times and retweeted. I feel like the Elden Ring community right now is like, I'm Goku, and they're giving me their spirit energy so we can spirit bomb an Elden Ring trailer towards the community. I don't know. It feels right, man. It feels right. If it doesn't happen, I will cry on stream.
But what if it's not here today? And what if it's at Microsoft on Sunday?
I mean, I'll take it. So I'm gonna leave. If it doesn't show up today, I'm gonna leave sad, but I still have hope for Microsoft because we did an interview with Big Phil Spencer, aka Big Phil, aka Philly, and he said I was playing it. I've played it, which means there's a decent chance. After he finished playing it, he was like, "Can we have this for E3?" And then Miyazaki was like, "Yeah, you can have this for E3." So there's a decent chance. If it doesn't show up at Microsoft, then we've got a problem. Then we've got a big problem. That is when I'm going to be like, holy moly, something's bad. And I will begin walking into the sea and you'll never see me again.
I mean, first of all, where to begin unpacking all of that? But I mean, specifically, why do you think it's going to be Jeff's show today? Is it like friendship ended with Phil Spencer? Jeff Keighley is now my best friend.
I feel like Jordan mentioned it earlier. If Jeff is going for anything to give him like a big punch with the Summer Games Fest trailers, he is going for Elden. He knows what people want. He's a crowd pleaser. He's a people pleaser. He has probably like day after Game Awards, or like the day after Game Awards where Sekiro won the award for Game of the Year, he was probably in Miyazaki's DMs being like, how about hooking me up with a trailer for Elden Ring? And if he wasn't, I bet he spent that entire year up until this point just constantly being Miyazaki's reply guy on whatever Discord server they're in together, just being like, hook me up, sort me out, me out.
I love the idea of Jeff and Phil just
nudes.
breaking into the office at the exact same time, being like, please give us the Elden Ring trailer.
Also, I mean, yeah, I would love to see it today, but I think it'll be Xbox. I am very, very happy to be proven wrong, but I believe like something in my heart of hearts tells me it's going to be Xbox. But let's talk a little bit about what we do know we're going to be seeing today. So in terms of musical performances, Japanese Breakfast, Weezer, and the Sonic Symphony is going to be doing like a special orchestral thing for Sonic's 30th anniversary, which is quite nice. Because I think one of my favorite things that always about the one of my favorite things about the Game Awards are those big orchestral performances that they do. The Red Dead Redemption one in particular from a couple of years ago, and the big Game of the Year medley from 2018 was unbelievable. So I'm genuinely very excited about those because it's a mix of like stuff in games, but also just, you know, Weezer is there too. Jordan, what do you think? Are you excited about the musical? And Weezer's there too. Are you excited for the musical stuff or the special guests like Jeff Goldblum, Giancarlo Esposito, and I've already said no Muppets.
I say I'm there for the music. Sonic, his games have been admittedly a little hit or miss, like over the past decade or two, but the music always hits. The music for Sonic always hits. So to get an orchestral version of that, it's gonna be so good. An experience. I can't wait for it.
I honestly, I mean, I never really grew up being a Sonic gal, so I don't think it's going to have as much emotional meaning to me as it will for you, but I'm very glad you're excited about it. Let's talk about the games then. So we've got 30 plus games, and so here's some of the stuff that we know about. Let's kick it off with Among Us. So definitely, like, judging from what I could see on Twitter, it just looks like there's going to be a new color, maroon, but also the Jeff mask is back, and I think as part of a Twitch drop. Tam, when was the last time you played Among Us?
I think I played it, last time I played it was when I played it with you, where I got the imposter. I was cast as the imposter 7 times in a row. So to the point where people just immediately knew that I was the imposter even before the game had begun. So I wouldn't say I had the best experience with Among Us. What I am interested in seeing is whether Jeff will use the word sus. Is Jeff Keighley going to say the word sus in front of hundreds and thousands of gamers? I've got my fingers crossed for it. I hope for it. On top of that, I think I'm glad that Among Us is there because it's been one of the defining games of the last year and a half. And there's a massive community of people that are keen. So like even a simple color reveal and their Jeff mask is just enough to fuel the meme factory for us, and that's ultimately what's the most important thing about the Summer Games Fest. Memes and Elden Ring, but mostly memes, but also Elden Ring, mostly Elden Ring.
Oh my
I was gonna say, I mean, speaking of Elden Ring memes, poor Jeff did do an AMA on Reddit, and every single question pretty much was a quote from the Elden Ring trailer. Or asking him where Elden Ring
I see you found my alt accounts. Excellent.
Your millions of alt accounts. No, I agree. Like I really enjoy seeing updates for things like Among Us at, you know, on a stage like Summer Game Fest or the I almost call them the Keigleys because that's just what I call them, the Game Awards, because it's just nice to see sort of recognition for games that are continuing and like providing new updates and stuff. And so I haven't played Among Us in a while. Jordan, is this going to be, regardless of what this is?
Never touched Among Us. I'm excited for the people who like Among Us, but it's just it's just not my type of game. It's not my cup of tea. I can speak.
Wow, you're trying to appeal to the two Brits in the room. I like it. We also know that there's going to be Call of Duty Season 4. So this is kind of hot on the heels of VGC reporting yesterday that COD's going to be skipping E3. But COD Season 4, there will be some information about it today at Summer Game Fest, as well, to see the World Series of Warzone captains unveiled. I don't know what that means. I assume it's an esports thing.
I
think
imagine
so? I think so.
It is an esports thing, but like I don't know. Like I feel like they would have used this opportunity to announce more guest characters. Like we had, what was it, Rambo show up and John McClane. Like why? I hope that they sneak in like a surprise. Like, hey, we've got Vin Diesel from Fast and Furious is here in the war zone. And he's just like constantly doing family quips with his squad. Like that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I think like Call of Duty and Call of Duty Warzone becoming the behemoth that it is, it makes 100% sense that it would show up. There are a lot of people that are keen to see what the next iteration of the Warzone seasons brings to the game, and I'm one of them as someone who kind of plays passively. Warzone continues to be doing interesting things. It is the most interesting thing that Call of Duty has done in quite some time, love it or hate it. At least they're trying something different with Call of Duty, and I'm super up for that. I hope they do lean into a bit more of the weird experimental stuff that they have been trying with the character stuff and the smaller events things. So I'm eager to see what the next season holds.
Jordan, you still playing Warzone?
I play it on and off. I mean, my battle royale of choice is Apex Legends, which I feel I've made abundantly clear on many of the shows that we've done. But I mean, Warzone is awesome. Every time I play it, I'm like, yeah, Call of Duty is so good. And it's been interesting to be like, man, I hope that it's there if for no other reason that we get a Battlefield trailer, new Call of Duty like trailer announcement thing, and then presumably Halo Infinite during the Xbox Bethesda thing, because it's been a very long time since we've been like, yo, we're getting Halo, Call of Duty, and Battlefield all in the same year, all at the same time. It's like a throwback to like early 2000s.
Yeah, or like maybe 10 years ago, at kind of the apex of 360 era, when just all of that stuff was coming out, and it was sort of like the halcyon days of first-person shooters. So yeah, we're definitely going to get some word on COD Season 4. But interesting, we're going to get a brand new game announcement that they've already teased and has sort of already leaked because it was in like source code of a website. But new game from Gearbox, BeChaoticGreat.com. Kind of everyone kind of assumes it's going to be a Borderlands thing because someone in the website code found the name Wonderlands. So, Jordan, you are a resident Borderlands fan. Are you excited for more games in that universe?
Depends. Really, really depends. I was one of those people that I was a fan of Borderlands 3, but even I could tell that I'm like, man, it's kind of just doing what Borderlands 2 did like 7 to 8 years prior. It's just kind of just doing it again, and it hasn't really evolved in any way. So my hope is that if this Wonderland is connected to Borderlands, which it very well looks like it is, what are they doing to change it? How are they evolving? Are they still going for the 4-character structure? Is it more you can create your own character? Is it still a linear campaign through levels, or is it more of an open world adventure? What are they doing? How is it different? Because if it's exactly the same as Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 3, I'm not sure if I'm going to be excited for that. I kind of want a little bit more out of the Borderlands franchise going forward.
I think my favorite Borderlands adjacent thing was Tales from the Borderlands, right? And so that was an interesting story told in a very different way, but still set in that universe. And Tam, you and I played Borderlands 3 together with a mix of results. Gunplay was fun. I think just the joke sort of grated after a while.
Yeah.
Could you be tempted to dip your toe back in?
Be quiet, please. I could be tempted to go back in. But like I said, yeah, I need it. Like Jordan said, I need it to be something different right now. I feel like the Borderlands franchise needs to. This is gonna sound mean, but I kind of believe it. It needs to grow up a bit, and I'm not saying like become dour and like have no fun with it. There are ways to have fun in a personality. I just feel like it feels like a very year 2000 game, and mechanically it's very sound. I think there's interesting ways that you can take what's there and spin it into something different. But yeah, I could definitely go back into Borderlands. I'm keen to go back into Borderlands. I loved playing all of those games. It's just the world is like fascinating to me and really beautiful. But anytime dialogue is spoken, I'm just like, please stop.
How dare you say that? Tiny Tina's in those games, and her dialogue is wonderful.
It's wonderful for like 5 minutes, and then she carries on for another 3 hours, and you're like, all right.
How dare you?
So
How dare you?
That's the thing. I am one of those people who can take on Leave Borderlands. I remember playing Borderlands 1 and enjoying it. I've played like half of 2, didn't really get into it, but then we finished 3, and I think that gameplay loop and the fact that there were however many bajillions of guns, I think that was what the marketing tagline was. I thought that was really fun, and I enjoyed the way I could spec my character and like the progression and stuff. But I agree. I think the humor grated on me after a while, but I think the world itself is so cool, and I think a lot of the mechanics are just perfectly right. So I'm very interested to see more of what they could do with Borderlands. Do we think, I know there is going to be some kind of Gearbox panel this weekend too. Do you think they're going to show all of their cards here or save it for the weekend? And what do we think about the Borderlands movie, if we're going to see any of that today?
Oh my god, I completely
Open
forgot
that
about
up to
the
the
movie.
floor.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense that they would actually... Yeah, they might actually like talk more about the movie today and like tease that they're going to announce a new game like at their panel. I could actually see that. That would be... Of course, we've also like come off of the E3 2019 where it was like, oh, Kingdom Hearts is going to be at every single conference across the entire thing. So maybe Gearbox is just like, we can do the same thing. We're just as cool as Kingdom Hearts. We're just going to show a new Wonderlands trailer at every single conference this year.
Yeah, but except I hope they don't do what Kingdom Hearts did. And remember that, was it
terrible.
Microsoft's press conference? They played the version with, was it like the sound effects were really loud or there were no sound effects and it was really weird?
Didn't it use like was it the one that had the watermark on the Frozen section? Wasn't that from E3?
Yes. Yeah, that was in the E3
yeah,
trailer
there was
as
like
well.
some random DivX watermark in the corner.
That was such a long E3 for that reason alone. It was like, wow, we're seeing another Kingdom Hearts trailer. Oh my god, never do that again. Any developers, no one should do that.
I think that they tease the game here and like show like maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then go, come back during our press conference to see more of this and the movie, and then that's pretty much all we get, which will be enough.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I still can't believe that it's like, is it Jamie Lee Curtis and Cate Blanchett are in it? It just doesn't feel. Is it? I mean, I could see Jack
He's
Black being
Claptrap,
in it.
isn't he? And
Is he?
Kevin Hart is Roland, I think. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not making this up.
I think that's
like
right.
it's like surprisingly like good pulls across the board, but like putting people into roles I'm like, I never would have considered that for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not like an Uwe Boll production. We've actually got some, it looks like it's got some money and some clout behind it, so it could be good. Or whatever Paul Anderson I don't know which one it is. Paul Thomas Anderson,
it's no.
Is it Thomas
it's
or
Paul
it's not
W.
Paul Thomas? It's Paul.
It's
I get
Paul
the Paul
W.S. It's definitely not Paul Thomas Anderson.
Please get Paul Thomas
Paul
Anderson.
Thomas Anderson's Resident Evil.
Get him on. That's how you Capcom. I just gave you a free idea there.
Oh man.
I would love to see what he would do with something like Resident Evil or Monster Hunter, but no, alas, it's Paul W.S. Anderson. How did we get here? Borderlands. Okay, so yeah, we definitely know there's going to be Borderlands. We're also going to see first gameplay from Evil Dead, the game, which I'm kind of excited about because Evil Dead is one of those movies that, like, and also there's this kind of renaissance of B horror movies right now as well. I guess like Dead by Daylight, and all of the crossovers that they've had. Are you excited to see any more of Evil Dead, the game?
Yeah, I think Evil Dead is one of those classic franchises that is due a good game, and I hope it kind of it's such a good universe as well. And hasn't Ash shown up in a bunch of other things now at this point? Like
Yeah, he was in
Yeah.
something fairly recently. I want to
Was
say.
he in
Yeah, I just
Fortnite?
can't remember.
I feel like his character was in Fortnite.
Maybe
Possibly.
it is
I
Fortnite.
mean,
Or
at
it
this
might have been
point,
Dead
I've
by
been in
Daylight,
Fortnite,
honestly.
so
Yeah. But like, yeah, I think you could make a really cool, like, action game, even a survival horror style action game, with Evil Dead, and give it like its own unique little identity and cool little personality that's like scary and creepy and kind of grotesque, but also very lighthearted. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to see that Evil Dead game. I hope it's good. If it's just like mediocre, then I'm just gonna be like, no.
I can never hear the word mediocre without hearing the Mad Max.
Yeah.
Which is yeah. So that's in my head. As soon as you said mediocre, that's where it went. We've got just under 5 minutes before we will throw over to Jeff and the Summer Game Fest show. So very quickly, do we think we're going to see some Far Cry 6 here today? I know Giancarlo Esposito is there. I guess I'm not sure what he's doing, because usually they would be hosting awards or something, like presenting an award, but I don't think that's the point of Summer Game Fest. So do we think he's there to introduce like a new thing for Far Cry, or is he just there for a laugh? Jordan?
It makes the most sense for him to be introducing Far Cry, unless like at the same time that he's been doing Far Cry, someone else is like, yo, this actor's really dope, let's get him for our game, which, I mean, maybe. It's one of those things where I'm like, it makes sense for him to be introducing another trailer for Far Cry 6, but at the same time, I'm like, why would Ubisoft want to showcase something for Far Cry 6 when they have Ubisoft Forward like in a few days, and they would theoretically be showcasing Far Cry 6 there?
Maybe Far Cry 6 is going to be the Kingdom Hearts 3 of summer 2021.
I feel like you bring him on, and like I said in a previous stream, Ubisoft is still chasing the Vash, like, do you know the definition of insanity moment? I feel like what they might do is show some sort of like really intense scene where he's delivering a speech like that, and either show that in engine and then have him come out and be like, it's me, I did that, or they have him live on stage do like a reading of it, to be like let's put the like the intensity on the audience as they're watching, and then Giancarlo Esposito does his thing. He acts in front of everyone, does a bit of theater, and everyone goes, wow, that was cool. And they don't actually show much of Far Cry. They just use his star power to promote the game. I would love to see that.
So you want him to actually like intro as his character?
Yeah,
did they do that for Star Wars Battlefront 2 with the main character for that? I can't remember the actress's name.
Jaina?
That sounds right.
I'm not sure. But no, I thought they would maybe do something like similar to what they did with Mirage at Game Awards a couple years ago, where they had Roger Craig Smith doing the live actions, and maybe do something like that. Or maybe it's an elaborate Ted Lasso crossover, because the main character in Far Cry 6 is called Danny Rojas, who is the Football is Life guy from Football is Life. So I really just want that to happen. We've got a couple of minutes. Why do we think Jeff Goldblum is there? Because I think Jeff Keighley tweeted that like all of the hosts are kind of involved in games. So what's Jeff Goldblum doing?
Jeff Goldblum appears. The Fly video game. Jeff Goldblum appears, comes to stage, does his like aloof. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to see. Well, it's Elden Ring, yeah. And then Elden
He's a
Ring
boss
appears,
in Elden Ring.
and then he's like the new Patches. He's the new Patches.
Oh.
Like you don't get betrayed by it's Jeff Goldblum. He's like, yeah, oh, Wandering One. I've got some special wares for you when you like them, like that.
Oh, damn it! I love it. I love this idea.
all things come around. It's the circle of life. It's the Elden Ring of life. We've got just over a minute, so very quickly going to come to you both. Not Elden Ring and not Hollow Knight Silksong. I'm taking those off the table.
Why?
What do you really hope to see at Summer Game Fest today? Jordan, go.
What is that game called? Callisto Protocol? What is that? It's the sequel to the PUBG
okay.
universe, the horror game. Gosh.
Yeah.
Calypso, something like that.
Callisto.
I can't even remember its name, but it looks so cool, and I want to see gameplay. That would be dope.
Tam?
Oh, I want to see Big Phil on stage. I want to see Big Phil on stage, just being like, "Hello, everyone. Here's some Halo," and then it's a couple of seconds of Halo. Come back to the Microsoft press conference where we'll show you more of this video game called Halo. So I'd be happy with that.
That's fair. I want to see something from BioWare, Mass Effect or Dragon Age. Either or, would
big
love
pull.
both. So we will be back here after Summer Game Fest to discuss all the biggest announcements and world premieres. So you won't want to miss it. And now we're going to throw over to Jeff Keighley and Summer Game Fest 2021.
I told you we'd start right on time. Hello, everyone around the world, and welcome to Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Jeff Keighley, and buckle up, because we've got a big show for you, filled with new game announcements, world premieres, updates on the games you play every day, some surprises, and special guests, including Jeff Goldblum, Giancarlo Esposito, and performances by Weezer, Japanese Breakfast, and the Sonic the Hedgehog Symphony Orchestra. Yes, that's really a thing. Now, like a great video game, there may be some twists along the way today, and just wait until you see what we have planned for the end game. That is all I'm allowed to tell you right now. This is just the start of a big Summer Game Fest weekend of news and updates for fans, including live-streamed events from publishers like Xbox and Bethesda, Square Enix, Ubisoft, and more. You can head right now to summergamefest.com to track all the events, and believe me, there is a lot of great stuff coming your way. But today, we kick things off with a big 90-minute cross-industry showcase meant to put platforms and rivalries aside. We will have updates and news for you, no matter if you play on Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. The biggest games in the world will be here, and some of the smallest ones too, made by emerging voices and developers from around the world who represent what's next. Thank you so much for tuning in and kicking off Video Game Summer. Well, let's begin with a brand new game announcement. You're about to see the world premiere of the next great adventure from Gearbox and 2K.
Fate. It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor. You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is official, and joining us now is Tiny Tina herself, Ashley Birch. Hey, Ash, how you doing?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Great to have you here. So I think the big question everyone's going to have is, what is Wonderlands? What can you tell us about it?
It's a great question.
Yes.
It's a high fantasy take on a looter shooter, as you saw, and if you're a fan of Borderlands, you'll probably recognize some fantasy elements inspired by Assault on Dragon Keep, which was the Borderlands 2 DLC that was beloved by the devs, and so this kind of inspired Wonderlands.
Now, I think the elephant in the room is this a Borderlands game? Is it not? How does it relate?
So it actually isn't. It's its own standalone game. And people that love Borderlands are going to find lots of elements to love about Wonderlands, but it's its own thing. Tiny Tina's got her own thing going on now. So it's got its own mechanics. There's spell casting. You can customize your character this time, which is super exciting. And yeah, so if you love Borderlands, you're going to find stuff to love in this. And if you've never played a Borderlands game, this is a great place to start.
Okay, well, Tiny Tina gets her own game, which is fantastic.
Yes.
What is her role? Why does she get her own game?
So she is your bunker master. She's kind of guiding the narrative and changing it on a dime if she wants. And she's just taking your cast of characters, which is an amazing cast, through this wacky world. And she's taking you on an adventure to defeat the Dragon Lord. Who is that? I don't know. You'll have to play.
And I wonder who plays the Dragon Lord, because you got quite the voice cast, including
do.
you in this, which is
Oh.
awesome. So feels like such a big experience. So this was a bit of a tease, announcing it's out there. When will we find out more about this game?
Hopefully this summer. And you can find out a lot more at playwonderlands.com if you'd like.
Okay.
But yeah, just stay tuned for updates.
All right, coming early 2022. So something to look forward to next year. Ash, thank you so much for joining us in person.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. And we'll see more later this summer on that game. All right, well, now it is time for another brand new game announcement. This one you probably are not expecting. A classic 90s franchise is coming back to life as a grid-based tactical strategy title for Steam on PC. This is an insanely fun trailer. I hope you'll enjoy it. Okay, we have another big announcement for you from a surprise guest, but it's well past 3 a.m. their time, so don't worry, we chatted earlier, and I'm very excited to share this with you right now. Hello, mystery guest.
Hello, Jeff. Hi.
Mr. Kojima, it is so good to see you. Thank you for joining us from Tokyo. First of all, I just want to ask, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How are things right now over there in Japan?
東京ではですね、また非常事態宣言っていうのが出てて、ちょっとコロナの、患者数が増えつつあると。で、ワクチンをそろそろ打ち出そうとしてる、そういう感じですね。
Well, we certainly hope that you're going to get your vaccine soon. Let me ask you, as a creator, how has this past year impacted you?
まあ今までのものづくりっていうのはまあ今自分がいる世界を見てで地続きで5年後10年後20年後どうなるかっていうのを考えながらそこにエンターテインメントを加えていって、まあ、作ってたのが結構その10年後20年後に当たってたりっていうのはあったんですけど今回の DS に関してはもう発売直後になったので、ちょっとかなりものの考え方が変わったというかものづくりのスタンスがちょっと変わったというかいろいろ考えました今後のものづくりやっぱりエンターテインメントである以上まあ、楽しんでもらって、そのプレイヤーのためになるものを作りたいっていうんですけどこんなにも早くこう時代が追いついてくるとちょっとこうなんていうんでしょうねフィクションじゃなくなってしまうのでなんで今回のコロナの中で、この先をどう作るかっていうのはいろいろ考えましたね。他のクリエイターも多分大きく考えていると思います。911の時と同じような感じだと思いますね。これからエンタメをどういうふうに切り取っていくかっていうのはやっぱり大きな課題ではありますね。
Well, I know we are all very curious about what the next era of Hideo Kojima entertainment is going to be. I don't know how much you can say, but can you give us any sense of kind of where your mind's at right now, what you're thinking about, some of the themes or the ideas?
これ言えないですけど、今までのような、こう一歩一歩進むものじゃないんですよね。やっぱりその911の時もそうですけど、このコロナでガラリとあらゆるものが変わっていく、ものすごいスピードで変わっていくんで、そこでエンターテインメントが遅れを取ってしまうとダメなんで、それをどうするかというその予測ですね。まあ、全くこう宇宙人が攻めてくるとか、そういうゲームであればコロナ禍でも関係ないんでしょうけど、やっぱりこう、社会性の基盤を持ったエンターテインメントというのを作りたいですし、皆さんに起こりつつあることをエンターテインメントの中でちょっとこう紹介したいというのもあるので今後世の中がどちらの方向に向かっていくかっていうのが今まで以上にすごく急激に変わっていっているのでそこを間違えないように作るというか、そこはすごく神経質になってます今。
All right, fair enough. I tried. Well, Mr. Kojima, honestly, I really do appreciate you making the time to stop by and just say hello to everyone. We miss you, and we can't wait to see what you're working on next. So, thank you.
Jeff, one more thing.
There you have it. Death Stranding Director's Cut finally confirmed. I hope I make it into the Director's Cut. I'm told the full reveal is just weeks away. Stay tuned. All right, next. It's my honor to welcome to Summer Game Fest a legendary actor who dedicated a whole episode of his Disney Plus show to exploring the world of gaming and has been in games like Call of Duty Black Ops 3. And we're thrilled to have him here at Summer Game Fest. Jeff Goldblum, how are you, my friend?
Thank you so much, Joffrey or Geoff or sorry, I think it's Jeffrey. Hey, maybe it's Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Thank you so much, sincerely, for having me here. I'm thrilled to be here. Hey, I was watching your show, and I was wondering if there might be some video game world premieres, as you say. And sure enough, yeah, there is. There is.
Yes, we do like our world premieres around here. Any chance you brought one with you today?
Well, it's funny you should say that. Yes, you could say, yes, I do. If you don't mind, I've got something here. I'm going to read it on this. There's a little bit of a teleprompter that they're putting up here, so I'm going to read something because I don't want to get it wrong. I'm very meticulous about this. So here's a dramatic reading of this game announcement. Ready? I'm going to make the game announcement right now. Hello. I'm here to welcome you to a very different world. It's going to elevate you to new heights. It's going to submerge you to new depths. Maybe even challenge you to control chaos. Actually, it's going to certainly challenge you to control chaos. It's a world so-called evolved. Take a look at the, you guessed it, world premiere. We ignored all the warnings. Forgot the lessons. We abused our power. We played with genetics like it was a toy. We weren't careful. And now, here we are. This is a very different world.
All right, this performer's new album, Jubilee, is out now, and her book, Crying in H Mart, is a New York Times bestseller. Here now to perform Glider from the upcoming open-world game Sable by Raw, Fury, and Shedworks, it's Japanese Breakfast.
Come in to me, show us the way. I'm caught between the wind and parts of the unknown. A door between two worlds, a sight to see. It feels like everything
so beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. Sable will be released on September 23rd this year. That's some news for you. And to learn more about this amazing game, watch the Tribeca Games Showcase. That is tomorrow, where Sable was named an official selection of the Legendary Festival. Now, today is just the start of Summer Game Fest. Day of the Devs with IM8-Bit and Double Fine will immediately follow the live show today, and there are more events coming all weekend and all month, including the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase on Sunday. It's going to be a good one. Right now, though, we're thrilled to announce the upcoming Western release of a spectacular 3D, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Welcome to the world of Lost Ark from Smilegate RPG and Amazon Games.
The Lost Ark is now but a myth. A relic from the half-remembered Chain War. But now, our world has been torn once again. The demons have returned. With roaring destruction and waking nightmares.
Sometimes when you play a game, there's that one thing in your inventory which turned out to be far more useful than you first realized. That's kind of like Prime Gaming. If you're an Amazon Prime member, and most of you probably are, you get a ton of gaming goodies every month. This month, you can download Battlefield 4 and Batman the Telltale series completely free for PC, and there are special in-game benefits and perks in GTA Online, Valorant, Apex Legends, and more that you can unlock. It's awesome value, and honestly, this kickoff show would not have been possible without the Prime Gaming folks believing in my vision for a new way to bring you the news this summer. So, head over to gaming.amazon.com to check out all the perks and free games, which change every month, but you get to keep them forever. Okay, right now I'm honored to be joined by Johanna Ferris, the new GM of Call of Duty. Johanna, it's so great to have you with us here on Kickoff Live. Everyone is so excited about what Call of Duty's been doing with all these seasons, and I know, looks like next week, June 17th, Season 4?
Yes, we're super excited. We're super honored to be here, so thank you first and foremost to that. It's just such an amazing time for Call of Duty. We're experiencing such transformational growth and dynamism across the entire brand, you know, from premium title releases to everything we'll talk about today, with Warzone, with mobile, with esports. So it's just super incredible, all the work, and shout out to everybody in the Call of Duty family who makes it happen every day.
Yeah, no, you've been, I mean, I know Season 3, it was like, you know, Rambo, Die Hard now. Who knows what's in store for Season 4, but you guys, you know, continually update the game now with new stuff. Season 4 is coming next week. What can you, this is first info on it. So what can you tell the fans watching around the world?
Yeah, we're stoked. It's jam-packed with new content across Cold War and Warzone. You know, you've got new weapons, we've got new maps, we've got badass new operators. I'm super excited about the hijacked gulag. We've got expanded zombies content for everybody who loves that part of, you know, the gameplay experience. So we're thrilled, and I'm excited to bring it forward a little bit here today.
I know, we've got the first look world premiere trailer of Season 4, so let's take a look at that now.
Do what you are told, and you get to live. You understand? I knew you were a smart one.
Secure the site.
Cold War just turned hot.
We've located the satellite. Raptor 1, my team's about to be overrun.
I am death.
Oh my God, that looks so fun. And 1 week away.
1 week away.
All right, well, let's move on to, you first joined Activision to run Call of Duty Esports, and we're going to talk a little bit now about what is the World Series of Warzone, which is going to start on June the 22nd. First of all, tell us, what is World Series of Warzone?
Yeah, we're super excited about it. It's really a new way for us to highlight competitive Call of Duty. You know, we've got great success going with Call of Duty League, and now we've got some of the biggest names in gaming battling it out in Verdansk for what will be the biggest prize pool in Warzone since it's launched, right? So we'll talk a little bit about what that entails, but custom lobby experiences, 150-player to a side squad. So I'm stoked to see how they kind of rally here in Verdansk.
Yes, and coming up very soon, June 22nd, looks like Twitch Rivals is going to be a part of this?
Yeah, we are honored to be in partnership with Twitch, always, right? But certainly here with World Series of Warzone and partnering with Twitch Rivals, who's already done so much to really put competitive Warzone on display. So couldn't be in better partnership there, and we're excited to have everybody tune in.
Yes, there is one thing, though, that everyone has been talking about online, and that's who the captains are going to be for the structure of the World Series of Warzone, at least for the first event.
Yeah.
I understand we've getting a little bit reveal here of who some of the captains are, right?
Yeah, we love the first 5 captains of the first of many events to come. Like I said, these are huge influencers and personalities in Call of Duty, and they also share our passion for competitive Call of Duty, right? They really believe in the promise of World Series of Warzone and to really level up what it means to really battle it out. So couldn't be happier with some of these names, many of whom also hail from the Call of Duty League family. And I'm excited to see who kind of takes the cake here. We'll see.
I was going to say, they'll all be battling out in just a couple weeks on Twitch Rivals. Well, it's really exciting to see how much Call of Duty is growing into this kind of year-round experience for everyone with so much more content. So we can't wait to see where you're going to take it. And I know there is a big new mainline game coming later this year too, right?
Indeed, indeed. More details to share later on, but Sledgehammer Games is going to bring forward something truly incredible. So we're excited.
All right, we tried, guys. There will come a time and a place for that. All right, Johanna, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. All right, we've got lots of Summer Game Fest kickoff to go, but right now we've got a surprise guest joining us, my fellow Canadian, Ryan Reynolds. Hey, Ryan.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and hello, Summer Game Fest. Now, I know what you're thinking, and no, I'm not here to announce I'm the star of Elden Ring. I think. Instead, no, I'm here to talk about good old-fashioned movies. You remember those things? Of course you don't. Look, I have a new movie coming out August 13th called Free Guy, and in this movie I play an NPC character in a popular open-world video game until I break free and I realize that it kind of sucks to be a lonely background character on an endless walk cycle. So now here's one of those world premieres. It's a first-ever look at our cast on the big screen this August, and honestly, it's been so long I can't even remember who's even in this movie. I didn't say that. I'll cut that out. Yeah, I'll do it right now.
My name is Guy. I thought I had everything I needed. Mondays, am I right, Joe?
You said it, Guy.
But then I met her.
Put these on.
Oh my God! What are these, trick glasses or something?
Guy, there is no easy way to say this. This world, it's a video game. You're not real.
Please stop my...
And the guy responsible for this world was going to destroy it.
Are we talking about God? You've met God?
Yes, he's an absolute troll.
Trolls exist.
We can save our world, but we have to fight together. I don't even know what's happening right now, but I love it! Oh, that actually hurt my hand.
I have 3 words for you. Blue shirt guy.
This guy is outskilling all these players. I've never seen anything like this. Who the hell even knows who this blue shirt guy is?
He's also really cute.
The game wasn't even made for someone like this.
Terminate him.
Nope. I can't die. I'm never gonna die.
That was fun seeing Ninja, Pokey, Jacksepticeye, Laserbeam, all those guys who will be in Free Guy. Ryan had to say it. I can't say it yet. All right. Up next, it won multiple awards at the Game Awards, and Among Us just keeps going. Now it's time to hear from Inner Sloth on what's coming next. Lots of fun ahead. And speaking of Among Us, last year you may remember the very rare Jeff Keighley mask was available as a Twitch drop around the Game Awards, never to be seen again. In fact, I often hear on Twitter from people who get booted from games with the mask because folks think that they're hacked. Well, never fear, today the mask is back. Just head to Twitch, connect your account, and watch 15 minutes or more of Kickoff Live to get your very own Jeff Keighley mask once again, and then it goes back into the vault. I don't know what's going on. All right. Speaking of independent developers, now I'm very happy to welcome to Summer Game Fest the head of indies at PlayStation, a legend in his own right who has some exciting things to share, Shuhei Yoshida. Hi, Shu.
Thanks, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I'm Shuhei Yoshida, head of PlayStation Indies. What I love about working with independent developers are the new and unexpected games that they create, which allows us to offer an array of unique experiences for players. In my role at Sony, it's very exciting to get to meet with these talented studios, which sometimes can be one person or a small group of friends, to help nurture their ideas and bring them to the PlayStation fans. One example is from Finji, who has been working with Gleb Lobanov, the developer of WonderSong, to publish their new game, Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Chicory released today and gives players a chance to experience a coloring book-style world where players use their painting powers to explore, solve puzzles, make friends, and draw on anything. Check out Chicory, A Colorful Tale on PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 after the show. As a huge Soulspawn games fan, I totally enjoyed the beautiful 2D action adventure Salt and Sanctuary a few years ago. The developer Ska Studios has been hard at work on a new title, which I'm proud to present to you, Salt and Sacrifice.
Our sins will catch up with us. was given a second chance. I spoke the words. I drank the Mage Bane. I live now only to hunt mages. I am a marked Inquisitor. There aren't many of us.
But together, we will tame the chaos.
Thanks, Shu, and that's not all. Today, we're also able to share with you a brand new trailer from the upcoming Annapurna and Heart Machine game, Solar Ash, which is coming to PlayStation later this year. That looks so great. Can't wait to see it later this year. Now, this week there is a ton of video game news, but there's also a big game launching across console and PC, Chivalry 2, which brings 64-player multiplayer medieval battles to life. Sledgehammers, swords, axes, you name it, and it comes from Torn Banner Studios in my hometown of Toronto, Canada. Here's a look at the launch trailer for Chivalry 2, which you can play right now.
Ready, all weapons! Kill the Untitled! For every warrior, there comes a time when a moment will decide your fate. As the throng of battle echoes against steel and shield, and we cry out towards eternity, find yourself in this moment! Ignite the fire of your soul and survive this day! Fall before me! Another victory! For Agatha! Chivalry!
This month, Valorant from Riot celebrated its one-year anniversary, and starting next Monday, June 14th, Prime Gaming members will get an exclusive player card to celebrate the one-year anniversary, and a pity party spray through June 25th. This is all leading up to the release of Episode 3 of the game later this month, which will be celebrated with an epic WW Fest Unlocked Year 1 stream on June 25th. But there will also be a new agent. Who could it be? Well, here's your first very exclusive but very quick tease to whet your appetite, with more to be revealed later this month during Summer Game Fest. Told you it was very, very quick. All right, warring PMC factions face off against each other in Escape from Tarkov, the popular multiplayer first-person shooter video game developed by Battlestate Games. Today, we've got an exclusive new look at the streets of Tarkov, the new area of the game under development. When I was a kid, the simulation games of Peter Molyneux were some of my favorites. Adding that extra salt on the fries in the theme park to increase your drink sales was so devilish. Well, many of the team members behind those sim games went on to create 2 Point Studios and 2 Point Hospital. Well, today we're excited to share the first trailer for their next 2 Point simulation, 2 Point Campus.
That first sight of the school gates, the scent of a leather-bound book, the faint clatter of knights jousting. Well, I can't say I remember that part, though it wasn't like this in my day. You see, campuses are forever changing. Nowadays, education has to be fun. It can't be all work and no play, and quite right too. Frankly, the results speak for themselves. Academia has never been more appealing, more dynamic, more whatever this is. Today's campus is a place to live and a place to learn. Finely crafted by the sharpest minds that money can buy. Though sometimes you still can't get the staff. Yes, these days it really does feel as though anything is possible. Point Campus. Class is in session 2022.
This year, I am thrilled to have Netflix as a part of Summer Game Fest. They have been doing an incredible job adapting games with series like Castlevania and the Dota anime. Well, there is a lot more coming, and you don't have to wait long to find out more. Tomorrow, I'm honored to be guest hosting Netflix's Geeked Week live stream with Mari Takahashi and Rahul Kohli. You can expect the first clip of the Cuphead show, which, spoiler alert, this show is going to be an absolute sensation. I can't wait for you to see it. I'll also sit down with the team behind Arcane, the League of Legends animated show coming later this year, and we might also have updates on The Witcher and the live-action Resident Evil series. Geeked Week is streaming live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Here's a little sneak peek.
What is Geeked Week? Netflix Geeked is hosting a free virtual event full of big news, exciting first looks, and the people who make the shows and films you love on Netflix. Comics, games, movies, zombies, animation, sci-fi, fantasy.
Arcade, the Cuphead Show, Army of Affairs, No Black Eye, Castlevania, Stranger Things, The Witcher, and much more.
People you love from the shows you love live. Grab your devices, tuck in, and join Netflix Geeked for Geeked Week. There's so much to get geeked about.
We aren't done with Netflix just yet, though. Coming up next is Smite, a cross-play, cross-platform game that continues to do some pretty amazing IP crossovers. You may remember last summer we announced the Avatar: The Last Bender one. Well, as Smite enters its 9th year, it's time to go upside down. Next up, we announce a lot of games on my shows, but I think this is the first time we are announcing an entirely new game label, new game publisher. Enjoy this first look at more than 12 games that make up its initial slate.
Sometimes I ask myself what it all means. Let's begin.
Is that who you are?
My purpose makes me who I am.
I finally have the feeling we're doing something worthwhile.
Being relied on to succeed where others would fail.
Prime Matter.
There you have it, Prime Matter, Payday 3-2, and there is actually one more game added to the mix, and for that we go to Todd Hollinshead from Saber. Todd, how you doing?
I'm great, Jeff. Thank you for the intro there. I'm really excited to have this little last edition, which is that Saber and Prime Matter are working together on a new game in the Painkiller franchise.
All right, very cool on that. And there are more details on Prime Matter coming tomorrow with a stream at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, and I will be stopping by. Next up is a brand new IP from a brand new studio, Stray Bombay. It's coming this fall only to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass on day one. It's called The Anacrusis, a 4-player cooperative first-person shooter set aboard a massive starship stranded at the edge of explored space. You team up with your friends in an infinitely replayable fight against alien hordes to unlock perks, weapons, and new ways to play that you can share with your team. Here is the world premiere trailer.
Hello? NASA! Liu! Help! Lance! Get on! Thanks. No problem. Stick together and let's do this.
Is this a disco? This I do not like.
I could use some help! Hit your pulse! This is not good. This is not good.
What if we open the doors and run? Just run. No stopping, no shooting, just straight to the bridge.
Get that flasher!
Heavy. Really? We call them tanks.
I call them brutes. From Latin, Brutus.
We'd sound smart calling them brutes.
Eon, you don't want to get in here and help name these?
Nah, I'm good.
Brute!
Awesome look. Thanks for that, Chet and the team at Stray Bombay. Tomorrow, tune into Summer Game Fest for a special deep dive presentation on New World, a new open world MMO from Amazon Games set on the supernatural island of Eternum. It's finally coming out later this summer, and in the deep dive video, game director Scott Lane will take players into the mysterious supernatural island that is a world of wonder and horror. Once you arrive, it's up to you to unite warring human factions to take on a common enemy, the Tempest, who wants to unmake life. Scott and the team will detail updates to the game, including new mid and end game content, more PvE and expeditions, 5-player challenges with unique mechanics, bosses, loot, and more. 6 of these expeditions will be at launch, with the closed beta on July 20th and the public launch on August 31st. I will also be down at the studio to chat with Scott about the game and the team's efforts over the past year in the midst of COVID. It is exciting for me to finally be able to get out there and visit game studios again. I miss all these developers. So check out the special deep dive stream on New World tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern at summergamefest.com. All right, well, back in 2018, Rocket League teamed up with Fast and Furious, bringing some of the saga's most iconic cars into the game. And now they are back with a twist that is truly Rocket League with Fast 9, the next installment of the Fast saga, arriving in U.S. theaters June 25th. Psyonix is bringing back the Nissan Skyline, Dodge Charger, and, well, maybe the most literal, supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered heist car ever conceived, the F9 Pontiac Fiero. Strap a rocket engine to a car and play soccer seems like the right idea to me. The Fast and Furious 3-car bundle arrives June 17th in Rocket League. Okay, next up, last year, a new Swedish company named Sharkmob released a teaser for their first unnamed multiplayer project in the Vampire the Masquerade universe. Tonight, we're putting a name on their first game with a brand new world premiere trailer.
masquerade. We have influenced your society, fed on your blood, thrived among you, until now.
I can't wait to play this game, and we actually won't have to wait long. You can sign up now for the bloodhunt.com is where you go for the closed alpha PC test available on July 2nd. Blood Hunt will be released later this year. Next, the latest horror game series from the creators of Until Dawn continues with The House of Ashes, part of the Dark Pictures anthology. This third game features American and Iraqi soldiers stranded in a cursed temple. Here's the story trailer with the exclusive reveal of the monsters lurking in the depths.
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood. Shall we see how many have fallen into shadow?
Satellite sweeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility. But I strongly suspect it's where chemical weapons are hidden, so we need to move fast.
Ready to go dark.
To descend into the unknown alone is extremely brave.
Man out, hold fire.
Or extremely foolish.
We're gonna sigh out this shit.
Brothers in arms, or will it be a case of each man for himself?
Get down! They're up on the ridge! Return fire!
You teeter on the edge of an abyss. Your survival depends on the choices you make. They will be as a compass, guiding you through the unknown.
Where on God's green earth have we landed?
What nightmare have these luckless souls fallen into?
You keep lookout.
Lookout? Lookout for what?
One by one, their lights will be snuffed out. Unless you can find the means to save them. Trapped beneath the earth, swallowed
We have to move, let's go.
by the void. Will you find the path to salvation? Or be lost in the darkness forever?
One of the longest, most beloved JRPG franchises in the industry is the Tales of series. Well, the latest game, Arise, was announced 2 years ago, and it brings the franchise into stunning 3D with Unreal Engine 4. Here's a world premiere look at the latest trailer, with more information following in the coming weeks.
Fancy place they got here.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Danans.
I'm Dohilim Ilkaris,
Should you need my skills on the battlefield, all I care for is maintaining peace.
I'm Captain Kisara of the Eldomenencia Guard. Ha! Flare the Malisa! From now on, when I fight to protect my dream.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger.
The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Been looking for you.
Bullet, get the hell out of my realm! This is Tannin's realm and it's ours, understand?
Is it over?
It's only just begun.
For Summer Game Fest, we have a special announcement for you. That the console version of Sky Children of the Light would arrive to Nintendo Switch on June 29th. And the Little Prince season would start soon after on July 6th. Enjoy the game.
One of the things I take great pleasure in is using a platform like this show to introduce you to new developers and studios with games that deserve the spotlight. That's definitely the case with this next title from a small Swedish studio named Wishfully. Planet of Lana tells the story of a young girl and her loyal friend who embark on a mission through a colorful world that's designed to feel like a gouache watercolor painting come to life. Here's your first look at the Planet of Lana, coming to Xbox and PC in 2022. What a beautiful artistic game. Honored to have that on our show. Well, joining me now is Aaron Keller, who's the game director of Overwatch 2. Aaron, great to have you here on Kickoff Live. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Yeah, we are excited to learn more about what's planned for Overwatch 2. You guys recently, you had a PvP live stream that I watched, and you revealed some changes coming to Overwatch 2. What can you tell us? What's the latest?
Yeah, so we recently announced that Overwatch 2's format is changing to a 5v5 team format. This requires a fresh look at all of our heroes in the game. It should feel new yet familiar to fans of our strategic team-based combat.
Yeah, it was great to see you guys playing, and you know, long awaited for people to get a chance to go hands-on with it. And today, I know you brought us a look at some skins for some of the characters, right?
Yeah, the team is so passionate about updating the look and the feel of the world of Overwatch. And one aspect of that is creating entirely new models for Overwatch 2 for all of our heroes. Wow. So today we're going to be looking at two of those, Baptiste and Sombra.
All right, well, let's take a look here, and I know you're going to tell us a little bit about what we're seeing, but it's so cool to see these characters brought into Overwatch 2. So yeah, what do we got here?
Yeah, so this is Baptiste, and there's a lot of new technology that go into our models. We have new hair shader tech, excuse me, in order to get the look that we're going for with his haircut. He also has a glowing cape and gloves that kind of give that medic or surgeon vibe to him. Thank you.
And we're going to Sombra, I think, right?
Yep, so next up is Sombra. This was a very challenging look for us to update. It's an asymmetrical design. There's so many layers of hair and clothing and technology in this. If you look closely, you can actually see circuitry and nodes embedded in her clothing. She's a world-class hacker, so it all makes sense.
No, again, it's, you know, so great for fans to see these characters you know and love from the first game updated for Overwatch 2, and we can't wait to see more on the game. We appreciate you giving us a little sneak preview here, and I'm sure there'll be more later this year on Overwatch 2.
You bet. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Thanks very much, Aaron. Now, recently I had a chance to play Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance with the game developer Jeff Haddam, Hannibal Buress, and Ember Moon from the WWE. That's right. You didn't expect me to say that. But this game is a ton of fun, and it's coming to Game Pass on June 22nd. Take a look. Hey guys, it's Jeff Keighley, and today as part of Summer Game Fest, we are going hands-on with a game that is coming out in just a couple of weeks. It is Dark Alliance, and we've got Jeff, one of the game developers from 2K, Jeff, special guests, Hannibal Buress, and Ember Moon.
Okay.
That looks like a trap.
Oh,
that looks like a trap.
Oh my god. Traps.
Ow. Oh, shit.
Oh no, you get. Oh no.
A warrior's death. I died
I'm
again.
coming to get you.
Hey.
Oh!
Watch it.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no, I can't believe I'm down. I'm down, people.
The developer's down?
The dev is
What?
down.
So, Ember, I know you really wanted to be Driss,
Absolutely. I've read all the books, especially the Driss backstory, and I just connected with it on such an intimate level to the point where my wrestling character that everyone sees on TV is actually based on this character. The red eyes, even though Driss has purple, I just love everything about him, that he's just constantly the good guy the entire time.
Oh, what the?
Oh!
He's a
It's
butcher.
the Verbeek chef.
That doesn't look healthy at all. Oh, why'd I just
All
run
right,
up
Big
on him like that?
Pickums,
Well,
let me see
I'm
what
here
you
now.
got. You
So
ain't got
what?
nothing on us, baby.
I'm here now.
I spoke way too soon.
We got him.
Come on,
He's gone.
come
He's
on,
gone.
come on.
We don't want any dessert.
There you go.
Let's go.
Damn, what a death. Gonna have some weird dreams tonight because of that. Oh, he flipped us off.
Act complete.
That was great.
We did it. All right, Summer Game Fest Kickoff Live presented by Prime Gaming continues. Yesterday was an amazing tease of the next Battlefield from EA, and if you want to dust up on the history of the franchise, its last big modern-day game, that was Battlefield 4. It's this month. Prime Gaming members get to download it and play it for free through June 20th. Now, there's no catch. This is the full-blown PC version of the 2013 game, and those only in Battlefield moments still hold up. Just head to gaming.amazon.com to redeem your free copy right now if you are an Amazon Prime member. And this Sunday, watch the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase for the first gameplay footage of Battlefield 2042. Going to be really cool. All right, right now, let's take a look at another world premiere. Monster Hunter Stories is coming to the Switch in July, and we've got your first look at the story trailer.
Wings of ruin.
You don't understand. That Rathalos is...
We can't let you interfere with our plans.
That's the monster Red Song.
You suppose he saw this coming?
We won't let you awaken it.
So, you're going to be born, huh?
Next, this legendary rock band hits the road this summer on the Hella Mega Tour with Green Day and Fall Out Boy. But first, they came together with an indie developer to create stream-safe music for the community. Yes, you can co-stream this performance. So turn it up, premiering their brand new, never-before-released song, Tell Me What You Want, from Wavebreak. This is Weezer!
Message that my manager wouldn't approve. After this song, he'll have a lot of cleaning up to do. Don't be influenced by an office full of dorks. I won't mention any names. Pitchfork. Tell me what you want. I'm gonna get right on it. Tell me what you want. I'll write it down in my notebook. Duly noted. Tell me what you want. If it's gonna make you happy, I'll give you my guitar. Show me all your hot licks. Damn, that's cool. I need a taste maker to tell me which way to go, so I can play the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Here's your big chance, yeah, you got the next 3 seconds. Tell me what you want. I'm gonna get right on it. Tell me what you want. I'll write it down I bleach my hair. Tell me what you want, I'm gonna get right on it. Tell me what you want, I'll write it down in my notebook. Do you notice? Tell me what you want, if it's gonna make you happy, I'll give you my guitar. Show me all your hot licks, damn that's cool.
That was so amazing. Thank you, Rivers and Guys, for that. Both the song and the game released tomorrow on PC, Nintendo Switch, music streaming platforms, Twitch soundtrack, and a limited edition 7-inch vinyl on IM 8-bit. All right, well, right now, let's turn to a game that we announced last year at the Game Awards, Endless Dungeon from Amplitude. We showed a brief glimpse of gameplay in December, and fans wanted more. Well, here's an extended look at Endless Dungeon.
We're stuck in this wreck until everybody learns the rules. Yep, all of them. Rule number 1, certain weapons work better on certain monsters. Learn it or die. Oh, option B then. Rule number 2, use turrets to protect that unstable dust bomb we call the crystal. Because it's their catnip. And if it goes, you go. Yep, just like that. Rule number 3, watch your squad. Even if you've got the guns, the turrets, and the crystal, you can't do everything by yourself. If you fight alone, you die alone. Together again. And rule number 4? Well, if you've got all that going, but you still can't win, you gotta change the squad. Tag team. I'm in.
What are you guys doing tonight? If you're lucky enough to have a PS5, you're probably getting ready to play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I've been playing it and having a ton of fun. Well, later today, the team at Insomniac is going to be doing a special launch stream on Twitch. And to tell us more, take it away, Marcus and Mike.
Hey Jeff and everybody watching Summer Games Fest Kickoff Live. Marcus Smith here, Creative Director at Insomniac Games for Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We're excited that players finally get a chance to play the game tomorrow, and to celebrate, we want to spend some more time with you today. At 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern, to live stream the first hour of Rift Apart. Isn't that right, Mike?
That's right. I'm Mike Daly, the game director of Rift Apart. In addition to playing through the opening of the game, we'll also be taking your questions live and talking about what it was like to develop the game behind the scenes. So please join us at twitch.tv/InsomniacGames at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you there.
All right, we're now about to be joined by the one and only Giancarlo Esposito to talk Far Cry 6. Giancarlo, thank you for joining us. Why did you want to take on this role?
They came to me with this phenomenal idea and had proposed that I play Anton Castillo, the leader of Yara, with this big vision and dream for his country. And it really appealed to me because he was a guy who first came from a love of his family and a love of his community and country. And it was so in line with what's going on in the world politically today and what has happened in the past. I thought, what a great opportunity. The other part of it is it's just a different technology that's so brand new. And it excites me as a filmmaker that I wanted to be a part of it.
All right, well, you've played some absolutely amazing villains in your career. What was it like being a video game villain?
No, I'm not a villain. I gotta push back on you. I'll let you finish. But this guy loves his country. He wants to empower you, Keely. He wants to empower you to stand up and speak your truth. Now, you can go back to calling me a villain if you like.
Well, you are smiling on the box. You're a good guy, right?
I am, because I feel like we as human beings fall in line. And I want to be a renegade within reason. How do you like that? Because I think part and parcel of us falling in line and doing what we need to do and thinking about the cumulative effect of our doing what's right, and the example of that is also to stand up and say, no, I do agree that they're good and bad about all people, but this guy, out of his love and passion for his people, even if they're faceless to him at certain points in time, allow him to be an absolute hero.
Speaking of your character, who did you base him on or study to create this character?
It's so interesting because, of course, the obvious choice to study is Fidel Castro, and it is Cuba, an island that had so many resources, but really the dream of the ability of the dictator to cultivate those resources, something got in the way there. And hopefully that can change in the years to come. It's funny you asked me that question, because I was just talking to one of my daughters about Ceausescu and also Hitler, because we were talking about zodiac signs and what signs were certain people. What is that mindset that has you wanting to have power over others? And for each dictator, it's different. She'd never heard of Ceausescu and studied political science and all this in college. Where's my money go? So anyway,
All right, well, one last question for you. Who would win in a square-off between Gus Fring, Moff Gideon, and Anton?
You know, and I have my favorites in those two. So you asked me this question. And you know, immediately I say Moff Gideon. Immediately. You know, somehow I think Gus is colder and displays that coldness in a very particular way. You know, I think Anton could be the most violent man on earth, but given his situation, he may not rise to that occasion or may not have the time. Moff Gideon is otherworldly. This guy thinks in a different way, and he knows what you're thinking before you say it. And he does all his own dirty work, and he has an incredible tool to help him out. So I'm going to say Moff Gideon.
Fair enough. All right, Giancarlo, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We will check out the revolution in Far Cry 6.
And I can't wait for it to begin. Let the games begin!
Awesome. All right, thank you so much, Giancarlo. If you haven't picked up on it yet, Prime Gaming unlocks a ton of in-game benefits for Amazon Prime members, like an exclusive Valkyrie skin in Apex Legends, $200,000 in GTA cash every week you play GTA Online, and in Fall Guys, you get a special Burning Circuits costume for your bean through June 21st. Now, speaking of Fall Guys, the time has come to reveal a brand new costume coming to the game based on a legendary game franchise. Check it out.
Vision bearer dies, the light in their vision will fade away.
Organizing the clash is my way of uncovering hidden talents, and hopefully this time, getting a vision to glow again.
Your opponent is new to the clash, but he has quickly become the dark horse of the tournament.
The vision is missing.
The sounds of nature turn into a clamor of noise during stormy weather. The
So today we've announced games, a publisher, Prime Matter, so why not announce a developer too? And joining me now are Dave Anthony and Jason Blundell from the newly formed Deviation Games. We know you guys well from all your amazing work over the years at Treyarch and Call of Duty Black Ops, but what can we expect from your new studio, guys?
Well, thanks, Jeff. And look, Jason and I, we've been mates for donkey's years. And we're like an all-married couple, Jeff. And we've been working together for decades. And we've worked on some huge franchises. You know the games, you know, they've done well. And, but we thought, you know, when you're working on those franchises, the long-established IPs, you're working within very, very tight constraints creatively about what you can do. So we thought, after all these years, you know, what if we deviated?
Yes.
So that's Deviation Games.
Okay.
So Jeff, just trust me, all bets are off. From
right.
day one, we got complete financial security to work with creative freedom and time, not just to make a brand new IP, which is what we're doing, but a groundbreaking new IP with innovation at its very core. And the team at Deviation Games, the culture we have is really, really simple. There's no place for ego. It's the best idea that always wins, and that's Deviation Games.
All right, well, big ideas from you guys as we would expect.